the pre-Einiston mist, when the ground was still frozen with night chill. The awakening was sudden and devoid of comfort, instantly plunging one into a harsh reality. There was no time for a slow, groggy wake minus up, as every minute of daylight was irreplaceable. Once consciousness shook off sleep, it immediately focused on the most crucial task: lighting a warming fire in the hearth. This sacred ritual determined whether the entire household would have warmth, light, and hot food. This wasn't just a domestic rite, it was the fundamental act of beginning a new day. Without fire, the house was merely a cold, dark shelter, unfit for living. Thus, taming the flame was the primary duty of each morning. Starting a fire without matches was a true art, requiring immense patience and perfected movements. The main tools were a piece of hard flint and a steel striker, guarded like treasure. The success of the entire operation depended on the quality of tinder, a special material that could catch a single spark. Tinder was carefully stored, and a dry place damp to ender was useless. With the swift, scraping motion of the striker against the flint, a shower of bright sparks was produced. At least one spark had to land on the tinder's surface, igniting a tiny flame. This skill was crucial and taught from childhood. The ability to start a fire quickly under any conditions was a primary indicator of maturity and homemaking ability. The secrets of this craft were passed down from father to son. Once the dry kindling caught fire, the single room of the peasant dwelling quickly filled with thick, acrid smoke that stung the eyes and made breathing difficult. That this was an unavoidable drawback that had to be endured. Only after some time would the smoke find its way out through a hole in the roof. The steady crackle of burning would become the signal for the rest of the household to rise. Women and children got up from their straw mattresses, shivering in the morning chill. Another long, arduous day of endless labor awaited them. The house was a living organism. It breathed unreacted to temperature changes. The precious heat provided by the hearth constantly tried to escape through numerous cracks in the walls. Therefore, preserving heat was as important as generating it. The cottage itself was the epitome of minimalism and functionality, built from the most readily available natural materials. Walls were often constructed using the wattle and daub technique, a wooden frame filled with a mixture of clay and straw. This structure was far from perfect, but provided necessary protection from wind and rain. The floor inside was earthen, simply carefully tamped down for smoothness. It was always cold and damp, so it was often covered with a layer of straw for warmth. The interior furnishings showed a complete absence of any hint of luxury or comfort. All the furniture consisted of a roughly nailed minus-together table and a few similarly crude benches. Sleeping arrangements were mattresses stuffed with hay, laid out on the floor or on wooden platforms at night. This was the entirety of a peasant family's possessions. The breakfast prepared by the woman over the burning hearth had nothing to do with enjoyment. Its sole primary purpose was to provide enough energy for the grueling labor ahead. The menu was monotonous, day after day, year after year. Most common was a simple porridge made from the cheapest, most available grains boiled in water. It could be barley, oats, or millet, depending on the region and harvest. This food was nearly tasteless, but sufficiently high in calories to fuel hours of hard work. This morning meal wasn't a ritual, it was necessary fuel for the body. Every bite consumed was a guarantee of having enough strength to plow, sow, or mow. Therefore, food was approached with pragmatism, without expecting any culinary variety. The undisputed foundation of the entire diet was rye bread, almost revered as sacred, treated with immense respect, never allowing a single crumb to fall. Bread was a symbol of life, prosperity, and the peasant's toil. The process of making it was very long, requiring great effort primarily from women. First, grain had to be ground into flour using a heavy hand mill, then kneaded into a stiff dough. The bread was baked directly in the hot ashes of the hearth, and each loaf was of immense value. This simple meal was usually washed down with clean spring water if a source was nearby. Often, low-minus alcohol, highly diluted beer or kvass served as the drink. These beverages were safer than water from some stagnant ponds. The brief breakfast was always eaten in focused silence. Time at dawn was too precious a resource to waste on chatter. Each family member silently ate their portion, mentally preparing for the day's tasks. After the meal, an unspoken but strict division of labor immediately took place. And no commands or instructions were needed, as everyone, from the youngest to the oldest, knew their role in the family mechanism from childhood. This order was unshakable, ensuring the smooth running of the entire household. The men and adult sons picked up their simple tools, plow, sickle, axe, and without a word or delay, set off for work in the fields, the foundation of their existence. Their labor in the fields determined whether the family would have a harvest and food for winter. Women had equally hard and burdensome responsibilities in running the household. They were in charge of caring for the few livestock, keeping the hearth fire burning, and, of course, cooking. Additionally, they tended the vegetable garden, spun yarn, and sewed clothes. Thus, when the first rays of sun illuminated the earth, the never-ceasing conveyor belt of peasant labor began its. The cycle didn't stop for a moment until the deep dusk made work impossible. The peasant's life was entirely subordinated to this relentless rhythm. Every day was filled with countless chores concerning the survival of himself and his loved ones. What was the peasant's primary concern after opening his eyes? In the next chapter, we'll take a detailed look at those crucial tools that became extensions of his arms and were vital to his survival. The tools used by a medieval peasant were extremely simple, but the family's survival directly depended on their condition. Every item was the result of long, manual labor and held immense material value. These tools were made to serve not just one generation, so they were kept as the most precious possessions. Made from the most available materials, wood and iron, they were often passed down from father to son. A broken tool, or worse, a lost one, was a real tragedy for the entire family. After all, ordering a new plowshare or axe from the blacksmith required a significant portion of the harvest savings. The heavy wooden plow occupied a central place in field labor. Farming was unimaginable without it. Its design remained unchanged for centuries, consisting of a sturdy wooden frame and a small metal tip. This plowshare was the most valuable part of the plow, as iron was an expensive and scarce resource. Using such a primitive tool required astonishing physical strength and total concentration. The plow didn't turn the soil, it only cut a furrow, forcing the farmer to go over the same ground multiple times. Day after day, the man and his draft animal, be it ox or horse, became one unit in an exhausting effort. When harvest time came, the sickle and scythe became the main tools. The small sickle, with its characteristically curved blade, was used for harvesting precious grain crops. This work was meticulous and very slow, as the stalks had to be cut in small bunches. Every day during harvest, the peasant spent hours bent over under the hot sun, leading to severe back pain. Unlike the sickle, the scythe, with its long blade and handle, was used for cutting hay for winter fodder. Using a scythe required not precision, but wide, rhythmic swings and great physical endurance. The axe was rightfully considered the most versatile, indispensable tool in any peasant household. Was an extension of a man's arm, a faithful companion in the dense forest and constant construction work. With the axe, they chopped firewood for the hearth, felled trees for building huts, and repaired fences around the land. Proficiency with this tool was absolutely necessary for every man who wanted to feed his family. The axe's quality and durability depended directly on its metal part forged by the village blacksmith. This working part was expensive, mounted on a strong, comfortable handle usually made by the peasant himself. The peasant's workday was entirely dependent on the sun's path across the sky. It began with the first light of dawn in the east and ended only when deep dusk covered the land. The modern concept of weekends or holidays simply didn't exist, as every clear day was a precious gift for labor. The rhythm of life was dictated by the changing seasons, which had their immutable laws. Spring was a time of hope, hard plowing, and careful sowing, laying the foundation for future abundance. Summer was a time of monotonous weeding under the scorching sun and exhausting haymaking. Autumn brought the most intense period harvest, when all forces had to be mobilized to gather the crops. With winter's arrival, field work ceased, but this didn't mean rest. Peasants repaired worn tools, stockpiled firewood for the long months, and mended buildings damaged by harsh weather. The process of plowing was rightly considered one of the most physically demanding trials. The peasant and his draft animal were a single mechanical unit, moving slowly, unsteadily across the field. Controlling a team of oxen or a horse required constant attention and loud commands. The primitive plow only scratched the topsoil, forcing the same plot to be worked repeatedly. The plowshare often hit stones or roots, causing the entire structure to shake violently, requiring great effort from the plowman to steady it. A man pressed his full weight on the plow handles to ensure the furrow was straightened deep enough. A day's work behind the plow left the peasant utterly exhausted. Every muscle in his body ached from the inhuman strain, his hands covered in calluses. This work lasted for weeks, draining him of all strength, leaving no reserve. Once the field was prepared, it was time for sowing, done entirely by hand. The peasant walked across the plowed land with a heavy bag of carefully selected grain, seeds slung over his shoulder, the family's main hope. He made rhythmic movements honed by years of experience. The evenness of the seed distribution in the soil was crucial. Sowing too densely would make the plants crowd each other too sparsely, meant loss of part of the harvest. Therefore, this process required extreme concentration and an intuitive understanding. Every seed cast into the earth was strictly accounted for, as it was from the edible reserve. A sower's mistake might only become apparent months later, when it was too late to correct. Thus, a man carried on his shoulders the responsibility of feeding his family for the coming year. The harvest was the culmination of the entire agricultural year, a period of high tension and collective labor. The entire community, from teenagers to the elderly, went out to the fields, as every pair of hands was needed. The main ask was to gather the crop before the long autumn rains began. Everyone understood that delay or bad weather could instantly destroy months of work. Men and women worked from dawn till dusk with sickles, cutting stalks and binding them into sheaves. The air was filled with hope for a full winter, intertwined with fear of not finishing in time. Losing even a portion of the harvest meant the threat of hunger. Therefore, people worked to the limit of their strength, forgetting their fatigue. What emotions do you think a peasant felt looking at his field? In the next chapter, you'll learn what the house he lived in was like. The dwelling of a medieval peasant was built not for comfort, but for basic survival. Its main purpose was to provide shelter from the weather, wild animals, and the night's cold. Therefore, every element of the structure obeyed a strict logic of functionality and resource conservation. The most common was a simple one-room hut, built by the family themselves from materials available nearby. In forested areas, the main material was roughly hewn logs, stacked layer upon layer. In other regions, a wooden frame was erected and thickly plastered with a mixture of clay, straw, and sometimes dung. This technique, known as wattle and daub, produced exceptionally sturdy and warm walls. The roof was usually covered with a thick layer of thatch or reeds, which provided good insulation. However, such a roof often leaked and required regular patching after heavy rain or snow. The interior of the house was almost always plunged into deep semi-darkness. This was because windows were deliberately made small and as sparse as possible. Any window opening was a source of significant heat loss, an unaffordable luxury in the cold season. Instead of expensive and hard -to obtained glass, more primitive materials were used. Windows might be covered with a piece of oiled cloth or carefully stretched and treated animal bladder. Such glass allowed only a small amount of dim light to pass through, but provided at least some protection from the wind. The only real source of lightened heat was the open hearth. It was placed in the center of the room, allowing heat to spread more or less evenly throughout the space. The whole family gathered around this fire in the evenings. It was the heart of their humble home. Since there was no chimney in the usual sense, all the smoke from the hearth rose upward. It slowly escaped through a special hole in the roof or simply seeped out through gaps in the thatch. Consequently, the air inside the room was thick, filled with acrid smoke and soot. Over time, all surfaces inside the house became covered with a thick layer of black, sticky soot. The ceiling beams walls, and the few utensils took on a characteristic charred appearance. This aspect of daily life led to frequent respiratory ailments among all family members. The floor of the cottage was earthen, simply carefully tamped down hard. For a bit of insulation and basic hygiene, it was periodically covered with a fresh layer of straw. Sometimes, dried herbs like wormwood or thyme worm mixed into the straw to add fragrance and repel insects. Without exception, the family's entire life was concentrated in this single room. There were no partitions, the space was transformed according to current needs. Breakfast was eaten here in the morning. Women might spin yarn in the afternoon, and the family gathered for supper in the evening. The furniture was extremely sparse, consisting only of the most essential items. A roughly nailed table and several benches along the wall served both for eating and working. The most valuable possessions, if there were any, were kept in a large, locked wooden chest. At night, the same room became the shared bedroom for all family members. People slept on straw mattresses laid directly on the earthen floor or on wide wooden platforms lofts. During severe frosts, newborn lambs or calves were often brought inside for the night to prevent them from freezing. Although the primary and most visible work in the fields indeed fell on the men's shoulders, the women's work was equally arduous and absolutely indispensable. It consisted of a continuous cycle of duties unaffected by the seasons. While men's work was tied to the agricultural calendar, women's work did not stop for a single day. The peasant woman's duties began even before the first rays of sunlight illuminated the hut and did not end even after supper. She was the first to rise to light the hearth and the last to go to bed, ensuring everything was ready for the next day. Her duties encompassed all aspects of domestic life, from cooking to raising children. The woman was the keeper of the hearth, quite literally. Her diligence, knowledge, and physical endurance determined whether the family was fed, clothed, and healthy. This day, monotonous labor was the cornerstone of the entire peasant economy. One of the most physically demanding tasks was the daily preparation of food for a large family. The process began with fetching water from the nearest well or river, which had to be carried back in heavy wooden buckets. Then the hearth fire had to be lit and maintained, requiring skill and constant attention. For baking bread or cooking soup, flour had to be obtained from grain. This was done using a heavy hand mill, requiring hours of strenuous physical labor. Only then could the actual cooking begin, over an open fire and in clay pots. Additionally, women were responsible for preserving food for the long winter. They salted meat, dried mushrooms and berries, fermented cabbage and other vegetables. Their knowledge in this area allowed the family to survive the cold months when fresh food was nearly unavailable. Providing clothing for the family was also entirely the woman's domain. From processing the raw materials to sewing the final product, the entire process was done by hand. First, yarn had to be spun from wool or flax fibers using a spindle during long evenings. When enough yarn was ready, it was time to weave fabric on a primitive home loom. Even producing a few meters of coarse but durable cloth was a long, painstaking task. Old women sewed simple shirts, trousers, and dresses for all family members from this cloth. Mending clothing was an equally important part of her duties, as each garment was of great value. Old clothes were patched countless times, until they were completely worn out. Not a scrap of fabric was wasted, it was used for patches or rags. Besides household chores, women were responsible for the small vegetable garden next to the house. There she grew turnips, cabbages, onions, and other vegetables, an important supplement to the grain-based diet. Furthermore, she regularly went to the forest to gather wild berries, edible roots, and medicinal herbs. During the most critical periods of the agricultural year, women worked in the fields alongside the men. During sowing, they helped scatter seeds. During harvest, they worked with sickles from dawn till dusk. Without their participation, it was impossible to gather the crops in time before the rains came. Thus, women's labor, though less visible to outsiders, was vital for survival. They were cooks, weavers, seamstresses, gardeners, and heavers all in one. Which of the woman's duties do you think was the most difficult? In the next chapter, we'll talk about the peasant's relationships with the community and the Lord. A medieval peasant was never an isolated individual. as surviving alone was nearly impossible. He was an inseparable part of the village community, which functioned as a single, complex organism. This community dictated the rhythm of life and norms of behavior, subordinating personal interests to collective needs. Community life was based on strict, unwritten laws passed down through generations. The communal use of resources like pastures, forests, and water bodies required precise coordination among all members. For example, there were strict rules about when livestock could be grazed or when haymaking could begin. Any conflicts that arose, whether over boundaries or crop damage, were resolved within the community. The main institution was the assembly of household heads, where everyone could voice their opinion. The village elder, often the most respected and experienced man in the settlement, played a key role in resolving disputes. Legally, all the land the peasant farmed did not belong to him but to the feudal lord. The lord was the absolute master, and the peasant merely a holder of a small plot. For the right to live and work on this land, the peasant had to fulfill numerous obligations. The main and most burdensome form of servitude was corvée. This was compulsory labor, during which the peasant had to work several days a week on the lord's land. He had to use his own tools and draft animals, accelerating their wear and tear. The most fertile, best lands were usually designated as the lord's domain. The peasant was forced to work the lord's fields first, often to the detriment of his own. This meant he had much less time and energy left for his own farm. Besides labor service, there was another form of servitude: quit rent, or tax paid in kind. After the harvest, the peasant had to give a predetermined share of his crop to the lord. The amount of rent was determined entirely by the feudal lord and his steward. The best parts of the harvest went to the lord's granary: choice grain, vegetables, and fresh hay. Additionally, the rent often included other products from the farm: poultry, eggs, milk, honey, and homespun cloth. This levy was regular and unavoidable. Often the rent was set so high that after paying it, the peasant family was left with only the bare minimum of food to last until the next harvest, plus seed for sowing. Any year of poor harvest under such conditions could lead to real famine. The fate of an ordinary peasant was completely undoubtedly dependent on the will and mood of his master. The peasant was bound to the land and could not leave his native village without special permission. Attempting to flee was considered a serious crime, punishable severely. The peasant's personal life was also controlled. For example, he couldn't marry a girl from another village belonging to a different lord without the lord's consent. Such permission often required an additional ransom payment. The lord also held supreme judicial power over his lands. He adjudicated all disputes among his peasants and tried them for theft and other offenses. The lord could impose any punishment at his discretion, from fines to corporal punishment. His decision was final. The diet of a medieval peasant was a direct reflection of his dependent status and limited opportunities. It was characterized by extreme scarcity, monotony, and complete dependence on the whims of nature. Survival depended on what could be grown on his small plot of land. The main source of calories for hard physical labor was cereal crops. The foundation was hardy grains like rye, barley, and oats, which could grow in poor soil. Wheat, requiring more fertile land, was rare and considered a sign of prosperity. Everything that could be gathered from the surrounding for a storm: meadows, mushrooms, berries, and wild edible herbs served only as a meager supplement to the main diet. However, these gifts of nature were strictly seasonal and could not form the basis of sustenance. Bread occupied the central place on both the daily and holiday table. It was baked from coarsely ground rye flour, often with the bran not sifted out. In lean years, to increase the baking quantity, corns or even ground weeds might be mixed into the flour. Besides bread, grains were used for various porridges and soups, forming the basis of breakfast and supper. This was simple but filling food that allowed people to endure long workdays. Often, such soup was the only hot meal a peasant had all day. Meat was a true delicacy, appearing on the peasant's table only a few times a year. Usually, this happened during major church holidays like Christmas or Easter, when a pig might be slaughtered. At other times, meat consumption was extremely rare. Vegetables grown in the garden added some variety to the monotonous menu. The main crops peasants cultivated were the least demanding and most productive: turnips, cabbage, Peas, beans, and various types of onions formed the basis of gardening. In summer and autumn, vegetables were eaten fresh or added to soups to make them thicker and more filling. However, the primary task was to preserve them for the long, hungry winter. The main preservation methods were salting, fermenting, and drying. Fruits, mainly wild or semi-minus cultivated apples, pears, and plums were only a seasonal treat. They were eaten fresh in late summer and autumn, but played no significant role in the overall diet. Keeping them fresh until winter was nearly impossible. Only families fortunate enough to own a cow, or at least a few goats, had access to dairy products. Milk was extremely precious, a source of much needed protein. It was rarely drunk fresh most often. It was processed into more storable products, simple cheeses and curds that could last a while. However, a significant portion of dairy products didn't make it to the peasant family's table, but went to the feudal lord's stores as rent or was sold at the nearest market. Fish could have been a good supplement to the diet, but its availability was limited. Even if the village was on a riverbank or lakeshore, fishing rights usually belonged to the lord. Often, peasants were forbidden to fish in the lord's waters under severe penalty. The material world of a medieval peasant was extremely limited, confined to the bare essentials. All his economic activity aimed at subsistence and fulfilling obligations, not at accumulating wealth. The idea of owning riches or beautiful objects was completely foreign and unattainable to him. Items that seem ordinary today, like glassware, metal cutlery, or mirrors, were true luxuries for a peasant. Their daily life had no ornamentation. The value of all objects lay solely in their practical use. Aesthetics played almost no role in their lives. The entire environment and possessions of a peasant family clearly reflected their position at the very bottom of the feudal hierarchy. The absence of anything superfluous was the norm. Anything not directly related to survival or labor was considered unnecessary. This minimalism was not a philosophical choice, but a harsh necessity of life. Peasant clothing was highly functional, designed to protect against the weather and hard work. Made from coarse but durable cloth produced by women at home. The main materials were linen grown on their own plaited wool from a few sheep. Thayer typically consisted of a long linen shirt worn loose and tied with a cord or belt. This was paired with simple trousers, and a thick woolen cloak was added in the cold season. Women wore a long ankle-length shirt, over which they put a sarafan or sleeveless dress. The range of clothing colors was very limited, as complex dyes were expensive and hard to obtain. The cloth retained its natural color, linen in grayish-white, wool in brown or white. The same garments were worn for years, constantly mended, and handed down to younger children in the family when outgrown. Wearing shoes constantly was a privilege of the wealthy, not the daily norm for a peasant. For most of the warm season from spring to late autumn, all family members went barefoot. Years of walking on the ground, stubble, and stones made the skin on their feet tough and calloused. In cold or wet weather and during heavy work in the forest, peasants wore the simplest footwear, perhaps poor shni primitive shoes made from a single piece of raw leather, fastened with straps. In some regions, wooden clogs were common, protecting the feet but very heavy. Any footwear, even the roughest, was considered a valuable item and cared for meticulously. Was uncomfortable, chafed, and didn't breathe well but provided necessary protection. Losing or damaging footwear was a serious problem, as making new shoes was not easy. Looking inside the cottage, aside from the simplest furniture and work tools, there were very few cooking utensils. On shelves, one might see several clay pots for cooking over the hearth. Wooden bowls and spoons were also used. Each man could carve them for his family himself. The only item for storage was a heavy, large wooden chest. It held the most valuable clothing, a small reserve of grain, and perhaps a few hand tools. The chest was often the only item in the house that could be locked, protecting the meager possessions from outsiders. Every item in the household, from the clay pot to the wooden spoon, was highly valued. Objects weren't bought in shops but created by family members through long, meticulous labor. Therefore, possessions were treated with such care, repaired as long as possible, and never discarded while still usable. When the last rays of sunlight disappeared below the horizon and the fields were enveloped in deep dusk, the hard labor stopped. Working in the dark was not only impossible but dangerous. So, the whole family slowly made their way home. This short journey from field to hut was the only transition from exhausting work to brief rest. The family returned to their only refuge, a dark, perpetually smoky, stuffy house. The woman immediately began preparing the meager supper, rekindling the hearth fire that had died down during the day. The men sat near the fire, using the last hours of daylight for important household tasks. By the dim light of the hearth, they carried out small but necessary repairs, ensuring readiness for the next day. One might fix a shovel handle, another sharpen a sickle blade, another weave simple bast shoes from tree bark. This quiet, focused work was as much a part of the evening as the meal itself. The composition of the peasant's supper differed little from breakfast or the midday meal. Most often, it was the same thick soup made from grains and vegetables left from noon, accompanied by the indispensable chunk of coarse rye bread, the foundation of the meal. These wax or tallow candles were an affordable luxuries reserved for the church or manor house. Therefore, the only source of light in the cottage was the flame burning in the hearth. By its dim, flickering glow, the family spent the short evening hours. The family ate in silence, huddled closely around the fire, which provided not only light but also precious warmth. The flickering flames cast strange shadows on the walls, creating the specific, quiet atmosphere that followed a day of toil. It was a moment to sit quietly and gather strength. The modern concept of entertainment simply didn't exist for a medieval peasant. Any activity had to have a practical purpose. Therefore, even leisure was tightly interwoven with work. On long, dark winter evenings, when there was no field work, people found occupations within the house. Men might spend hours carving useful wooden household items, spoons, bowls, children's toys. Women almost never put down their spindles, tirelessly spinning wool or flax thread. This monotonous work by the hearth light served as the backdrop for the rare family conversations. Sometimes, if not too tired, one of the elders might tell an old story or legend. Sometimes the family would softly hum long, sad songs passed down through generations. But more often than not, after a full day of physical labor, people had no energy left for talking or singing. As soon as supper was finished and the most urgent tasks completed, the family began preparing for sleep. They went to bed very early, almost immediately after sunset, following the natural rhythm. This was not only due to fatigue, but also the harsh necessity of conserving resources. Every log for the hearth was obtained through hard labor, so keeping a fire burning unnecessarily was considered wasteful. Sleep was the only completely free and available way to restore the strength expended during the day. It gave the body the necessary respite to face new challenges, and so, simple sleep on a straw mattress marked the end of a typical day for a medieval peasant. It was no different from the hundreds of days before and the hundreds to come, filled with the same scarcity. This endless cycle of hard labor, meager food, and brief rest constituted the very essence of his existence. We have now immersed ourselves in a day in the life of a medieval peasant. This reality, devoid of the comforts we are accustomed to, shows how much the world and our perception of life have changed. Work that for us is just a part of life was for them the very meaning of existence. The simple things we don't even notice were as precious as gold to them. Their world was harsh, but it had its own harmony, subordinated to the rhythms of nature. The ability to read the signs of the surrounding world, to understand the land and work in harmony with it, was key to survival. This experience, accumulated over generations, allowed our ancestors to survive the most difficult times and lay the foundation for the future in which we live now. What other eras or aspects of medieval life would you like to see in our future videos? Suggest your topics in the comments. Perhaps your idea will be the basis for the next episode. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new journeys into history. When winter descends on a medieval English castle, with cold, damp air seeping through the thick stone walls, the kitchen is the most important, and often the only truly warm place. The kitchen, the heart of the castle, Where life boiled, culinary feats were forged, and the survival of hundreds was ensured, required a constant, reliable heat source. But without central heating and modern technology, how could it be kept hot enough to feed the entire castle and simultaneously warm its inhabitants? The secret to heating a castle kitchen is more complex than one might think, revealing astounding ingenuity and a deep understanding of thermal principles despite the lack of formal scientific knowledge. Get ready to learn about the unconventional methods and clever solutions that kept these massive structures functional and relatively comfortable even during the harshest frosts. We will reveal 10 surprising facts about how medieval castle kitchens kept warm, utilizing not only available resources but also unique architectural solutions. These facts will change your view of the supposedly simple Middle Ages, showing that behind the apparent primitive nest lay a true science of survival and engineering. 1. The giant hearth thermal hub and heat accumulator. The main heat source in a medieval castle kitchen was, of course, the enormous hearth. These massive structures, often several meters wide, deep, and high, were far more than just cooking spots. They acted as true thermal hubs, capable of heating large volumes of air and even transferring warmth to adjacent rooms. Unlike small fireplaces in private chambers meant for comfort or symbolic warmth, kitchen hearths were designed to sustain a large fire continuously and without interruption. Their enormous size wasn't just to accommodate several cauldrons holding food for hundreds and roasting spits simultaneously. It was to provide enough burning fuel to generate the massive amount of heat needed to sustain the entire kitchen. Often, these hearths were recesses built into thick walls, frequently with massive arched surrounds, which also helped accumulate heat. Their scale and structure allowed cooks to perform multiple cooking operations at once. Heavy cast iron, or bronze-heavy cast iron or bronze cauldrons hung on adjustable chains to directly over open flames. Whole animals from pigs to deer were slowly, unevenly roasted on manually turned, or even primitive mechanically driven. Large spits embers were rigged into specialized niches or placed under large earthenware pots, like a precursor to a Russian oven for baking bread, pies, and roasts. But the key was that these hearths were built from massive stone blocks like granite, sandstone, or limestone, which had a unique and extremely useful property for heating high thermal mass. Stone, as a dense material, slowly absorbed heat from the continuously burning flames during the kitchen's hours of active operation. Then, like a giant ceramic heater, it subsequently released the accumulated heat evenly into the surrounding kitchen area for hours, acting as a powerful radiant heat source. Thus, even after the most intensive cooking was done and the fire was banked down or purposefully kept smoldering until the next morning, the heavy, heat-soaked hearth walls continued to radiate warmth for hours, sometimes until the next dawn. This helped maintain a relatively comfortable temperature in the kitchen overnight when active cooking ceased, preventing the room from cooling completely. The hearth wasn't just a stove for cooking food, it was a constantly operating heat accumulator that smoothed out drastic temperature swings, provided basic room heating, and acted as the core of the entire thermal system of the castle kitchen. Its design considered not only the practical needs of cooking, but also the basic principles of heat retention and distribution, making it central to daily life and survival in the cold season. Cooks often slept in the kitchen or adjacent areas, utilizing the hearth's residual warmth to lay out natural convection and heat distribution. Unlike modern kitchens often designed as separate rooms with closed doors, castle kitchens, especially in large and early castles, typically featured an open floor plan or were connected to other rooms via wide, uninsulated arches and spacious corridors. This wasn't just an arbitrary architectural decision, but part of a carefully considered though intuitive system for distributing heat throughout the castle, maximizing the utility of thermal energy. The hot air constantly rising from the giant hearth naturally flowed upward and spread throughout the kitchen, and then, via these wide passages, could freely move into neighboring rooms like storerooms, bakehouses, servants' quarters, and sometimes even the lower hall, armory, or servants' dormitories located near the kitchen. This spatial arrangement created a thermal draft, or more accurately, a natural convection system. The warm, less dense air from the hot kitchen rose, forcing the cooler, denser air from adjacent rooms to move toward the kitchen, where it would then be heated and reciprocal. This constant air movement not only distributed heat but also promoted ventilation. While much of the heat was, of course, lost up the massive chimneys designed to efficiently remove smoke and soot, a significant portion was retained and accumulated in the castle's thick stone walls and ceilings, which also gradually but surely warmed up, becoming part of the castle's overall heating system. This was an intuitive application of basic thermodynamic principles, where the castle's very architecture facilitated passive heat distribution, turning it into a single large heat exchanger. Thus, the kitchen served not only as the culinary center for the entire castle, but also as a central thermal node from which heat gradually but consistently distributed throughout the building. Such a system allowed thermal energy to be used as efficiently as possible, not concentrated in just one room. Furthermore, the constant air movement caused by this convection helped reduce moisture buildup, odors, and even aided in drying walls in other parts of the castle, an important additional benefit under medieval living conditions where dampness was a constant companion. This interplay between functionality, hygiene, and heat exchange demonstrates a sophisticated approach to designing castle spaces, where every architectural element played multiple roles within a single, well-conceived system of survival and life support. This thoughtful planning provided more livable conditions for all the castle's inhabitants. 3. Stone construction, natural heat batteries. Castle kitchens, and indeed entire castles, were built of massive stone, the primary building material of the time. Now, although stone feels cold and uninviting to the touch, its high density and, crucially, its excellent thermal capacity were a major, indisputable advantage under conditions of passive heating. Imagine this throughout the day, as a huge fire blazed in the kitchen, generating vast amounts of heat during active cooking. The kitchen's thick stone walls, several meters thick, absorbed and accumulated this thermal energy. This process was slow and gradual, but steady and prolonged, turning all the surrounding walls into giant natural heat storage units. They acted like natural batteries, methodically absorbing excess heat. At night, when the fire in the hearth was banked down, maintained only by embers or extinguished completely, these heated stone walls began to slowly, unevenly radiate the accumulated heat back into the kitchen. This effect perfectly resembles modern central heating radiators or underfloor heating systems, but on a larger, passive and natural scale. Stone, as a massive heat reservoir, smoothed out drastic day-night temperature fluctuations, prevented the room from cooling rapidly, and maintained a relatively stable, comfortable temperature throughout the night. Such a system provided a baseline warmth that wouldn't drop to critical levels even during external blizzards. Thanks to this phenomenon of thermal inertia, the kitchen's working temperature could be maintained around the clock, albeit with some natural variation. The mass of the stone walls wasn't just a perimeter structure providing fortification and protection, it was an integral part of the heating system, operating passively and without additional fuel cost after the initial intense heating. This property of stone was key to maintaining the viability of the entire castle in the cold season, keeping it warm and functional even during moments when no active fire burned in the hearth. Medieval engineers, though unaware of modern scientific terms like thermal capacity or thermal conductivity, intuitively leveraged this advantage, observing material behavior and passing down accumulated experience through generations. Their practical knowledge allowed them to create structures effective against harsh climates, for body heat, human and animal biological heating. Medieval kitchen wasn't just a place for cooking, it was a seething cauldron of life, constantly filled with activity and motion. There were always many people present, from the key figure in the castle hierarchy, the head cook, to numerous assistants and simple servants, porters, woodcutters, and sometimes soldiers or guards, ensuring the security of such an important room. All these actively moving people, engaged in heavy physical labor like chopping and hauling massive logs for the hearth, carrying dozens of liters of water, constantly tending and maintaining the fire, washing vast quantities of vegetables, butchering large animals, released significant amounts of body heat. This was a form of biological heating, not a primary or intentional heat source, but one that contributed noticeably, unmeasurably to the room's overall thermal environment. In crowded conditions with intense physical exertion, The effect of hundreds of human calories being released into the air was tangible, helping to maintain the temperature. Furthermore, in some castles, especially in their earlier existence before specialized outbuildings developed during castles with simpler, more pragmatic organization, animals might be kept fairly close to the kitchen. Sometimes these were rooms for temporarily housing animals before slaughter, or even special pens for young livestock requiring constant warmth. The heat generated by animals, especially from large farm animals like pigs, cows, or sheep kept to supply the castle, could also contribute to raising the overall ambient temperature in adjacent areas. For example, if a pigsty or cowshed was located next to the kitchen complex, the body heat from the animals and the heat from their metabolic processes could transfer to the kitchen area through shared walls or airflow, creating an additional though indirect heat source. This was not only indirect, but a very real if not always controlled heat source that supplemented the primary heat from the hearth. It illustrates how in that era, every potential unit of energy, whether from human or animal bodies, was harnessed to endure the harsh medieval conditions. The crowding effect of people and possibly animals in and around the kitchen was significant, especially considering the room itself was poorly insulated by modern standards, making any extra thermal energy extremely precious. These living heat sources, combined with the massive stone structures that could accumulate heat, created a dynamic, multi-layered thermal regulation system where every element, even those not initially designed for heating, contributed to maintaining the relative comfort and functionality of the castle complex. 5. Clever ventilation, balancing heat and airflow. With such active cooking, constant use of open flames, burning large quantities of wood, and the presence of multiple hearths, a castle kitchen was inevitably filled with thick smoke, soot, saturated steam, strong odors from cooking food, and potentially dangerous carbon monoxide. However, medieval builders were not naive. They paid immense attention to creating effective ventilation and smoke extraction systems. Kitchen hearths usually had very tall and wide chimneys, which, unlike simple smoke holes, not only served as channels for combustion products but also created powerful natural draft, much like modern industrial range hoods. Thanks to this design and large cross-sectional area, most of the smoke, soot, and harmful combustion products were efficiently expelled from the kitchen area, preventing smoke inhalation, soot buildup, and improving air quality for work. Additionally, besides the main chimney, there were often specialized ventilation holes or louvers high in the walls, just under the kitchen vault, as well as high windows which aided constant air circulation. These openings might be fitted with primitive dampers or shutters to regulate airflow. Properly designed ventilation not only provided fresh air and effectively reduced smoke crucial for staff health and efficiency, but also allowed flexible control over the room's temperature. In cold weather, the draft could be partially reduced by using these dampers or adjusting the opening sizes to retain more precious heat inside the kitchen. Conversely, during extreme heat, high humidity, or excessive smoke, the draft could be increased for more intensive air exchange, quickly removing excess heat and steam. This was a delicate but crucial game of airflow on one hand, the need to quickly and safely remove dangerous and unpleasant combustion products on the other, the need to prevent excessive heat loss which would cool the room. The skill of medieval engineers and builders lay precisely in their ability to balance these seemingly opposing tasks. They created a complex system that effectively controlled the kitchen's microclimate, preventing both overheating and excessive heat loss. Thus, chimneys and vents weren't just functional elements for smoke removal, they were parts of a sophisticated climate control system meticulously optimized for the complex, demanding conditions of a medieval castle kitchen. Their design was the result of centuries of practical experience and observation of fire and air behavior. 6. Metal utensils, portable radiators. Some medieval kitchens were literally stacked with enormous metal vessels and implements that played a role far beyond mere cooking containers. Here one could find huge cast iron cauldrons of various sizes from small portions to gigantic ones feeding hundreds, heavy iron frying pans, long wrought-iron spits for roasting meat over open flames, numerous clay pots and jugs often reinforced with metal bands for strength, and many other metal cooking tools and apparatus. Metal, especially cast iron commonly used for pots and pans, has exceptionally high thermal conductivity and significant heat capacity. This means it heats up quickly and retains heat for a long time. When these massive objects were heated over an open flame or in the hearth embers, they not only cooked food efficiently but also accumulated substantial thermal energy, which they then gradually and evenly radiated into the kitchen's surrounding area. Metal vessels heated to high temperatures, after use, placed on the floor, on heavy stone tables, on special cooling racks, or simply piled against walls, acted like many small but very effective additional heat sources. These objects, like portable radiators, continued to actively transfer heat into the room long after being removed from the fire. For example, a large cast iron cauldron that had just been used to prepare food for the entire castle garrison could remain noticeably warm for hours, continuously emitting heat, contributing to maintaining the room's overall temperature, especially when the hearth fire was low. This was a form of stored heating, where every item used for cooking indirectly but significantly contributed to warming the room, making the kitchen warmer and more functional. The cumulative effect of many heated metal items constantly being used, heated, and moved around the kitchen was significant. Thus, even everyday kitchenware played a dual role. They were indispensable tools for cooking and also passive elements of the heating system. This underscores the pragmatism and resourcefulness of medieval life, where every detail, every material had its practical value and was maximized for multiple tasks, contributing to overall survival and comfort under castle living conditions. 7. Ash and embers. Ingenious use of secondary heat sources. The process of burning wood in the giant kitchen hearths left behind large quantities of hot ash and embers. Medieval cooks and servants didn't simply discard this combustion waste. They found numerous secondary uses for maintaining and distributing heat, demonstrating astonishing resourcefulness. This wasn't just utilization, it was a purposeful strategy to maximize every unit of energy generated. Hot ash, as an excellent insulator and heat retainer, could be used to heat stone benches, seats, or even sections of the floor in certain areas of the kitchen where staff rested or performed less active work. For example, it could be spread under thick stone slabs to create a kind of warmed floor or heated surface that retained warmth for a long time. In the absence of modern central heating, this significantly increased comfort. Imagine a stone kitchen in a castle during winter. AC cold. Any opportunity to create a local heat source was extremely precious. Slowly cooling ash would radiate heat for hours, making it an ideal energy storage medium. Furthermore, ash was often used to maintain optimal temperatures during fermentation processes or for simmering certain dishes. Earthenware pots containing stewed meat or porridge could be buried in hot ash to ensure even, long cooking at a low, stable temperature, preventing burning and preserving all the flavors of the ingredients. This was a medieval way of using residual heat for slow cooking. Sometimes, ash was mixed with water to make lye, which was then used for washing, cleaning, and making soap. Thus, even the chemical potential of ash was utilized, showing a deep understanding of material properties. Embers were particularly valuable. They were often scooped from the main hearth into smaller, portable braziers, fire pans, or lidded clay pots, which were then placed in areas of the kitchen needing localized warmth. These mobile heat sources could be used to keep food warm before serving, crucial for dish quality, especially in large castles where the journey from kitchen to hall could be quite long. Additionally, braziers were used to dry wet clothes or warm the hands and feet of cooks working in cooler areas. During harsh winters when castle temperatures could drop very low, such personal heat sources were vital for maintaining staff efficiency and health. Moreover, these braziers could be moved as needed to other parts of the castle with insufficient heating, such as storerooms, servants' quarters, or even, if necessary, to the lord's private chambers, providing temporary, localized warmth. This allowed for creating comfort zones in any part of the castle as needed, without having to maintain a constant fire in every room. For example, in bed chambers, braziers were used to warm beds before retiring. For medical purposes, the heat from embers could be used to warm limbs or prepare herbal infusions. The versatility of ember use demonstrates the flexibility of medieval heat management systems. These mobile batteries were symbols of adaptability and ingenuity, allowing thermal energy to be distributed throughout the castle to meet changing demands. It was an extremely efficient way to get the maximum possible use out of every piece of fuel, extracting the greatest thermal energy from it, and demonstrating an attitude of extreme resource conservation. Thus, even what is considered waste today was a valuable resource for maintaining comfort and functionality in the castle environment. This effectiveness stemmed not only from fuel scarcity, but also from deep empirical knowledge of material properties. The use of ash not only provided warmth, but also maintained hygiene, as ash is absorbent and can be used to eliminate odors. This highlights the pragmatism and ingenuity inherent in medieval society, which couldn't afford the luxury of waste and instead sought to extract maximum benefit from every available resource. It was a real life example of a circular economy long before the term was coined. 8 adjacent heat sources synergy with bakehouses, etc. Castle kitchens were usually located in close proximity to other rooms whose activities also generated significant heat. First and foremost were bakehouses, often either immediately adjacent to the kitchen or integrated into the kitchen complex. This layout was an accidental but the result of careful planning and functionality. The massive stone ovens used for baking bread, pies, and other baked goods required long, intense heating to very high temperatures. Lighting such an oven could take hours, and once it reached the required temperature, it retained heat for a long time, cooling slowly. When these ovens were heated and operating at full capacity, they radiated enormous heat, which inevitably seeped into the rooms adjacent to the kitchen through shared walls and doorways. Thus, the kitchen received a powerful additional heat source from the neighboring bakehouse, creating a kind of heat cluster or synergistic effect. This significantly reduced the thermal load on the main kitchen hearth, as part of the necessary heat came from an external source. The bakehouse's operation not only supplied the castle with fresh bread, the foundation of the diet, but also helped heat the kitchen space, reduce the overall load on the main kitchen hearth, and saved precious fuel. In the context of a medieval castle, where logistics and supply were complex tasks, any resource saving was significant. This demonstrates a deep understanding of the basic principles of heat transfer and energy efficiency, long before the formulation of related scientific laws. Sometimes, other warm production facilities might also be located nearby, such as a brewery where fermentation processes took place. Fermentation itself is an exothermic reaction that generates heat, and the entire brewing process requires maintaining specific temperatures for water and wort. The proximity of a brewery could provide an additional, though less intense supply of heat. There might also be special food storage rooms that needed to be kept at a certain, not minus to minus low temperature to prevent spoilage, especially in winter. For example, some vegetables, fruits, and even meats required moderately cool but non-minus freezing conditions for long minus term storage. Heat from the bakehouse and kitchen could help keep storerooms stable above freezing. This wasn't accidental but a well-considered architectural solution that allowed for the synergistic use of heat from different production processes for overall heating, reducing the need for additional fuel and enhancing the effect of the main hearth. This spatial organization optimized heat flow within the castle, demonstrating a profound understanding of energy efficiency long before the term was introduced. It also minimized the movement of hot products and raw materials, improving safety and efficiency. In the absence of centralized heating, such localized heating centers were the only way to maintain functionality and comfort during cold months. Placing various heat-generating functions next to each other was crucial for creating a self-sufficient and warm system in winter, providing comfort not only for the staff but also optimal conditions for cooking and storing food, vital for the survival of the castle's inhabitants. This is an example of an integrated design approach that considers multiple interrelated factors. Hang wooden ceilings insulating barrier for heat. Although castles are primarily associated with massive stone structures, heavy wooden beams and ceilings were actively used in many kitchens and adjacent rooms. Wooden beams, rafters. This might seem contradictory given the fire risk, but wood was deliberately chosen for its unique insulating properties. Unlike stone, which is a much better thermal insulator, it conducts heat much more slowly, meaning the heat rising from the hot hearth stayed in the lower, working area of the room longer and didn't escape as quickly through the ceiling or to upper floors. Evil builders understood this thermodynamic principle intuitively. The thick wooden floors and the massive beams supporting them helped create a kind of thermal dome or heat trap above the kitchen workspace. This design effectively prevented the rapid rise and dissipation of hot air. The high ceilings characteristic of many castle kitchens, combined with wooden floors, created an air buffer layer that further improved insulation. Additionally, various natural insulating materials like straw, clay moss, and even dried leaves and twigs might be stuffed into the gaps between beams and within the fourth thickness itself. These materials, rich in air pockets, further enhance the ceiling's insulating properties, reducing heat loss to the upper floors, attics, or unused spaces above the kitchen. The use of these readily available, cheap materials demonstrates the pragmatism and resourcefulness of medieval builders. It was a simple yet extremely effective solution that leveraged the natural properties of available materials to retain precious heat where it was needed. The combination of heat minus accumulating stone walls which warmed slowly and released heat over time with insulating wooden ceilings, which prevented heat from moving upward, quickly created a balanced system that helped to maintain a stable temperature for longer periods. Stone walls acted as heat storage, while wooden ceilings acted as a heat barrier. Wood also helped absorb excess moisture from the air, which contributed to a more comfortable microclimate in the kitchen. Despite the constant use of water and steam, and the moisture generated from boiling water and cooking food, which could be problematic, wood helped regulate humidity, preventing condensation and mold formation. Besides insulation, the wooden beams served a structural purpose, supporting the upper floors and ensuring the overall strength of the structure. Their thickness and density also helped with sound insulation, important in a busy kitchen space. Aesthetic factors played a role too. Exposed wooden beams gave the kitchen interior a special character and recalled the craftsmanship of medieval artisans. Thus, the wooden ceiling was a multifunctional element that not only helped retain heat, but also enhanced the overall functionality and comfort of the castle space. This highlights an integrated architectural approach where every element performed multiple tasks. 10 chimneys had unvertical radiators. The chimneys of a castle kitchen weren't merely vertical channels for expelling smoke and combustion products. They were massive stone built shafts passing through the thickness of the castle walls and towering above the roof. This was a complex engineering structure requiring significant labor and materials. While the fireplace hearth was in operation, the smoke and extremely hot air rising up these wide, tall chimneys transferred a substantial portion of their heat to the stone walls of the chimney itself. These walls, sometimes several feet thick, acted as giant heat storage tanks. These heated, multi-ton stone chimney masses in turn radiated the stored heat into the rooms surrounding the chimney flue. This was a form of concealed heating, or passive heat exchange, where the chimney, as an integral part of the exhaust system, also acted as an invisible radiator, radiating heat into adjacent corridors, storerooms, service rooms, and even some living quarters along its path. Often, the taller the chimney, the more rooms it could deliver residual warmth to, functioning as a kind of vertical heating system. This was especially valuable for rooms that lacked their own hearths, but needed minimal heating to maintain comfort or protect property. Thus, even heat originally intended to be expelled with the smoke was partially utilized for heating castle rooms, significantly increasing the overall energy efficiency of the castle. This demonstrates the remarkable pragmatism and engineering wisdom of medieval architecture, where every element performed multiple functions, maximizing resource utility. The chimney, beyond its primary task of purifying air, removing smoke and soot, was an integral component of the castle's thermal system, helping to smooth out temperature variations and especially in cold weather maintain a relatively warm climate within the massive stone structure. This was particularly important given that castle walls made of stone were excellent at keeping out external cold. Designing a chimney required deep knowledge in aerodynamics and thermal engineering based on centuries of experience. The chimney's size, shape, and location were optimized to ensure effective draft and maximum heat output. Sometimes special protrusions or expansions were created inside the flue to increase the contact surface area between the hot smoke and the stone, thereby increasing heat exchange accordingly. Furthermore, chimney placement was often designed so that it passed through the central, most frequently used parts of the castle, delivering heat precisely where it was most needed. This not only improved comfort, but also helped prevent dampness and mold on walls within the massive stone structure, a common problem in medieval architecture. Overall, the chimney was not just part of the ventilation system, but an integrated component of the castle's complex and efficient heat management system. As we've seen, heating the medieval English castle kitchen wasn't just a matter of lighting a fire, it was a complex, multifaceted system based on an intuitive understanding of physical principles and the clever use of available materials. The giant hearth as a heat accumulator, the thick stone walls absorbing unradiating heat, the ingenious ventilation system regulating airflow, harnessing heat from neighboring production areas, and even the body heat of people all work together to turn the kitchen into the true thermal heart of the castle, sustaining its viability. These 10 facts only scratch the surface of the astonishing ingenuity of medieval people, who were able to create relatively comfortable living conditions in harsh circumstances without modern technology. Their methods were deeply embedded in architecture and daily life, demonstrating remarkable adaptability and efficiency. They were masters of survival and engineering for their time, skillfully leveraging every available resource. If you enjoyed this dive into history and want to learn more unusual facts about medieval life, please subscribe to our channel. We will continue to uncover the secrets of the past and show you just how inventive our ancestors were. Winter, for a medieval peasant, isn't a date on a calendar but a verdict delivered night after night. Cold doesn't arrive politely through the doorway, it arrives everywhere at once, sliding under skin and into bone, like water into cracked clay. The walls leak it, the roof exhales it, and the ground below does not merely feel cold, it behaves like a creature that feeds on your heat. In that world, warmth is not owned, it is hunted. You do not turn on heat, you trap it, carry it, ration it, and sometimes borrow it from the living. When firewood belongs to someone with a title and a seal, you learn quickly that survival is a craft, not a comfort. You stop asking what is clean or dignified and start asking what can smolder, what can store heat, what can keep a child breathing until dawn. Anything that can burn becomes fuel. Anything that can hold warmth becomes a tool. And anything that can breathe becomes a wall. Stones, straw, smoke, food, animals' bodies. Even dung, especially dung, are drafted into the same brutal job: keep the hut alive. History remembers castles and tournaments because they look good in paintings, but the body remembers the small, ugly tricks that kept fingers from turning black. This is the winter knowledge that rarely gets written down, because it was too ordinary to record and too shameful to brag about. It begins where every winter in a peasant hut truly begins at your feet. The coldest thing in the house is not the window slit or the door seam, it is the floor that never learned to be a floor. There are no boards under you in many huts, no neat planks and no dry foundation, only packed earth that drinks warmth like a thirsty tongue. By day it is merely unpleasant, a damp chill that climbs slowly up your legs as you work. By night it becomes punishment, because lying down means surrendering your back to frozen ground that does not soften. You can wear 3 layers and still lose the battle if the cold keeps pressing upward, patient and relentless. The hearth can blaze and yet your hips stay numb, because he tries as in misery comes from below. So, peasants do not begin winter by staring at their fire. They begin by rebuilding the ground itself. They gather what is nearest, what is free, what is still warm when collected. Fresh manure is not treated as filth here, because filth is only what cannot be used. They take the thick dung of cows, goats, sheep, animals that eat and breathe and therefore manufacture heat. They mix it with clayed og from riverbanks or low ground where the soil is heavy and sticky. They add chopped straw, not for decoration but because straw wraps air, and trapped air is the cheapest insulation ever invented. Then they knead the mess like a baker kneads dough, except this dough is for survival in the oven as the entire winter. Hands work it, feet work it, bare souls pressing and turning, until it becomes one stubborn, pliable mass. When it reaches the right consistency, dense, tacky, only to hold shape, they spread it directly over the frozen earth. The layer is thick enough to matter, not a smear but a palm's depth, a new skin for the house. They tamp it flat, smooth it, patch the low spots, and leave it to set as best it can in air that wants everything to fail. On top goes dry straw, loose and springy, a sacrificial blanket that can be replaced when it becomes foul. The point is not that dung heats a floor like a stove. The point is that it stops stealing heat from bodies. A floor that doesn't rob you is already a blessing. Sometimes they add skins, old canvas, ragged burlap. Whatever cloth has survived too many repairs to be worn outside. And more often it is simply straw again and again. Renewed when it compresses, discarded when it turns into rotten dust. That top layer becomes many things at once, because poor houses do not have the luxury of separate spaces. It becomes bed, bench, cradle, work surface, sick room, birthing place, and eventually the place where the dead are laid until morning. No one calls it engigithanic, because there is no alternative to compare it to, only the alternative of freezing. In different corners of Europe the recipe shifts, but the logic remains the same, because cold teaches the same lesson in every language. You see the same layered floors in distant places because necessity travels faster than fashion. A peasant doesn't need a book to learn this, only one winter that takes someone they love. Then the mixture does not stop at the ground, because wind finds every crack it can. If the doorway blows like an open mouth, they press the same dung minus clay mash into the gaps, molding it like plaster. They roll it into thick cords and lay those cords along the base of the wall where drafts crawl. It dries, it cracks, it gets repaired. And the repairs never end because winter never stops testing the seams. The smell is there, yes, but so is the smell of smoke, wet wool, animals, and human breath trapped under a low roof. In that air, odor is not a scandal. It is simply the signature of being alive indoors. What matters is that the hut becomes less like a sieve and more like a container. When the hearth finally fades and the hut begins to cool, people search for warmth that can be held in the hand. Not flame, not light, but stored heat, heat you can carry into the hours when fire has died. This is where a simple stone becomes as valuable as coin. A stone does not look like salvation, which is why it is easy for modern eyes to miss its purpose. But stone has weight, and weight means it can wring heat slowly and give it back slowly, like a patient animal. In the evening, while the coals still glow and the pot still murmurs, they place a chosen stone where the heat is strongest. Not at the edge where warmth is timid, but in the heart of the embers where everything turns red and serious. They leave it there a long time, long enough for the heat to sink into its center instead of merely kissing the surface. Hours can pass and no one rushes it because hurried warmth dies quickly. When night fully closes and the household collapses into one shared sleeping space, the stone is retrieved. No one grabs it barehanded. Because this is not a fairy tale and the laws of burning do not bend for poverty. They wrap it in coarse cloth, thick act with old wool, maybe a piece of skin stitched into a pouch. Then they slide it where heat is most needed and most efficient, near feet, against a belly, beside a feverish chest. It sits there like a silent guard. Not bright, not pretty, but stubbornly warm in the dark. Why, large stone warms a small area for a long time, which is exactly what you want when the whole room cannot be warmed. Babies may be laid near it, not because anyone thinks stone is gentle, but because stone is safer than an open candle. The sick are given its comfort, not as medicine but as time, and time is what winter steals first. Not every stone is trusted because some explode when heated, cracking and snapping like bone. So people learn which stones behave, and that knowledge is passed down as casually as which path avoids the bog. Smooth river stones, dense rock, pieces of old masonry, anything without hidden water pockets that will turn to steam and shatter. A cut stone is kept, used again, carried again, and sometimes handed down like an heirloom no one brags about. In the morning it returns to the hearth, because yesterday's warmth can be recharged like a tool. Some travelers take one under a cloak or in a sack on the road, a pocket of heat for a journey between villages. A stone can keep hands working, keep food from turning to ice, keep breath steady and biting wind. It does not save a life in a heroic way, but it offers another hour, and another hour is often the whole difference. Still, there comes a point when even stored heat runs out and the hut becomes a cold bowl again. Then, the last resource is not an object at all, but flesh. Body heat becomes currency, and sleeping becomes engineering. In peasant winter, no one sleeps alone if they can help it, because solitude is a slow execution. Rest is not the purpose of sleep. Survival is. People gather close the way livestock crowd together in a storm, because instinct is older than language. The sleeping arrangement is not random. It is a living diagram of who must be protected. The smallest and weakest star placed where warmth is deepest infants, children, the old, the fevered. Mothers press close, not out of romance but because milk freezes in a cold body and so does a baby's hope. Men form the outer ring because the edge is where drafts bite, and the edge is where someone must be able to rise and respond. The healthiest bodies become shields, not because they are loved less, but because they can lose more heat and still stand. Everything is layered beneath them: straw, worn skins, rags, and sometimes that dung minus pack floor that refuses to steal warmth. Everything is layered above them to cloaks, sacks, patch cloth, anything heavy enough to slow the escape of heat. The goal is simple and merciless: remove empty space, because empty space fills with cold. Animals are not outside this system, because animals are walking furnaces. A pig curled against a wall is not a pet, it is a warm boulder that breathes. A goat at your feet is not a pastoral ornament, it is insulation with a heartbeat. Chickens tucked under a bench are not quaint. They are small heat sources placed where warm air pools. A dog is not there to bark at strangers. It is there to press its body against a human spine like a living hot minus water bottle. In a hut where wood is scarce and wind is ambitious, the line between family and livestock blurs until it almost disappears. Winter does not care about categories, it only cares about temperature. In many regions a separate stable is a dream, because building extra walls means extra materials and extra warmth leaking out. So, people and animals share one roof, one smoky air, one rhythm of sleeping, waking, and enduring. Sometimes there is a half-minus partition, sometimes only a symbolic barrier, sometimes nothing at all but habit. Longhouses in northern lands carried this logic openly: one end human, one end cattle, and warmth drifting between. The animal's breath is heavy and damp. Their bodies radiate heat steadily through the night, and that steadiness matters. 2 or 3 degrees of extra warmth sounds small in a modern room, but in deep frost it can be the difference between sleep and hypothermia. The outside air bites. At -15. A few degrees are not comfort, they are a border. Inside that border you cough and live. Outside it you stiffen and do not rise. The crowding is unpleasant. The noise is constant. The smell is impossible to ignore, and yet no one votes to change it. People do not endure it because they are ignorant. They endure it because they have tried the alternative. Even death does not immediately break the circle, because in winter the living make grim calculations. A body that has just stopped breathing still holds warmth for a time, and warmth is not wasted. The dead may remain until morning because moving them means opening the shelter of bodies, stirring cold air, losing heat. Sometimes it is fear, sometimes it is practicality, sometimes it is simply exhaustion, but the result is the same. Winter turns tenderness into arithmetic, and the arithmetic is always about heat. Fire itself is not a resident of the house. It is a prisoner that must be fed. If it escapes, if the embers die, bringing it back is labor and risk and sometimes impossible. The peasants learn to burn what polite people would rather pretend does not burn. When wood is scarce, stolen, taxed or owned by a lord, dung becomes fuel with a straight face. Not raw dung, but dung prepared carefully into something that will smolder long and steady. Fried manure mixed with straw becomes the poor man's coal, the ugly brick that keeps a hearth alive past midnight. The work begins in warm seasons, because winter is too late to start gathering what must be dried. Morning brings fresh dung, still holding shape, still warm enough to steam in cold air. Cow and sheep droppings are prized because they dry into firm cakes that burn predictably. Thick manure is often avoided because it tastes greasy and sour, refusing to cure properly. Horse manure falls apart too loose, too airy, unwilling to become a solid fuel. So peasants take the best they have, mix in straw, chaff, grass, sometimes fine sawdust if a carpenter's work has produced it. They mash it together in yards and pens, feet and hands turning it into a uniform mass the way bread dough is made. Then they shape it into flat patties or thick bricks, sometimes pressed into molds so every piece is the same size. They thaw out in sun and wind, turning them like drying cloth, guarding them from rain the way you guard grain. Weeks pass in good weather, longer in wet summers, because nothing dries quickly in a world without sheltered heat. Eggs appear on fences, on walls, on roofs, set where sun can reach them. When fully dried, they are light and hard, rough minus edged like old bread, smelling more of field than of filth. They are stored under cover attic sheds, stable corners, because a soaked fuel is no fuel at all. A household that has built a pile of these bricks has built a barrier against winter's worst nights. In cold months, the bricks are not tossed into a roaring blaze like firewood, because they are not meant for flame. They are meant for endurance. They smolder, they glow slowly. They release heat like a long exhale, and that is precisely why they are precious. Ash is sometimes used to control the burn because peasants learn to manage embers like shepherds manage animals. Yes, they smoke. And yes, they sting the eyes, and yes, the walls grow darker year by year, but bitter smoke is better than clean freezing air, and the choice is that simple. When even dung fuel runs low, people burn what remains: husks, palings, moss, rotten bark, roots, forest sweepings dry by the hearth. A compressed rash into new cakes, because winter turns waste into resources. This practice stretches across regions wherever wood is scarce, because scarcity writes the same manual everywhere. It rarely appears in proud written sources, because no chronicler thinks to celebrate a life saved by burning manure. Yet the ash layers and chemical traces remain, stamped into floors and hearths like signatures. Clothing becomes the next furnace, the personal one you carry on your back. Peasant clothes are not seasonal outfits, they are whatever still holds heat. There is no need to divide between work and home garments, because both must fight the same cold. A cloak is not fashion, it is immovable while you wrap around your own breath. Everything is layered, not elegantly but desperately. A shirt, then wool, then another piece of wool, then leather, then a ragged outer layer that blocks wind when it can. The garments are often mismatched, patched, cut from rectangles and tied, because tailoring is for people with leisure. One sleeve may come from burlap, another from old wool, a hem from a sack, a body panel from whatever cloth survived the last decade. Fur is worn inward when possible, not because it looks good, but because it keeps warmth where it matters. And when fabric is not enough, peasants pack clothing with straw. Dry straw is shoved into shoes, into waistbands, into trouser legs, around the collar, wherever a pocket of air can be trapped. It prickles, it crunches, it sheds, but it creates insulation, and insulation is the point. Feet are protected like treasure because numb feet mean lost labor, and lost labor means lost food. Shoes might be leather if luck allows, or woven straw, or bundles of cloth tied with cord, because anything is better than bare skin on frozen ground. Many do not remove footwear at night, because removing it risks losing heat and waking to boots stiff as boards. Heads are covered constantly, indoors and out, because everyone learns that uncovered heads leak warmth fast. A hood, a cap, a wrapped sleeve, a wool sap, whatever keeps heat from escaping the top of the body. Before you sleep, clothes are dried by the fire as best as possible, hung on poles, draped near embers, warmed while still worn. People turn slowly in front of the hearth, letting fabric absorb heat, then lie down quickly to keep that warmth close. Coverings are improvised from whatever exists: a cloak, an old curtain, a sack once used for grain. Sometimes a heavy piece of leather is laid over someone like a lid, not comfortable but effective at trapping heat. The logic is always the same: build layers, reduce airflow, keep your own warmth from bleeding away. A single extra layer can decide whether a cough becomes a fever, and peasants know this without any doctor explaining it. Above the body and above the wall stands the roof, winter's favorite target. Wind attacks from above, snow presses down, and rain searches patiently for a weakness to exploit. In the harsher north, peasants answer not with fancy tiles but with the oldest insulator on earth itself. A turf roof is not a rustic aesthetic, it is a survival technology that turns a hut into something like a burrow. The structure begins with beams, thick and heavy, laid like ribs across the span of the house. Over them go poles and branches, then clay, then bark, often birch bark because bark resists water and lasts longer than hope. Then comes the living layer: slabs of turf cut from meadow, dense with roots, grass still woven through soil. They overlap the slabs like scales, building thick. That's the way you build armor. Half a meter, sometimes more, and in some places far more, because the thicker the earth, the slower the heat escapes. In warmer months, the roof can turn green, a small hill perched on a human shelter. Winter it turns white under snow, and that snow itself becomes another insulating blanket. Inside, the difference is not luxury, it is silence and steadier warmth. The hut feels less like a tent and more like a cave, because cats know how to keep temperatures stable. Storms may rage outside while inside the air stays heavy, smoky, and comparatively calm. The smoke lingers because ventilation is poor, but ventilation steals heat, and peasants cannot afford generosity to the sky. In spring the roof drips and sacks and demands care, because a living roof is never finished. New turf is added, leaks are patched, sliding slabs are pushed back, and the house is maintained like a field. Sometimes herbs or onions grow up there, not as a charming garden but because that is what soil does when it is left alone. In places like Iceland and parts of northern Britain and Scandinavia, such houses can last for decades, and some linger into much later centuries because the method works. The roof is not merely a cover, it is the house's second skin, thick with earth's slow, patient ability to hold warmth. Iron clothing under roofs still do not feel like enough. Peasants turn to the last furnace food. A hungry body chills faster, because an empty stomach is like an empty hearth. You can wrap an empty body in cloth and still watch it tremble, because there is no internal fuel to burn. So in winter, hot, thick meals are treated as heating, not indulgence. The evening pot matters most, because night is long and the hearth is not guaranteed to last until dawn. Orange becomes a strategy. In northern regions it is oats, boiled until it becomes heavy and stubborn, thick enough that a spoon resists it. In other areas it is peas, cooked down into paste, slow heat for the gut that carries you through cold hours. Taste is secondary, often non-existent, because the goal is density and warmth rather than pleasure. If a scrap of fat exists, it is treasured like a miracle, because fat is concentrated heat. A bit of lard melting on top is not garnish. It is fuel distributed carefully across mouths that need to keep breathing. People eat not by appetite but by function, giving more to those who must go out, work, fetch water, tend animals, or endure fever. Children are prioritized because their bodies lose heat quickly, and a cold child can die quietly. Sometimes the oldest refuse a portion, not a sentimental sacrifice, but as grim household math. One child alive means future labor, future survival. Steam rising from the pot becomes part of the meal, warming faces before food even touches the tongue. Hands wrap around bowls not just to hold them but to steal heat from them. The pot is kept going as long as fuel allows, because a warm pot is a warm room and a warm room is a fighting chance. Even institutions that wrote rules about everything understood this in their own way, insisting on hot meals in cold seasons because warm food was considered part of health. Archaeology finds it where paper does not sit minus blackened cauldrons, greasy residues, the stubborn evidence of thick meals cooked over poor fuel. As long as the pot can be made to boil, the household is not entirely defeated. And then there is smoke, the invisible tenant that never truly leaves. Modern people treat smoke as failure, as something to evacuate, but in many medieval huts smoke is part of the design. Chimneys are not common for long stretches of time and in many places are absent entirely. The fire sits open, often on the earth itself, and the smoke rises into the room like a dark second ceiling. If there is a roof hole, it is small, and in winter it is often partially blocked because every opening is a leak of heat. The smoke gathers under rafters, thickening the upper air into something that stings and lingers. The house becomes layered. Higher air is warmer but harder to breathe. Lower air is clearer but colder. People learn to live low. They bend as they move. Cooks eat it, speak softly, keep children near the floor where breathing is possible. Their eyes water, their throats scratch, their voices grow rough, but they do not fling open the door for fresh air the way a modern person might. Fresh air is cold air, and cold air kills faster than discomfort. Smoke does more than warm. It dries. It keeps damp from rotting everything at once. It preserves food, hung high fish curing slowly, meat absorbing the constant sweet sting, herbs drying without molding. Leather and rope endure longer in smoky air than in wet air, because smoke is harsh but faithful. Everything smells of it: clothing, bedding, hair, animals, the very skin of the house. Even sacred objects can darken under soot, but no one scrubs it away in winter because survival outranks cleanliness. Sometimes smoke takes lives, especially among the weak, especially when illness tightens a chest already fighting. But without smoke there is no protected ember, and without embers there is no return to heat. So smoke remains, tolerated, even valued, because it signals that the hearth has not fully died. As long as the smoke still hangs under the roof, winter has not completely conquered the room. When night deepens and the house becomes a bundle of breathing bodies, The last defenses are the ugly textiles made from what has already been worn to death. There are no fluffy quilts for peasants, no neat wool blankets for every bed, because there are no separate beds. Instead, there are coverings assembled from failure, shirts too thin to wear, sacks too torn to carry grain, trousers reduced to strips. Pieces are cut, flattened, overlapped, stitched with thick thread made from hemp or linen, sometimes even twisted hair. What matters is bulk, not beauty. Straw, grass, wool, rags, moss, anything light that traps air is stuffed inside. The finished covering is heavy, rough, and often foul, smelling, but it holds warmth the way a lid holds steam over a pot. Such coverings become walls during the day, hung over doorways, draped over window gaps, suspended like curtains to shrink the space that must be warmed. A hut in deep winter can turn into a fabric cocoon, a cramped pocket of breath inside a world of ice. People sleep under these coverings like animals in a nest, tucking edges tight, rolling them around feet, pulling them over heads. If there is a heated stone, it is placed inside the layers like a secret heart, burning slowly against cloth until the cloth itself becomes warm. The coverings are dried when possible, repaired endlessly, passed from one household to another when scarcity becomes communal. They are not blankets in the romantic sense, they are portable shelters, textiles doing the job of architecture. They do not have proud names, because no one sings about them, but their function is written in every winter that fails to kill. Put all of it together and you see the real medieval heating system, and it is not a device. It is a web of habits, materials, bodies, and compromises built under pressure. Warmth is extracted from dung mixed into floors, from stones charged in coals, from porridge thick enough to sit in the stomach like embers. It is borrowed from goats and pigs, from the breath of chickens under a bench, from the shared string of sleepers pressed into one living knot. It is hoarded in layers of clothing stuffed with straw and rag quilts sewn from defeat, in roofs made of turf that let the earth do what earth does best, slow the loss of heat. It is held even in smoke that makes eyes burn, because smoke means the last ember has not surrendered. Nothing here is pleasant, but everything here is purposeful. In this world, the dirtiest thing can be the most life-saving, because dirty is irrelevant when the alternative is stiffening into silence. Winter does not reward pride. It rewards methods that work. And these methods worked, not because peasants were heroic, but because they were forced to become clever in ways the comfortable never have to imagine. They did not defeat the cold, they negotiated with it, buying one night at a time with whatever they could scrape together. That is the forgotten expertise, not grand inventions, but small, ruthless choices repeated until spring. We can laugh at dung floors and smoky huts from a safe distance, but the body understands them instantly, because the body still speaks the language of heat and loss. Listen closely and you can almost hear the rule that guided everything inside those huts. Stay close, stay low, waste nothing, and do not let the ember die. Because if you can keep warmth alive, any warmth, even ugly warmth, you can keep life alive too. And when winter finally loosens its grip and the ground softens, you are still there, breathing, because you learned to treat survival as a craft. If you want to keep walking into the everyday darkness of the past, follow along, because the real history is not only what people built, but what they endured. And winter is never only the night. Winter is the morning when your eyelids feel glued and your breath has already turned your scarf into a crust. Winter is the moment you lift a bucket and realize the water inside has become a single dull stone. Winter is the small shock when you press your palm to the wall and it feels like touching a grave marker. In a peasant hut, every dawn begins with inventory. How many embers survived? How much fuel remains? How stiff are the children? How loud is the cough? How far the wind has pushed itself into the cracks while everyone slept? Before anyone thinks about work, they think about heat, because without heat work is just slow dying. The hearth is not an appliance. It is a responsibility that never sleeps. It is fed like an animal that can turn on you if you neglect it. Peasants learn to keep the fire low and stubborn rather than tall and proud. A proud fire eats fuel like a drunk, and a drunk fire leaves you cold at midnight. So they build a bed of ash, because ash is not waste, it is control. Ash smothers flame into a slow glow, and slow glow is what carries you through the black hours. They rake coals under gray powder as if tucking children under a blanket. They stack small fuel pieces close, not to blaze, but to breathe. A hearth that sleeps is safer than one that dances, because sleeping lasts. Even the placement of a fire matters. In many huts, it sits near the center because heat cannot afford to cling to one wall. The pot hangs above it like a sun. It also feeds you, and that pot becomes the day's schedule. People circle the hearth the way planets circle a star, drawn by need rather than beauty. Pet clothes are rotated, boots are warmed, hands are held out and then hidden again inside sleeves. Nothing is warmed all at once, because there is not enough heat to waste. You warm what is about to fail first: feet, fingers, a baby's belly, an old man's chest. Everything else waits its turn. There is a quiet hierarchy to winter chores. The person who wakes earliest is often the one who can still move in the cold without crying out. They crawl from the shared nest and do it slowly, because sudden movement cracks warmth like thin ice. They feel along the hearth for the faint pulse of embers and pray the pulse is still there. If there is a spark, they feed it with the gentlest things first: dry straw, thin chips, a pinch of chaff. If there is no spark, the house becomes a mouth without teeth. Then someone must beg, borrow, or steal fire from a neighbor, carrying it like a fragile secret. A live coal might travel in a clay shard under ash, wrapped in damp moss to keep it from flaring out. A child may be sent running, because children run faster and their bodies are desperate furnaces. To lose fire is to lose time, and time is what winter consumes. Sometimes they keep a heart of fire separate, a small reserve ember sheltered deeper in ash. Not big enough to cook, but big enough to be reborn. A hut that preserves such a heart feels almost wealthy, because it means fewer humiliating visits to neighbors. But even neighbors share, because shared fire is shared survival. A village in deep winter is like a single organism, because one household freezing becomes every honest problem. Heal does not respect fences. Disease does not respect fences. The dead laborer in January means us planting in spring, and everyone knows it. The hut itself is constantly modified as winter tightens. What looks like a simple room in summer becomes, in winter, a smaller room inside the room. Backs are hung like curtains to trap warmth. Near the sleeping area, a bench becomes a windbreak if you place it right. A bundle of straw becomes a door plug if you wedge it into the bottom gap. A sack becomes a wall if you nail it over a drafty plank. The interior shrinks because heating a large space is impossible, but heating a pocket is sometimes achievable. Peasants do not call it owning, but they do it instinctively. They sleep closer to the hearth, work closer to the hearth, and let the far corners belong to cold. Corners are dangerous in winter huts. Corners are where air stops moving and damp clings to wood and turns into frost. Corners are where a child might urinate at night and the wet becomes ice by morning. Corners are where mice hide and where mold begins its slow, patient war. So corners are packed with stuffed bundles of reeds, spare straw, old boards, sacks of chaff. Not tidy storage but thermal padding. Anything porous becomes insulation by accident. Even the clutter has a job. The doorway is the most hated part of the house in winter. Every time it opens, the hut exhales warmth and inhales ice. So, people learn to open it quickly, like ripping off a bandage. They block it from the inside with benches, sacks, hanging cloth. They build a second barrier if they can: a hide curtain, a woven mat, anything that forces wind to take longer to enter. A longer path for wind means less wind. In some places they pile snow against the outside wall, not because they love snow but because snow can insulate like turf. They let the hut wear a white coat, thickening its defenses with the very thing trying to kill it. Winter's weapon becomes winter's shield. The roof, too, is treated like a living patient. When snow piles up, it is sometimes left there because snow is a free blanket. When the snow becomes too heavy, someone climbs carefully to shovel it, because a collapsed roof is instant disaster. They'll listen for groans and beams like you listen for sickness and breathing. They patch leaks with clay, because clay is the permanent sealant. They press fresh turf onto weak spots, because roots bind earth like stitches bind skin. A roof is not finished. It is merely currently holding. Inside, moisture is the stealth enemy that makes gold sharper. Wet will steals heat faster than rye will. Wet straw turns into a cold sponge. That earth becomes a refrigerator. So, drying becomes a daily battle. Clothes hang near smoke, bedding is turned, straw is fluffed, skins are shaken. Even if everything still smells damp, they try, because the alternative is rotten fever. A hut that dries a little is a hut that lives longer. Frost forms inside the house like a second winter. It creeps along beams. It flowers on wall planks. It crusts where breath hits cold wood. You can wake and see your own night breathing frozen above you. glittering faintly in smoke. Some mornings the thatch drips when the hearth revives, and that drip is like the hut's wedding. Water falls onto bedding, onto faces, onto the floor, and then the floor hardens again. The house cycles between ice and damp, damp and ice. A cruel rhythm. Peasants learn to place bedding where drip is less likely, and to accept some drip as unavoidable. A dry sleeping place is a luxury as real as meat. When the wind is strong, the hut sounds alive. The roof whispers and rattles, the door shudders, smoke sways in the upper air like dark cloth. People speak less on such nights, because talking wastes heat and breath feels precious. Words become smaller in winter, and silence becomes another layer. You do not laugh loudly when you are trying not to shiver. It is also found in the strangest places, not by magic but by observation. Ash, for example, is warm long after flame dies. People bury their hands in ash for relief, then wipe them on their clothes without shame. Ash is rubbed into wet boots to dry them, into damp gloves, into cloth to keep it from freezing stiff. Sometimes a shallow pit of warm ash becomes a foot warmer under a bench. Thy child may sit with feet sunk into ash the way a modern child sits near a radiator. The difference is that this radiator bites back if you are careless. Even sand and earth can be used to hold warmth. A clay pot filled with heated earth can be placed near bedding like a slow heater. A flat tile warmed by coals can be slipped under straw carefully to keep the cold from rising. None of these are safe in the modern sense, but winter is not safe either. Safety becomes a negotiation between burning and freezing, and peasants choose the risk that feels survivable. The house is also warmed by movement, because idleness is cold's invitation. Cupping, hauling, stirring, mending, grinding work creates heat in muscles. That is why winter days are structured, not because peasants are disciplined, but because stillness kills. You move to stay alive. You keep your hands busy so blood keeps traveling. You pace the hut like an animal in a pen because pacing is warmer than despair. Yet movement must be balanced because sweat is another trap. If you sweat and then stop, sweat turns into ice against your skin. So peasants learn to work in bursts, to vent briefly, to peel a layer and add it again, constantly adjusting. Layering becomes a language you speak without thinking. You know which cloth is for wind and which is for work. You know which rag you can sacrifice to patch a hole and which rag must stay near your neck. Clothing becomes a toolkit, not an identity. Children learn winter rules early. They learn not to sit directly on earth. They learn to keep hats on indoors. They learn to sleep pressed against warmth and not complain about closeness. They learn that if you are sent for embers, you run and you do not stop to play. Winter education is practical and harsh, and it happens before reading ever could. Illness stalks winter huts the way wolves stalk edges of villages. Hope makes lungs angry. Damp makes joints sick. Cold turns small cuts into infections that linger. A cough is not a sound. It is a warning bell that echoes in a cramped space. Once one person coughs, everyone listens, because everyone shares air. A fevered child becomes the center of the sleeping ring not out of sentiment, but because fever can tip into death quickly when the floor is cold. Mothers press warm hands onto small foreheads and feel time sliding away. Old people are wrapped deeper, because old bodies do not generate heat like young bodies do. Someone might be kept near the hearth all day, not to cook, but to stay warm enough to survive the night. There are small remedies that double as heating tactics. Hot broth, even thin, is held to lips because liquid heat is immediate heat. Steam is inhaled not only for comfort, but because warm breath makes breathing easier. Herbs hung in smoke may be brewed into bitter tea, and the point is not taste but warmth. Sometimes heated stones are used for aches, pressed against stiff backs, held near swollen joints. Heat is medicine when you have no other medicine. The village itself becomes a map of warming cold. Paths are beaten down in snow, and stepping off them can mean sinking into drifts that steal strength. Park is planned around daylight because darkness is colder and more dangerous. People visit neighbors for practical reasons disguised as social ones, to borrow fire, to share news, to trade fuel, to check if someone is still alive. In winter, community is not a philosophy. It is insulation. Fuel is scarce. Every burnable thing is evaluated like a coin. A broken tool handle becomes kindling. A cracked basket becomes tinder. Dried moss becomes filler. Even animal bones, the fat remains, may be thrown into coals to smolder and add heat, though they stink. Nothing is discarded casually, because discarding is a luxury of warm seasons. The hut becomes a museum of future fuel, bundles of twigs, sacks of chaff, dried cakes, old boards stacked carefully. It is not hoarding, it is planning. Planning begins long before snow, because winter rewards the summer that was not wasted. Peasants gather straw not only for animals but for floors and bedding. They repair roofs while weather is kind, because you cannot patch a roof well when fingers are numb. They dry cloth, man seams, sew extra layers, because a single hole can become a wind tunnel against skin. They store fat if they can, because fat is warmth you can eat. They store grain, because hunger is called from the inside. They store stories too, because stories keep minds from freezing when bodies cannot move. Inside the hut at night, stories are not entertainment, they are pacing for the soul. A tale told softly keeps children from focusing on the ache in their toes. A prayer murmured in smoke gives rhythm to fear. Sometimes the story is simply repetition of what must be done tomorrow, because planning is also comfort. Hope in winter is not a bright emotion, it is a small, stubborn habit. The psychological weight of winter is heavy, and the hut feels it. Darkness comes early and stays, but the air smells the same: everyday smoke, animal, damp cloth, old straw. The walls are close, the ceiling is low. You hear every breath, every cough, every rustle of straw, every animal shifting its weight. Privacy is not a concept that survives this environment, because space is heat and heat cannot be divided. Even your thoughts feel shared because there is nowhere to hide them. Yet within this harsh closeness, people develop winter manners that are different from summer manners. They step carefully around sleepers because waking someone means shaking cold into the whole nest. They speak in shorter phrases because long speech makes mouths dry and throats raw. They share bowls and spoons because washing is difficult and water is precious. They accept smells because fighting smells is pointless when you are fighting frost. They learn patience, not as virtue, but as necessity. Sometimes warmth is created through sheer concentration of life. If animals are penned close, their manure is collected easily, and that manure becomes both floor sealant and fuel. The hut becomes a loop: animals eat, breathe, produce heat and dung. Dung becomes insulation and fire. Fire cooks food. Food fuels humans. Humans care for animals. Nothing in the loop is romantic, but it is efficient. Winter teaches efficiency, the way famine teaches arithmetic. The floor, again, remains the foundation of all this. Womb. A well-stamped organic floor changes the entire feeling of a room. It is not warm like a bath, but it is less cruel. You can kneel without pain. A child can sit without immediately losing heat to the earth. A sick person can lie down without the ground sucking them empty. A house does not have to be cozy to be survivable. It only has to stop being actively lethal. In some huts, people create raised sleeping platforms when materials allow. A simple wooden deck, even a low end, lifts bodies off the coldest stair layer. Under the deck, animals may nest, and their heat rises through cracks, turning the platform into a warm shelf. This is not designed comfort, it is opportunistic physics. If you can lift yourself a handspan above the earth, you gain precious warmth without burning an extra twig. Even a bench can be slept on if the floor is too punishing. Old people sometimes claim the highest spot because their blood moves slower. Children are tucked where the platform meets the wall to avoid drafts, wrapped like bread dough near the oven of bodies. But platforms are not common everywhere, and many still sleep on the ground layer, building up softness with straw. Straw is replaced often because it collapses under weight, and collapsed straw loses insulation. Fresh straw is fluffier, and fluffy means air pockets, and air pockets mean warmth. So straw becomes a constant expense of labor. Gathered, dried, carried in, spread out, discarded. A hut can consume straw the way a mouth consumes bread. When straw becomes scarce, people use other stuffing. Dry leaves if available, reeds cut from wetlands, heather in moorlands, moss in forests. Anything that can rot and not immediately rot. The exact plant changes, but the method stays. Winter makes botanists out of peasants because every plant is a potential blanket. Even the simplest act of sitting is altered by winter logic. You sit with feet tucked. You sit on bundles. You sit near the hearth even if smoke burns your eyes, because smoke is still warmer than air by the door. Women cook sitting because standing lifts your head into thicker smoke and also exposes more body surface to cold. Children play low because low is breathable. Guild people remain low because rising costs too much. The ceiling in many huts is not just beams, it is a layer of soot that thickens each year. That soot is a record of winters survived. Each black layer is another season when smoke stayed inside because heat was needed more than comfort. In a way, the house wears its history on its ribs. A clean beam is a beam that has not lived hard. Winter also changes the soundscape of the house. You hear embers settling, a soft crackle like bones shifting. You hear straw compressing under weight like snow being stepped on. You hear the slow chewing of animals in the dark, the sigh of a goat, the grunt of a pig. You hear wind testing the roof like fingers on a drum. And beneath it all you hear breathing, which becomes the most important sound of all. As long as breathing continues, winter has not won. Food again is treated like heat storage, and meals become scheduled around cold. You eat thicker at night because the body needs a slow burn. You eat less in the morning if supplies are thin, because daylight work will warm you anyway. You save fat for the weakest because fat is the quickest way to add internal warmth. Even a lick of grease on bread can quiet shivering in a child. Salt, if available, is used carefully because it helps the body hold fluids, and dehydration makes cold sharper. But salt is not always available, and peasants learn to endure blandness as easily as smoke. Water is a constant problem. If streams freeze and wells crust, fetching water becomes a dangerous chore. A person who falls into icy water might not survive the walk home, because wet clothing becomes a death sentence. So water is rationed, and washing becomes rarer, and dishes are scraped rather than washed. Then, cleanliness yields to survival. The body's smell is tolerated because the body is still alive. If the hut has any advantage, it is that once warmed, it can sometimes hold warmth better than the open world. But holding warmth requires discipline. Doors are kept shut. Ventilation is minimized. People resist the urge to freshen air because fresh air means heat escaping. They learn to endure stale air because stale air is warmer. It is a grim trade, but winter is nothing but trades. Occasionally, a hut becomes dangerously smoky. I sting so badly that tears freeze on cheeks when someone steps outside. The sick wheeze, the infants cough, and someone decides to open a gap briefly, just long enough to keep lungs from failing. That moment feels like betrayal, because warmth rushes out. Then the gap is closed again, and everyone huddles closer, as if closeness can replace the heat that escaped. It often can, because bodies are surprisingly stubborn versus when packed tight. The shared sleeping ring is the final form of winter strategy. It is architecture made of people, a living wall that shifts with breath, a structure that reforms each night and dissolves each morning. It has rules no one wrote down, rules taught by cold fingers in last winter's grief. Small in the middle, strong on the outside. Animals where they help most. Heat sources talk like secrets under layers. And silence, because silence is warmth kept inside the mouth. Even in this ring, people make micro-minus adjustments all night. A mother turns slightly to shield a baby from draft. A man shifts his cloak to cover a gap where cold air sneaks in. A child presses feet harder against a sibling's calves. A goat stands and lies down again, and the entire warmth pattern changes by a few degrees. The hut breathes as one organism, adjusting to survive. There is no romance here, but there is intimacy forced by weather, and that intimacy leaves traces. Children grow up knowing the exact warmth of another person's back. Adults grow used to sleeping with breath on their neck, with limbs tangled, with animals snoring nearby. Privacy becomes a dream saved for summer nights outdoors, when cold loosens its grip. In winter, the only private thing is your own fear, and even that feels shared when everyone hears you shiver. And still, winter is not a single monster. It changes its tactics. Sometimes it is dry and sharp, making skin crack and lips bleed. Sometimes it is wet and heavy, turning everything into damp that refuses to warm. Sometimes it is windy, and wind is the cleverest killer because it finds the smallest weakness. Seasons adapt to each version with the same toolkit: layers, mass, closeness, stored heat, slow burns, minimal openings. They do not need theory, they have memory. Memory is the invisible inheritance of peasants. Not books, not diagrams, but gestures repeated. How to knead dung and clay without wasting straw. How to choose a stone that will not split. How to dry fuel without it molding. How to keep embers alive under ash. How to hang cloth to make a smaller worm's own. How to place bodies so the weak are protected. How to use animals as heat without losing them to disease. These are techniques built out of countless small failures corrected over generations. The cold forces people to see the world differently. A field is not just land, it is future turf for a roof. A riverbank is not just mud, it is clay for sealing floors and walls. A pile of straw is not just fodder, it is bedding, insulation, stuffing, tinder. A dung heap is not disgusting, it is a bank account of fuel and floor layers. A stone by the road is not a rock, it is a potential night heater. Nothing is neutral anymore. Everything is evaluated by its relationship to heat. And this is why winter in the Middle Ages feels like a test rather than a season. Because a season implies something that passes on its own. A test implies something that measures you, demands answers, punishes hesitation. Winter measures preparation, cooperation, attention, and the ability to turn humble materials into life. It measures whether you can endure smoke without panicking. It measures whether you can share warmth without resentment. It measures whether you can accept the ugly truth that what saves you might stink. So, when you imagine a medieval peasant hut, do not imagine a quaint cottage with clean snow outside. Imagine a living machine built from earth, dung, straw, cloth, breath, and stubbornness. Imagine a room where smoke is both ceiling and blanket. Imagine a floor that was rebuilt by hand because the ground itself tried to kill you. Imagine a hearth tended like a newborn. Imagine animals pressed close not as decoration, but as survival. Imagine poor eaten not for taste but for internal fire. Imagine a heated stone raveling from embers to bedding like a silent torch. And imagine the simple rule that guided every decision. Do whatever keeps warmth close. And even when spring finally comes, winter leaves marks. It leaves sudden lungs. It leaves cracked hands. It leaves patched clothing that tells the story of every desperate repair. It leaves memories of nights when the hut almost failed. It leaves gratitude for heat that modern people waste without noticing. It leaves a respect for dirt that is useful. Because in that world, usefulness is the only purity that matters. Winter, for a medieval peasant, isn't a date on a calendar but a verdict delivered night after night. Cold doesn't arrive politely through the doorway, it arrives everywhere at once, sliding under skin and into bone, like water into cracked clay. The walls leak it, the roof exhales it, and the ground below does not merely feel cold. It behaves like a creature that feeds on your heat. In that world, warmth is not owned, it is hunted. You do not turn on heat, you trap it, carry it, ration it, and sometimes borrow it from the living. When firewood belongs to someone with a title and a seal, you learn quickly that survival is a craft, not a comfort. You stop asking what is clean or dignified and start asking what can smolder, what can store heat, what can keep a child breathing until dawn. Anything that can burn becomes fuel. Anything that can hold warmth becomes a tool. And anything that can breathe becomes a wall. Stones, straw, smoke, food, animals' bodies. Even dung, especially dung, are drafted into the same brutal job: keep the hut alive. History remembers castles and tournaments because they look good in paintings. But the body remembers the small, ugly tricks that kept fingers from turning black. This is the winter knowledge that rarely gets written down, because it was too ordinary to record and too shameful to brag about. It begins where every winter in a peasant hut truly begins at your feet. The coldest thing in the house is not the window slit or the door seam. It is the floor that never learned to be a floor. There are no boards under you in many huts, no neat planks and no dry foundation, only packed earth that drinks warmth like a thirsty tongue. By day it is merely unpleasant, a damp chill that climbs slowly up your legs as you work. By night it becomes punishment, because lying down means surrendering your back to frozen ground that does not soften. You can wear 3 layers and still lose the battle if the cold keeps pressing upward, patient and relentless. The hearth can blaze and yet your hips stay numb, because he tries as in misery comes from below. So, peasants do not begin winter by staring at their fire. They begin by rebuilding the ground itself. They gather what is nearest, what is free, what is still warm when collected. Fresh manure is not treated as filth here, because filth is only what cannot be used. They take the thick dung of cows, goats, sheep, animals that eat and breathe and therefore manufacture heat. They mix it with clayed og from riverbanks or low ground where the soil is heavy and sticky. They add chopped straw, not for decoration but because straw wraps air, and trapped air is the cheapest insulation ever invented. Then they knead the mess like a baker kneads dough, except this dough is for survival in the oven as the entire winter. Hands work it, feet work it, bare souls pressing and turning, until it becomes one stubborn, pliable mass. When it reaches the right consistency, dense, tacky, all into hold shape, they spread it directly over the frozen earth. The layer is thick enough to matter. Not a smear but a palm's depth. A new skin for the house. They tamp it flat, smooth it, patch the low spots, and leave it to set as best it can in air that wants everything to fail. On top goes dry straw, loose and springy, a sacrificial blanket that can be replaced when it becomes foul. The point is not that dung heats a floor like a stove. The point is that it stops stealing heat from bodies. A floor that doesn't rob you is already a blessing. Sometimes they add skins, old canvas, ragged burlap, whatever cloth has survived too many repairs to be worn outside. And more often it is simply straw again and again, renewed when it compresses, discarded when it turns into rotten dust. That top layer becomes many things at once, because poor houses do not have the luxury of separate spaces. It becomes bed, bench, cradle, work surface, sick room, birthing place, and eventually the place where the dead are laid until morning. No one calls it engigithanic, because there is no alternative to compare it to, only the alternative of freezing. In different corners of Europe the recipe shifts, but the logic remains the same, because cold teaches the same lesson in every language. You see the same layered floors in distant places because necessity travels faster than fashion. The peasant doesn't need a book to learn this, only one winter that takes someone they love. Then the mixture does not stop at the ground, because wind finds every crack it can. If the doorway blows like an open mouth, they press the same dung minus clay mash into the gaps, molding it like plaster. They roll it into thick cords and lay those cords along the base of the wall where drafts crawl. It dries, it cracks, it gets repaired. And the repairs never end because winter never stops testing the seams. The smell is there, yes, but so is the smell of smoke, wet wool, animals, and human breath trapped under a low roof. In that air, odor is not a scandal. It is simply the signature of being alive indoors. What matters is that the hut becomes less like a sieve and more like a container. When the hearth finally fades and the hut begins to cool, people search for warmth that can be held in the hand. Not flame, not light, but stored heat, heat you can carry into the hours when fire has died. This is where a simple stone becomes as valuable as coin. A stone does not look like salvation, which is why it is easy for modern eyes to miss its purpose. But stone has weight, and weight means it can drink heat slowly and give it back slowly, like a patient animal. In the evening, while the coals still glow in the pot, still murmurs, they place a chosen stone where the heat is strongest. Not at the edge where warmth is timid, but in the heart of the embers where everything turns red and serious. They leave it there a long time, long enough for the heat to sink into its center instead of merely kissing the surface. Hours can pass and no one rushes it because hurried warmth dies quickly. When night fully closes and the household collapses into one shared sleeping space, the stone is retrieved. No one grabs it barehanded, because this is not a fairy tale and the laws of burning do not bend for poverty. They wrap it in coarse cloth, thick sack with old wool, maybe a piece of skin stitched into a pouch. Then they slide it where heat is most needed and most efficient, near feet, against a belly, beside a feverish chest. It sits there like a silent guard. Not bright, not pretty, but stubbornly warm in the dark. Why, large stone warms a small area for a long time, which is exactly what you want when the whole room cannot be warmed. Babies may be laid near it, not because anyone thinks stone is gentle, but because stone is safer than an open candle. The thick are given its comfort, not as medicine but as time, and time is what winter steals first. Not every stone is trusted because some explode when heated, cracking and snapping like bone. So people learn which stones behave, and that knowledge is passed down as casually as which path avoids the bog. Smooth river stones, dense rock, pieces of old masonry, anything without hidden water pockets that will turn to steam and shatter. A cut stone is kept, used again, carried again, and sometimes handed down like an heirloom no one brags about. In the morning it returns to the hearth, because yesterday's warmth can be recharged like a tool. Some travelers take one under a cloak or in a sack on the road, a pocket of heat for a journey between villages. A stone can keep hands working, keep food from turning to ice, keep breath steady and biting wind. It does not save a life in a heroic way, but it offers another hour, and another hour is often the whole difference. Still, there comes a point when even stored heat runs out and the hut becomes a cold bowl again. Then, the last resource is not an object at all, but flesh. Body heat becomes currency, and sleeping becomes engineering. In peasant winter, no one sleeps alone if they can help it. because solitude is a slow execution. Rest is not the purpose of sleep. Survival is. People gather close the way livestock crowd together in a storm, because instinct is older than language. The sleeping arrangement is not random. It is a living diagram of who must be protected. The smallest and weakest star placed where warmth is deepest: infants, children, the old, the fevered. Mothers press close, not out of romance but because milk freezes in a cold body, and so does a baby's hope. Men form the outer ring because the edge is where drafts bite, and the edge is where someone must be able to rise and respond. The healthiest bodies become shields, not because they are loved less, but because they can lose more heat and still stand. Everything is layered beneath them: straw, worn skins, rags, and sometimes that dung-packed floor that refuses to steal warmth. Everything is layered above them to cloaks, sacks, patch cloth, anything heavy enough to slow the escape of heat. The goal is simple and merciless: remove empty space, because empty space fills with cold. Animals are not outside this system, because animals are walking furnaces. A pig curled against a wall is not a pet, it is a warm boulder that breathes. A goat at your feet is not a pastoral ornament, it is insulation with a heartbeat. Chickens tucked under a bench are not quaint. They are small heat sources placed where warm air pools. A dog is not there to bark at strangers. It is there to press its body against a human spine like a living hot-water bottle. In a hut where wood is scarce and wind is ambitious, the line between family and livestock blurs until it almost disappears. Winter does not care about categories, it only cares about temperature. In many regions a separate stable is a dream, because building extra walls means extra materials and extra warmth leaking out. So, people and animals share one roof, one smoky air, one rhythm of sleeping, waking, and enduring. Sometimes there is a half-minus partition, sometimes only a symbolic barrier, sometimes nothing at all but habit. Longhouses in northern lands carried this logic openly: one end human, one end cattle, and warmth drifting between. The animal's breath is heavy and damp. Their bodies radiate heat steadily through the night, and that steadiness matters. 2 or 3 degrees of extra warmth sounds small in a modern room, but in deep frost it can be the difference between sleep and hypothermia. The outside air bites. At -15. A few degrees are not comfort, they are a border. Inside that border you cough and live. Outside it you stiffen and do not rise. The crowding is unpleasant. The noise is constant. The smell is impossible to ignore, and yet no one votes to change it. People do not endure it because they are ignorant. They endure it because they have tried the alternative. Even death does not immediately break the circle, because in winter the living make grim calculations. A body that has just stopped breathing still holds warmth for a time, and warmth is not wasted. The dead may remain until morning because moving them means opening the shelter of bodies, stirring cold air, losing heat. Sometimes it is fear, sometimes it is practicality, sometimes it is simply exhaustion, but the result is the same. Winter turns tenderness into arithmetic, and the arithmetic is always about heat. Fire itself is not a resident of the house. It is a prisoner that must be fed. If it escapes, if the embers die, bringing it back is labor and risk and sometimes impossible. The peasants learn to burn what polite people would rather pretend does not burn. When wood is scarce, stolen, taxed or owned by a lord, dung becomes fuel with a straight face. Not raw dung, but dung prepared carefully into something that will smolder long and steady. Fried manure mixed with straw becomes the poor man's coal, the ugly brick that keeps a hearth alive past midnight. The work begins in warm seasons, because winter is too late to start gathering what must be dried. Morning brings fresh dung, still holding shape, still warm enough to steam in cold air. Cow and sheep droppings are prized because they dry into firm cakes that burn predictably. Thick manure is often avoided because it tastes greasy and sour, refusing to cure properly. Horse manure falls apart too loose, too airy, unwilling to become a solid fuel. So peasants take the best they have, mix in straw, chaff, grass, sometimes fine sawdust if a carpenter's work has produced it. They mash it together in yards and pens, feet and hands turning it into a uniform mass the way bread dough is made. Then they shape it into flat patties or thick bricks, sometimes pressed into molds so every piece is the same size. They thaw out in sun and wind, turning them like drying cloth, guarding them from rain the way you guard grain. Weeks pass in good weather, longer in wet summers, because nothing dries quickly in a world without sheltered heat. Eggs appear on fences, on walls, on roofs, set where sun can reach them. When fully dried, they are light and hard, rough minus edged like old bread, smelling more of field than of filth. They are stored under cover attic sheds, stable corners, because a soaked fuel is no fuel at all. A household that has built a pile of these bricks has built a barrier against winter's worst nights. In cold months, the bricks are not tossed into a roaring blaze like firewood, because they are not meant for flame. They are meant for endurance. They smolder, they glow slowly. They release heat like a long exhale, and that is precisely why they are precious. Ash is sometimes used to control the burn because peasants learn to manage embers like shepherds manage animals. Yes, they smoke. And yes, they sting the eyes, and yes, the walls grow darker year by year, but bitter smoke is better than clean freezing air, and the choice is that simple. When even dung fuel runs low, people burn what remains: husks, palings, moss, rotten bark, roots, forest sweepings dry by the hearth. A compressed rash into new cakes, because winter turns waste into resources. This practice stretches across regions wherever wood is scarce, because scarcity writes the same manual everywhere. It rarely appears in proud written sources, because no chronicler thinks to celebrate a life saved by burning manure. Yet the ash layers and chemical traces remain, stamped into floors and hearths like signatures. Clothing becomes the next furnace, the personal one you carry on your back. Peasant clothes are not seasonal outfits, they are whatever still holds heat. There is no need to divide between work and home garments, because both must fight the same cold. A cloak is not fashion, it is immovable while you wrap around your own breath. Everything is layered, not elegantly but desperately. A shirt, then wool, then another piece of wool, then leather, then a ragged outer layer that blocks wind when it can. The garments are often mismatched, patched, cut from rectangles and tied, because tailoring is for people with leisure. One sleeve may come from burlap, another from old wool, a from a sack, a body panel from whatever cloth survived the last decade. Fur is worn inward when possible, not because it looks good, but because it keeps warmth where it matters. And when fabric is not enough, peasants pack clothing with straw. Dry straw is shoved into shoes, into waistbands, into trouser legs, around the collar, wherever a pocket of air can be trapped. It prickles, it crunches, it sheds, but it creates insulation, and insulation is the point. Feet are protected like treasure because numb feet mean lost labor, and lost labor means lost food. Shoes might be leather if luck allows, or woven straw, or bundles of cloth tied with cord, because anything is better than bare skin on frozen ground. Many do not remove footwear at night, because removing it risks losing heat and waking to boots stiff as boards. Heads are covered constantly, indoors and out, because everyone learns that uncovered heads leak warmth fast. A hood, a cap, a wrapped sleeve, a wool sap, whatever keeps heat from escaping the top of the body. Before you sleep, clothes are dried by the fire as best as possible, hung on poles, draped near embers, warmed while still worn. People turn slowly in front of the hearth, letting fabric absorb heat, then lie down quickly to keep that warmth close. Coverings are improvised from whatever exists: a cloak, an old curtain, a sack once used for grain. Sometimes a heavy piece of leather is laid over someone like a lid, not comfortable but effective at trapping heat. The logic is always the same: build layers, reduce airflow, keep your own warmth from bleeding away. A single extra layer can decide whether a cough becomes a fever, and peasants know this without any doctor explaining it. Above the body and above the wall stands the roof, winter's favorite target. Wind attacks from above, snow presses down, and rain searches patiently for a weakness to exploit. In the harsher north, peasants answer not with fancy tiles but with the oldest insulator on earth itself. A turf roof is not a rustic aesthetic, it is a survival technology that turns a hut into something like a burrow. The structure begins with beams, thick and heavy, laid like ribs across the span of the house. Over them go poles and branches, then clay, then bark, often birch bark because bark resists water and lasts longer than hope. Then comes the living layer: slabs of turf cut from meadow, dense with roots, grass still woven through soil. They overlap the slabs like scales, building thick. That's the way you build armor. Half a meter, sometimes more, and in some places far more, because the thicker the earth, the slower the heat escapes. In warmer months, the roof can turn green, a small hill perched on a human shelter. Winter it turns white under snow, and that snow itself becomes another insulating blanket. Inside, the difference is not luxury, It is silence and steadier warmth. The hut feels less like a tent and more like a cave, because cats know how to keep temperatures stable. Storms may rage outside while inside the air stays heavy, smoky, and comparatively calm. The smoke lingers because ventilation is poor, but ventilation steals heat, and peasants cannot afford generosity to the sky. In spring the roof drips and sacks and demands care, because a living roof is never finished. New turf is added, the leaks are patched, sliding. She hears the blizzards howl and thinks the grain holds. The salt meat is enough for 7 more weeks, if we are careful. Harris Island arithmetic is the true shield against disaster. Our enemy is not a rival clan, but the hollow sound at the bottom of a barrel. We can open a chilled cabinet and complain of nothing to eat amidst plenty from across the globe. Here, nothing to eat is not hyperbole, but a specter that haunts the winter months. Tonight, however, the air is calm with a hard -1 assurance. Worry is a constant tenant, but panic is not. Beneath the floor, something waits, allowing them this rest. They trust in what is stored, and the knowledge passed down like an heirloom from those who survived winters just as bitter. A draft snakes across the hearth, and a single ember flares to life. For an instant, its red light washes over a hanging haunch of meat above. The dark, shrunken form seems insignificant, yet that very piece could decide if a child's hunger pangs continue for a third night, or are finally stilled. Beyond a partition, the warm, white plumes of a cow's breath rise in the cold. The animals themselves are a walking larder, a precarious balance of potential. To slaughter too early grants meat now but forfeits milk later. To keep too many risks exhausting the hay before spring. Every choice is a trade on a razor's edge, a path navigated in near darkness between waste and starvation. Outside, the storm is indifferent to these mortal calculations. Snow silently infiltrates the threshold as fine, cold dust. The turf roof creaks under the strain of ice. Inside, the precious heat stored in human bodies slowly, inevitably bleeds away. By morning, the air will be a knife. Breath will hang visible. Fingers and toes will ache as blood reclaims its territory. This is why their food matters, not as a matter of taste or trend, but as pure, unadorned biology. It is about whether a heart maintains its steady rhythm or begins to slow. It is about whether a body has reserves to burn when the porridge is thinned by necessity. It is about a mother's ability to nourish her infant when the world is still locked in white. On such nights, comfort food is a foreign concept. No one ponders a craving. The question is brutal in its simplicity. What can we afford to consume tonight? And what must we hoard for the darker weeks ahead? Over this sleeping family, one can almost see the ghostly ledger of their supplies. Lines are drawn in a keeper's mind. Sacks of barley, barrels of dried fish, smoked haunches, lumps of bog butter in the peat, roots bedded in cellar sand. Each item has its own lifespan, its own strategic moment for deployment. Some are the front, line troops, to be consumed before they spoil. Others are the elite reserves, saved for the campaign's most desperate hour. For winter is exactly that, a slow, grinding campaign of attrition. Its effects are written on the body in chapped hands, in weight reluctantly lost, in laughter that grows rare as the snows pile high. It is seen in the gentle lies told to children, "I've already eaten so they might take a larger share." Yet tonight, the ledger is in balance. The house stands. The coals, their faint live. They are trusting in what lies hidden in the first and greatest line of defense. It is not the sword, nor the shield, nor even the fire. It is what rests beneath their feet, cradled in the cool, forgiving earth. To truly understand survival, we must ascend. The floor is not merely a surface to walk upon, it is a seal, a lid on a world of cold and quiet. Beneath the packed, dirt and straw lies the true heart of the household, not warmth, but the deliberate preserving chill. For dawn, a figure stirs. The air bites the nostrils. Feeling their way across the familiar floor, they find a hollow note beneath their heel. A hand closes on a wooden ring, and with a groan, a heavy hatch swings open. A wave of air, colder still and smelling of stone, damp clay, and the sharp ghost of fermentation, rises to meet them. This is the cellar, not a mere hole, but a masterpiece of prime-minus industrial engineering. Long before refrigeration, they learned to use the earth itself as a preservative. Here, the violent mood swings of the surface thaw and freeze, storm and calm are smoothed into a constant, cool stillness. Each step down the ladder is a descent from the roaring world of wind into a realm of profound quiet. The space is low, perhaps lined with planks to keep it dry. Along the walls, shelves and niches hold the household's hope. Clay pots, sealed with wax, sit heavy with their contents. Barrels squat in corners. Baskets are tucked into the chilliest spots. Every placement is a deliberate choice, a hierarchy of vulnerability. The most precious, delicate items, certain fermented dairy, tender vegetables claim the coldest, darkest throne. Heartier goods, like dried roots or salted stores, reside closer to the latter's faint warmth. This is the opposite of modern convenience. Here, every extra step, every awkward reach into a dark corner, is a willing price paid for weeks of future safety. The cellar is part of a grand vertical machine. Above, heat and smoke rise, curing the meats in the rafters. At the center, people and animals share breath and warmth. Below, cold sinks and settles, guarding what cannot tolerate heat. The longhouse is a survival apparatus, refined over generations. If you could see through the winter ground of a settlement, you would find these hidden fortresses everywhere: pits, lined holes, chambers beneath hearths. This is the stomach of the house where food rests in darkness until called upon. Immense trust is placed here. A single miscalculation, a shallow dig, a hidden leak can lead to silent disaster: mold blooming in the dark, roots collapsing into rot. So, they tend it with obsessive care. Someone descends regularly, fingers testing textures, nose sniffing for the first wrong scent. They move sacks, remove suspect items. This quiet, vigilant stewardship is as crucial to survival as forging a blade. It is the unseen background labor that makes every saga's voyage possible. What earns a place in this cold vault reveals true priorities. Contrary to the meat-minus heavy legend, much of the most guarded treasure here is not flesh. Grain protected from moisture is paramount. Without it, the porridge pot is empty. Certain roots and cabbages are irreplaceable until the next harvest. Fermented dairy represents a precious, concentrated protein. Smoked meat, already stable, can sometimes endure less perfect conditions. Thus, a barrel of good rye might be guarded more fiercely than a chest of tools. A small crock of dairy starter culture could be considered more vital than an extra cloak. This is a theology of survival, expressed in logistics. They cannot command the weather, but within their own domain, they master the flow of cold and heat. Come morning, the first thought is of breakfast. Someone pads to the hatch, opens it, and reaches into the private underworld. They lift a basket of turnips or scoop grain from a sack, measuring by sound and weight. It is a daily ritual, a check on the fortress's strength. Each descent asks the silent question, how much time do we have left down here? The romance of the Viking world lies in tales of raids and feasts. The deeper truth is found in this willingness to dig, to plan, to hide sustenance where light does not reach, to accept that survival is built from 1,000 mundane, repeated tasks in unglamorous spaces. The longhouse, smoky and warm, makes for a compelling picture. The damp, germinatus crowded cellar does not. But if forced to choose which space determined if spring would be seen, a cellar would win every time. This is the first shock of a Viking winter. The glory is not on the surface, but in the engineering below, and what fills those jars and sacks. If you expect a nightly roasted boar, prepare for a sobering reality. Lift the roof on a winter morning, and you would likely see no heroic feast. You would see a heavy pot over the fire, steam coiling from a thick beige mass. Barley porridge. This is the unvarnished truth. The overwhelming majority of calories that fueled a Viking through the dark months came from grain. Barley, rye, oats. Day after day, bowl after bowl. It was the unglamorous, essential foundation of life. Watch the morning ritual. The storm has abated to a murmur. The coals are nursed back to a small flame. Someone fills a pot with water, perhaps adds a crust of yesterday's bread, then goes to the cellar for the main act or grain. The scoop into the sack is a measured act, never too generous, always weighed against the weeks to come. The grain meets the water, and slowly the room fills with a warm, ancient, slightly sweet scent, the smell of sustenance, not of indulgence. This porridge, GRT, is the baseline of existence. The Disbel story began long before the pot was hung. It started in a field under a pale northern sun, with the sowing of a tough, short minus-stemmed barley. It continued through harvest, threshing, winnowing, and then every single day there came the grind. Picture the hand mill, the quern to stones, one heavy and fixed, the other turned by hand. A woman kneels before it, grip firm on the handle. She pushes, and the stone begins its endless, grinding circle. The sound is a low, rhythmic scrape, the background music of this world. It settles into the shoulders, the wrists. On a bad day, muscles burn and blisters form. On a worse day, the work is done on an already minus empty stomach. Oh, you are grinding tomorrow's bread with the energy of yesterday's meager meal. This monotonous, invisible labor is the un-sung engine of everything. The men who sailed to history did so on a foundation of 1,000 such circles. By the time the flour is used, the labor of its making is forgotten. No one at the table praises the fineness of the grind. They simply eat. But at the stone, someone is performing caloric mathematics without numbers. How much can we spare? How deep is our hunger? How long must this flour last? The porridge, when ready, is served not in individual portions, but from a common bowl. Spoons or pieces of hard bread serve as tools to claim a share. There is no applause for its arrival. Its normality is the point. This is what was expected, what was planned for. Each bowl is a calibrated dose of energy, enough to fuel the necessary work of survival, mending, fetching, tending. It is like the wood pile burns sparingly, just enough to hold the line, never in a wasteful, glorious bonfire. Bread, when it appears, follows the same logic of density and endurance. Imagine not a fluffy loaf, but a flat, dark cake baked on a hot stone. It is heavy, meant to sit solidly in the stomach and stave off hunger for hours. It might contain stray, unground grains or, on a good day, a smear of precious butter. In this world, just bread is a logistical triumph, the endpoint of a chain that began with the first autumn frost. Filth, in late winter, is not measured in silver arm rings alone. True wealth is the feeling of a hand sinking into a grain sack and finding it still plentiful. It is the knowledge that your children will not see the bottom of the storage bin before the green returns. A silver brooch cannot warm you when the wind finds a crack. A full grain bin can. The woman at the quern may own no jewels, but she produces something more valuable: time. Every handful of flour is another day of life granted. Of course, grain alone is not enough to sustain a body through the frozen months. It provides bulk and warmth, but not the complete arsenal of survival. And so, in the cellar's deepest corner, rests another kind of treasure. It is a pale, thick substance in a clay pot, or a solid, yellowish block wrapped in cloth. Unassuming to look at, it was the white gold preserved dairy. Milk fresh from the udder is a fleeting bounty, ripe with potential but quick to sour. To save it for winter, they had to transform it. They became unwitting chemists, guiding fermentation. In summer, milk was left to sour, thickening and separating into curds and whey. The curds were gathered into cloth bags and hung to drain, slowly becoming a dense, tangy, protein-rich substance akin to skyr or a simple cheese. The whey was not wasted, it was a drink, a preservative brine, a source of minerals. But the pinnacle of this alchemy was butter. Butter is congealed sunlight, the fat of summer grass rendered solid. The churning was laborious, a rhythmic plunging in a tall wooden churn until the cream suddenly broke, yielding pale yellow fat. To preserve this treasure for months or even years, they employed a method of startling ingenuity. They buried it in the acidic, oxygen-poor environment of a peat bog. Barrels of butter were interred like treasure. The bog's cold, strange chemistry would preserve it, sometimes for years, though it might emerge with a powerfully acquired taste. Retrieving a bog-minus butter bundle in the dead of winter was an act of time travel, a reach back into the fat of summer to fuel the lean present. All this, the curdling, hanging, churning, burying, was science by instinct and repetition. They learned which corners stayed coolest, which containers worked best. Through trial and error, over generations, they built a body of knowledge as solid as any text. That child with hollowed cheeks, in late winter, the knob of butter melting into their porridge, was not just flavor, it was a strategic infusion of slow-minus burning calories for the work ahead. Dairy preserved was a way to bank the bounty of the short, lush season and spend it carefully under the endless gray sky. Yet, even this white gold had its geographical limits. On the coasts, where cows were few and the sea ruled, survival wore a different face. Here, the true backbone swam in from the icy depths. Each year, vast schools of cod moved toward the northern coasts. Fishing during the narrow window was a race against the weather. Boats went out, and men returned with the haul that was not just for tonight, but for the month to come. On shore, the real magic began. The fish were split, cleaned, and tied in pairs by their tails. They were then hung on vast wooden frames, each shell that lined the shore like skeletal forests. In the perfect alchemy of that northern climate, constant cold, dry wind, and weak sun, the fish did not rot. Instead, they dried. Slowly, relentlessly, moisture was pulled from their flesh. Over weeks, they became stiff, hard, and light, losing up to 80% of their weight. This was stock fish. It felt less like food and more like a piece of seasoned wood. You could knock it against a beam and hear a solid tick. Stockfish was protein made nearly immortal. All the nutrients remained, but the water, the element of decay, was gone. It was, in essence, frozen time. Once dried, it could last for years if kept dry. Its logistical power was immense. Lightweight and impervious to rot, it was the perfect travel ration. Viking expansion was fueled not just by sturdy ships, but by this durable, portable protein that could survive Atlantic crossings. In a ship's hold, it took little space, leaked nothing, and required no salt. When needed, it was resurrected, soaked for days, beaten with a hammer to soften the fibers, then boiled into a nourishing stew. In the hunger of late winter, pulling down a board of stock fish was a psychological victory as much as a physical one. It was proof that past effort paid off, that the sea's promise had been captured and kept. The pattern is clear by now. Take the fleeting, the perishable grain, milk, fresh fish, and transform it into the dry, the dense, the enduring. But they still craved and needed red meat. For this, they turned their very home into a tool. The longhouse roof was not just overhead, it was a vast, slow smokehouse. In autumn, after the hard decisions of slaughter keeping the best breeders, culling the rest, the work of preservation began. Rind cuts were salted if possible, but salt was precious. The more abundant resource was smoke. The central hearth, burning day and night for warmth, produced a constant, hazy updraft. Meat hung in the smoky ceiling underwent a gradual transformation. The smoke, laden with preservative compounds from the burning wood, coated the flesh. The gentle heat encouraged drying without cooking. For over weeks and months, legs of lamb, ribs, and sausages darkened, hardened, and became infused with the scent of wooden thyme. By deep winter, a hanging haunch was a leathery, dense reserve. Eighth slice shaved off could transform a pot of roots, or be eaten alone as a rich, chewy concentrate of flavor and fat. Living in this constant, smoky haze was a sensory sacrifice made for security. The smell in the clothes, the dimness of the air, the sticky beams, all were the price of knowing food waited above, safeguarded from rot. But what happened when even smoke and salt and drying were not enough? When the environment was so harsh that normal preservation faltered. They crossed a line, venturing into the territory of controlled rot. On the shores of Iceland or Greenland, they encountered the Greenland shark, a creature whose fresh meat was toxic. Faced with this potential bounty and potential poison, They performed act of daring alchemy. They buried the shark meat in gravelly pits, allowing it to ferment under pressure for weeks or months. The process broke down the toxins. What emerged was hot oil fermented shark. Its smell was potent, ammonia minus sharp, searing to the unaccustomed senses. Yet it was edible, a source of protein wrested from poison through patience and perilous experiment. Similarly, fish like trout could be lightly salted and packed tightly in barrels to ferment slowly in the cold, becoming rack fiske strong sour preserved food. These foods, challenging to modern palates, were born of necessity. They represent the ultimate negotiation with decay, guide the process, ally with the right microbes, and transform the inedible into a lifeline. To eat them was to stare down hunger and win. And the fermented barrel was opened in a desperate winner. The smell was not merely offensive, it was a complex signal, a map where one note meant danger and another meant safety. What began as desperation hardened, over generations, into tradition and identity. The line between food and bad had been moved, out there on the map's harsh edge. And still, before the world turned monochrome, there was a final, quiet harvest. From the last patches of earth came the humble, stubborn roots turnips, rutabagas, wild carrots, and glamorous nabi, and caked in soil. They were lifted and carefully stored in the cellar, nestled in sand or moss, so they would not touch and spread rot. Later, they would emerge, still firm and crisp, to be chopped into stews. From the forest came the last gifts, hazelnuts gathered and stored for their compact energy, berries dried like wrinkled jewels or preserved in barrels of pure, cold water, where their own acids kept them through the winter. The herbs were eyed and hung nettles, yarrow, angelica serving as medicine, seasoning, and a guard against scurvy. These quiet, plant-base staples filled the crucial gaps. They provided vitamins, variety, and morale, ways to thicken with roots and flecked with herbs, finished with a scrap of butter, was a quiet triumph of a different kind. It spoke of a comprehensive foresight that gathered not just the dramatic catches and slaughters, but the forests and fields' last, vital offerings. Even what they drank was strategy. Water could be perilous. Ale, brewed from precious malted barley, was safer. The boiling killed pathogens, the fermentation preserved it. This liquid bread was low in alcohol, but rich in calories and nutrients from suspended grain and yeast. It offered warmth, a slight lift to the spirit, and a focal point for fellowship. The sharing of the ale horn was a ritual that transformed a meager meal into a communal act of endurance. Rarer still was mead, fermented from precious honey. Its stronger, sweeter fire was reserved for moments that needed celebrating, for mocking the human spirit's refusal to be crushed by the dark. It was a taste of summer's luxury, a reminder that survival was not just about biomass, but about meaning. Yet there came a point, in the worst of years, when even this intricate, layered system of preservation failed, when the cellar echoed hollow, and the calendar said spring was due, but the snow did not relent. The sun, when it finally returns, is a thief of ice and a debtor of green. Its first tentative warmth does not fill bellies, but it shifts the terms of the siege. Outside the longhouse, the world begins a slow, dripping negotiation between freeze and thaw. But inside, the legacy of the hungry months is a ledger written on the body and etched into habit. The child who asked when will the green come back now watches for the first shoots with a different understanding. Their hunger has been a teacher, imparting lessons no saga could convey. The memory of thin porridge and the hard, smoky taste of preserved meat becomes the bedrock of a new season's labor. Spring is not a time of rest, it is a time of urgent investment. Every action is a deposit against the next winter's cold account. The woman who spent the dark months grinding grain now turns her attention to the softening earth. Seeds saved from the last, best ears of barley are counted like beads of amber before being committed to the soil. Planting is an act of profound faith in the sun, in the rain, and in their own ability to defend the resulting growth from pests, blight, and early frost. The man who ended tools by firelight now sharpens the blade of his plow. The work is slower than in autumn, muscles softened by months of confinement and reduced rations. But the promise of the furrow, the scent of wet earth, is a potent medicine. The animals, lean on restless, are lead out to pastures where the grass, is a mere green whisper. They are watched with a possessive intensity. Their recovery is not merely about their health, but about the milk, the wool, the very traction they provide. Each day they grow stronger on the new grass is a day of security being rebuilt. The rhythm of the longhouse changes. The door, sealed against the wind for so long, stands open to the damp air. The smoke, once a thick, necessary blanket, now thins as the fire is allowed to dwindle during the day. The hanging food in the rafters diminishes, piece by precious piece, until only the toughest, least desirable portions remain, a reminder of the campaign just endured. And the cellar, the silent fortress below, is inspected with a critical eye. Now is the time for the final reckoning. What remains? Jars of last summer's berries, now just a few floating in tart liquid. The final, ruck minus hearty lava cheese. A handful of nuts at the bottom of a sack. These are consumed, not with the relish of a feast, but with the solemn gratitude of survivors surveying the remains of their rations after a battle. The empty spaces on the shelves are not a cause for alarm, but a mandate. The cycle begins anew. The first true feast of the year is not born of plenty, but of relief. It comes when the lambs are born and thrive, when the first greens can be gathered from the forest floor, when a net cast into the newly opened water returns with a flash of silver. This meal is a careful celebration. The meat is fresh, a shocking contrast to the smoky, concentrated flavors of winter. It is boiled or roasted simply. Its juice is a luxury. Wild onions and garlic are chopped in, their sharp greenness a sensation almost forgotten. Perhaps there is even a dab of the last bog butter, its funky, aged richness a bridge between the harshness that is passing and the promise to come. That even in this moment of relative abundance, the calculus of survival does not vanish. It merely changes its expression. The choice of which lamb to keep and which to eat is made with next winter in mind. The first fish caught are celebrated. Thoughts already turn to the great cod runs, to the building and mending of the drying racks. The work of preservation starts not in autumn, but in the first flush of spring. Dairy production, dormant or minimal during the lean months, becomes a central, daily rhythm. Women and children take turns milking, and the transformation of that milk begins immediately. Some is set aside to see lab ber, to begin the process of making sky or simple cheeses. Cream is skimmed and saved for butter. The churn, silent since late autumn, is brought out, and the familiar, laborious plunging begins again. This is not just food production, it is time banking. They are capturing the ephemeral bounty of the grazing season and converting it into storable currency. The concept of a harvest expands beyond the grain field. It encompasses the shearing of sheep, the gathering of eggs from woodloaf nests, the collection of seabird eggs from treacherous cliffs. Every resource is identified, timed, and exploited with a precision born of necessity. The forest, once a place of last resort for bark and moss, becomes a generous, if demanding, provider. Families return to known patches for berries, marking their progress towards ripeness. They gather reeds for thatching, cutting specific types at the right time for durability. They harvest bast the inner bark of lime trees for rope and cordage, essential for everything from fishing nets to rigging. This is a calendar written in the growth of plants and the movement of animals, not on parchment. The knowledge of when is as critical as the knowledge of how. A week too late for the lingon berries, and they may be past their prime or stripped by birds. A day too early for the hay cutting, and it may rot too late, and it loses nutritional value. This deep, granular understanding of their local ecosystem is their true library, passed down through generations in the form of tasks, stories, and shared observations. Summer, for all its latent apparent abundance, is a season of frantic, sun minus up minus to minus sun minus down labor. It is the season of making the harvest in its broadest sense, cutting and drying hay for winter fodder fishing, and immediately cleaning and hanging the catch, shearing sheep, and processing the wool, maintaining and repairing tools, boats, and buildings. There is no idle leisure. The luxury of summer is not rest, but the luxury of variety in the diet and the profound psychological relief of not counting every single mouthful. Yet, even in the midst of this productive frenzy, The shadow of winter is the organizing principle. A beautiful sunny day is not just a beautiful day, it is a good drying day for fish or hay. A stretch of calm weather is not just pleasant, it is a fishing window that must be seized. A child's play is often directed towards useful ends, gathering kindling, watching grazing animals, scaring birds from the newly sown fields. The longhouse itself undergoes a seasonal transformation. In summer, it is often cooler and darker inside than out. It becomes more of a storage hub and workshop than a living fortress. Much of life moves outdoors, to the cook minus fires, the tanning frames, the boat sheds. But the hearth, though less needed for warmth, rarely goes completely cold. A low fire is often kept for cooking, for smoking small batches of food, and out of a sense of ritual the house's heart must not be allowed to die. Then as the days visibly shorten and the first chill returns to the evening air, the tempo changes again. The frantic pace of summer acquisition shifts to the deliberate, focused work of autumn, the final harvest. This is the climax of a yearly drama. The grain is cut with sickles, bundled, and dried. Threshing and winnowing separate the precious kernels from the chaff. The sound of the flail against the floor is a music of prosperity. Every basket of grain carried to the storage loft is a tangible unit of future time. The slaughter of animals, the SVOL, is the most emotionally unphysically intense period. The decisions made in the yard are final. The air is thick with the metallic scent of blood and the practical urgency of butchery. Nothing is wasted. Lead becomes pudding. Intestines become sausage casings. Bones are cracked for marrow and saved for broth. Fat is rendered into tallow for lamps and cooking. Kids are scraped and prepared for tanning. The first fresh meat is eaten in a kind of solemn festival, a recognition of sacrifice and a temporary surrender to abundance. But the majority of the carcasses are immediately processed for the long haul. The work of salting, smoking, and hanging begins without pause. The longhouse roof, cleared over the summer, once again becomes a forest of food. The smoke from the hearth takes on a new, richer scent, the smell of security being woven into the very fabric of the home. The final foraging trips are made. Fruits are dug and prepared for their sandy beds in the cellar. The last berries are picked. Nuts are gathered in earnest. Herbs are collected and tied. The cellar is systematically stocked. The hierarchy of vulnerability, ring mine, is established in its cool darkness. The final checks are made. Is the roof turf sound against the coming snows? Are the chinks in the walls properly sealed with fresh clay and moss? Is the wood pile, that great measure of winter comfort, stacked high and protected from the rain? As the first real snow falls, sealing the world in white silence, the longhouse completes its transformation. It becomes a sealed universe once more. The door is shut tight against the gales. The animals are brought into their partitioned space, their body heat joining that of the humans. The great, yearly cycle closes its circle. They are back where we found them in the fortress, surrounded by the fruits of their labor, waiting out the siege. But they are not the same. They have been mocked by the journey. The child who knew hunger is now an adult who measures grain with a more discerning eye. The old woman's stories of past winters carry new weight for the younger listeners. The successful navigation of one more year is a validation of their entire way of life, a proof of concept written in full bellies and surviving livestock. This is the true, unending saga. It has no single hero, but a cast of hundreds across generations. Its battles are fought with sickles and quernstones, with fishing nets and butter churned, with salt and smoke and patient, subterranean cold. Its trophies are not silver and gold, but the quiet sigh of a sleeping child whose stomach is full, and the steadfast glow of a bench fire in the deepest night. The Viking spirit, then, is not captured solely in the lightning raid or the ocean crossing. It is equally present in the stubborn, repetitive grind of the hand mill, in the courageous swallow of the fermented fish, and the careful placement of a turnip in a box of sand. It is the spirit that looks at an unforgiving world and answers, not just with force, but with an immense patience and ingenious creativity. It says, we will not just fight you. We will outminus think you. We will trap summer in a jar, bury butter in a bog, and turn poison into protein. We will plan, and we will endure. And in the dark of the winter night, with the wind as their only witness, that quiet, collective will was the most powerful force of all. This was the famine gap. Then they turned to what was never meant to be food. They stripped the inner bark from pine or birch trees, dried it, and ground it into a bitter flour to mix with their last grains, making bark bread a dense, dark loaf that was more filler than nourishment. They dug for any remaining wild roots, boiled moss, and in the final extremity, they boiled leather belts, straps, old shoes to leach out any trace of collagen into a thin, gruel minus like broth. Survival, in these weeks, shed all semblance of the Viking archetype. There were no heroes here, only gaunt, determined faces eating the inedible to postpone the end. All the systems of storage, the cellar, the smokehouse, the drying racks were designed to push this moment back, or avoid it entirely. Most years, for the careful and the lucky, they succeeded, but the memory of those who lived through the famine gap shaped them forever. It informed every future decision to bury an extra bundle of butter, to hang one more fish, to measure the grain just a little more sparingly. Now pull back to our world of humming appliances and global supply chains. The specific terror of the empty cellar, of bark bread and leather broth, is for most a distant phantom. When we think of Vikings, the mind conjures dragon ships and raid -1 silver. There is truth there. The deeper, more profound genius and terror of their world may lie in the quiet, daily courage of the swallow, the willingness to consume the transformed and the barely consumable, the stone minus like stock fish, the smoke minus hardened meat, the fermented shark that stings the nose, the bread cut with tree bark, because behind every such calculated, difficult meal stood the simplest of motives: a child to be kept alive, a family to be shepherded into another spring. The longhouse fades in the mind. The seasons cycle again through memory: the sowing, the harvest, the slaughter, the grinding, the drying, the fermenting, the vigilant storage. All of it, every silent, patient act, in service of that most unglamorous, most essential goal: to endure the horrible night and to keep breathing. The silence after the storm is not empty, but charged with a new kind of work. The longhouse, which for months was a sealed capsule against the world, now exhales. Its single door, a massive slab of scarred oak, is pushed open against the softening snowbank. A blade of watery sunlight cuts across the packed earth floor, illuminating motes of dust and ancient smoke that have hung undisturbed since autumn. This light feels foreign, almost intrusive. It reveals the worn patches in the floor, the deep grooves in the wooden bench where generations have sat, the intricate, soot darkened grain of the roof beams now half empty of their smoky bounty. With this light comes sound: the drip drip of melting ice from the roof's edge, a steady percussion that replaces the wind's howl. The sound is of the fortress walls dissolving. The siege is not over, it has merely entered a new, more deceptive phase. This is the time of greatest danger, hidden behind a mask of thaw. The stored food is at its lowest ebb. The grain sack is frighteningly light, its bottom clearly felt. The last piece of stock fish is brittle and small. The cellar holds only sand and decos where turnips once lay, yet the land outside offers nothing but wet, frozen mud and the skeletal remains of last year's grasses. The animals, their ribs still too visible, are frantic for the first green shoots, but those shoots are weeks away. This is the hunger gap's cruel when the promised gap. The body, weakened by months of rationing, is now called to its most demanding physical labor. Every step in the sucking muck costs double the energy it did in autumn. The mind, too, must shift. For half the year, the focus was inward, on conservation, on rationing, on maintaining the internal heat of home and body. Now, the focus must explode outward, onto the vast, wet, waiting landscape. All must be seized, prepared, and begun anew, and there is no fuel reserve left for false starts. The first order is the wood. The forest, which gave only bitter bark in desperation, must now yield its flesh for next year's warmth. Felling trees with axes that feel heavier than they did in October is a brutal introduction to hard labor. The muscles protest, the lungs burn in the cold air. But the sight of a great pine falling The smell of its fresh minus cut sap is a tonic. Each log is not just fuel, it is a future night of safety, a counterattack planned against next year's cold. They are cut, dragged, and stacked with a strategic eye, some for immediate seasoning, some to be sheltered for the kindling of next winter's first fires. Next, the earth itself must be persuaded. The fields, fallow and hard, are unyielding. The plow is dragged by oxen still weak from their own poo rations. The man guiding it leans his weight into the handles, feeling the sheer bightened catch on roots and frozen clods. It is a battle of inches, a stubborn will against stubborn ground. Each furrow turned is a line in a contract with the future. I labor now on my hunger, so that I may eat when the snow returns. The seed grain, saved from the very heart of last year's harvest, is carried in a precious pouch. Every handful scattered is an act of faith bordering on recklessness. What if the spring is cold and wet, and it rots? What if the summer stingy? But the alternative, not planting, is unthinkable. So, the seeds fly from practiced hands, disappearing into the dark soil, a hidden army sown with hope as their only weapon. While the men wrestle with forest and field, the women and children wage a different, more intricate campaign. They are the gatherers, the processors, the ones who build the larder from almost nothing. The first forays into the waking for a star, not for grand bounty, but for small, vital supplements. Coltsfoot and nettles, some of the first green things to push through the wet leaf litter, are gathered with careful fingers. They are not delicious, but they are fresh, and their bitter leaves, spoiled, provide a shock of vitamins to systems starved of green. They are medicine as much as food. Down by the streams, where the ice has retreated from the edges, watercress can be found. It is a peppery, vibrant prize, eaten on the spot or carried back to brighten a thin broth. This is not eating, it is nutritional first aid. Back at the longhouse, the rhythm of the cornstone, which never fully ceased, picks up its pace. The last of the old grain must be ground to extend the dwindling supplies. But now, there's a new task. The first lambs of the season have arrived. For the fortunate households, this means milk. Little of it can be drunk fresh, that would be a fleeting luxury. Instead, it is immediately diverted into the preservation pipeline. Some is poured into shallow pans and left in a cool corner to let the cream rise. That cream, skimmed off with a careful hand, will be saved until there is enough to churn. The rest of the milk is poured into vessels to begin its slow bacterial transformation into sky or a simple fresh cheese. The process is watched with an expert eye. The difference between a perfectly tangy curtained, a spoiled, wasted batch is a matter of temperature, timing, and instinct honed over a lifetime. This is the resumption of the dairy economy, the conversion of spring grass through the bodies of animals into storable white gold. The psychological shift within the longhouse walls is profound. The silence of deep winter, a silence of conservation and shared endurance, breaks into a buzz of activity and low-minus voiced planning. Conversations are no longer solely about what is left, but about what is to come. The South Meadow will be ready for the cows in a fortnight. If this sun holds, we must mend the net before the herring run. I saw gulls gathering at the river's mouth. The birch sap is running. We should set the taps tomorrow. It is a language of anticipation, of reading the subtle signs of a world waking up. The children, who spent the winter close to the hearth, are now underfoot everywhere, tasked with small, critical jobs. A boy is sent to check the fish traps in the nearby stream, hoping for a few early trout. A girl is given a basket and told to gather fresh moss for rain-minus, chinking the walls where the frost has loosened the old clay. Their play mimics the work of their parents, building small boats of bark, fishing with twigs, herding pebbles like sheep. They are learning the map of survival through their hands and feet. Evenings are still spent around the hearth, but the mood is different. The fire is smaller, needed more for light and cooking than for desperate warmth. The bowl passed around might still contain a thin stew, but now it has a handful of fresh nettles floating in it, a green promise. The talk is of the day's small victories: a tree felled, a field half-minus plowed, a basket of early greens. The sagas of raiders and kings are not told now. Instead, The stories are local and practical. The old grandmother might recount the great frost of her youth, and how her father knew to plant the barley in the sheltered lee of the hill that year, saving the crop. A father might describe the way the cod run changed after a particular storm decades ago and how the fishing grounds shifted. This is the living library, the transfer of crucial, place-specific knowledge. It is how a culture remembers not just its heroes, but its strategies for outlasting its climate. As the days lengthen, the work compounds. Chipar sheared, a frantic, messy business. The wool, greasy and thick, is not a final product but the beginning of another long chain of labor. It must be washed, carded, spun, and woven. Every step, often done in the moments between other tasks, is an investment in next winter's clothing, blankets, and trade goods. The boats, hauled ashore and sheltered under rough sheds during the winter, are inspected. Each seam is checked, each plank tested for rot or worm. Pitch is melted and applied to seal the hulls. Oars are repaired, sails mended. This work is done with a dual purpose for local fishing and travel, but also with an eye on the horizon. The men talk of the sea routes opening up, of trading voyages to be made in the summer months. The long ship is not just a raider's vessel, it is a truck, a bus, a moving storehouse. But before any long voyage can be contemplated, the home front must be secured. The success of the spring planting, the health of the newborn livestock, the stocking of the larder, these are the non-negotiable foundations. A trading voyage that leaves a family under provisioned is a failure, no matter what silver it brings back. Thus, the community operates onto parallel timelines: the frantic, immediate timeline of spring subsistence, and the longer, planning timeline of summer enterprise. The tension between them is constant. Do we use this good weather to finish plowing or to cut the peat for next winter's fuel? Do we take the time now to build a new drying rack, or do we mend the old one and spend the extra time fishing? Every decision is a gamble on the future weather, on the health of the family, on luck. Then, almost imperceptibly, the balance dips. One day, the mud in the yard is truly gone, replaced by firm, green shooting earth. The pasture is no longer a promise but a reality, and the animals are turned out to graze properly, their constant hunger finally abating. The first real crop, perhaps a patch of early greens or some gathered bird eggs, provides a meal that feels genuinely fresh, not just a supplement. This is the moment when survival transitions back to life. The longhouse, while still the center, is no longer a prison. Its door stays open during the day. Work spills out into the yards and sheds. The smoke from the hearth is for cooking and small-scale smoking only, not for filling the roof. The hierarchy of labor begins to specialize once more. Some are dedicated to the fields, some to the animals, some to crafting, some to foraging and fishing. The intricate web of the community, strained to its simplest form during the winter, reigns itself. There is a palpable, collective exhalation. They have made it through the narrowest part of the year. The edge of starvation has been stepped back from, but the memory of it, the visceral knowledge of how close the line was, does not fade. It becomes the engine for the work to come. There is no thought of resting on the emerging plenty. The sight of a full milk pail prompts not complacency, but the thought of the butter and cheese it must become. A good haul of fish means immediate cleaning and hanging, not a feast. The bounty of summer is not for summer, it is raw material for the next winter. This is the core of their world. View time is not a linear path, but a circular track. We're always running to get ahead of the season behind you. The true measure of a successful summer is not how well you eat in August, but how full your cellar is in February. And so, the wheel turns. The green blaze of midsummer is a period of almost manic productivity, all directed towards the single goal of autumn's harvest and preservation. The stories told at the end of these long, light-filled days are not of the past winter's hardship, but of the work accomplished that day and planned for tomorrow. A shared cup of ale tastes of satisfaction, not just relief. They are not just surviving anymore. They are building their future fortress, log by log, fish by fish, jar by jar. And in that relentless forward-driving labor, fueled by the memory of cold and hunger, lies a different kind of power, one that is quieter than a battle cry, but just as enduring. It is the power of the plan, executed day after sunlit day, in the race against the coming dark. She hears the blizzards howl and thinks the grain holds. The salt meat is enough for 7 more weeks, if we are careful. Harris Island arithmetic is the true shield against disaster. Our enemy is not a rival clan, but the hollow sound at the bottom of a barrel. We can open a chilled cabinet and complain of nothing to eat amidst plenty from across the globe. Here, nothing to eat is not hyperbole, but a specter that haunts the winter months. Tonight, however, the air is calm with a hard -1 assurance. Worry is a constant tenant, but panic is not. Beneath the floor, something waits, allowing them this rest. They trust in what is stored, and the knowledge passed down like an heirloom from those who survived winters just as bitter. A draft snakes across the hearth, and a single ember flares to life. For an instant, its red light washes over a hanging haunch of meat above. The dark, shrunken form seems insignificant, yet that very piece could decide if a child's hunger pangs continue for a third night, or are finally stilled. Beyond a partition, the warm, white plumes of a cow's breath rise in the cold. The animals themselves are a walking larder, a precarious balance of potential. The slaughter too early grants meat now but forfeits milk later. To keep too many risks exhausting the hay before spring. Every choice is a trade on a razor's edge, a path navigated in near darkness between waste and starvation. Outside, the storm is indifferent to these mortal calculations. Snow silently infiltrates the threshold as fine, cold dust. The turf roof creaks under the strain of ice. Inside, the precious heat stored in human bodies slowly, inevitably bleeds away. By morning, the air will be a knife. Breath will hang visible. Fingers and toes will ache as blood reclaims its territory. This is why their food matters, not as a matter of taste or trend, but as pure, unadorned biology. It is about whether a heart maintains its steady rhythm or begins to slow. It is about whether a body has reserves to burn when the porridge is thinned by necessity. It is about a mother's ability to nourish her infant when the world is still locked in white. On such nights, comfort food is a foreign concept. No one ponders a craving. The question is brutal in its simplicity. What can we afford to consume tonight? And what must we hoard for the darker weeks ahead? Over this sleeping family, one can almost see the ghostly ledger of their supplies. Lines are drawn in a keeper's mind. Sacks of barley, barrels of dried fish, smoked haunches, lumps of bog butter in the peat, roots bedded in cellar sand. Each item has its own lifespan, its own strategic moment for deployment. Some are the front, line troops, to be consumed before they spoil. Others are the elite reserves, saved for the campaign's most desperate hour. For winter is exactly that, a slow, grinding campaign of attrition. Its effects are written on the body in chapped hands, in weight reluctantly lost, in laughter that grows rare as the snows pile high. It is seen in the gentle lies told to children, "I've already eaten so they might take a larger share." Yet tonight, the ledger is in balance. The house stands. Coals, their faint live. They are trusting in what lies hidden in the first and greatest line of defense. It is not the sword, nor the shield, nor even the fire. It is what rests beneath their feet, cradled in the cool, forgiving earth. To truly understand survival, we must ascend. The floor is not merely a surface to walk upon, it is a seal, a lid on a world of cold and quiet. Beneath the packed, dirt and straw lies the true heart of the household, not warmth, but the deliberate preserving chill. For dawn, a figure stirs. The air bites the nostrils. Feeling their way across the familiar floor, they find a hollow note beneath their heel. A hand closes on a wooden ring, and with a groan, a heavy hatch swings open. A wave of air, colder still and smelling of stone, damp clay, and the sharp ghost of fermentation, rises to meet them. This is the cellar, not a mere hole, but a masterpiece of prime industrial engineering. Long before refrigeration, They learned to use the earth itself as a preservative. Here, the violent mood swings of the surface thaw and freeze, storm and calm are smoothed into a constant, cool stillness. Each step down the ladder is a descent from the roaring world of wind into a realm of profound quiet. The space is low, perhaps lined with planks to keep it dry. Along the walls, shelves and niches hold the household's hope. Clay pots, sealed with wax, sit heavy with their contents. Barrels squat in corners. Baskets are tucked into the chilliest spots. Every placement is a deliberate choice, a hierarchy of vulnerability. The most precious, delicate items, certain fermented dairy, tender vegetables claim the coldest, darkest throne. Heartier goods, like dried roots or salted stores, reside closer to the latter's faint warmth. This is the opposite of modern convenience. Here, every extra step, every awkward reach into a dark corner, is a willing price paid for weeks of future safety. The cellar is part of a grand vertical machine. Above, heat and smoke rise, curing the meats in the rafters. At the center, people and animals share breath and warmth. Below, cold sinks and settles, guarding what cannot tolerate heat. The longhouse is a survival apparatus, refined over generations. If you could see through the winter ground of a settlement, you would find these hidden fortresses everywhere: pits, lined holes, chambers beneath hearths. This is the stomach of the house where food rests in darkness until called upon. Immense trust is placed here. A single miscalculation, a shallow dig, a hidden leak can lead to silent disaster: mold blooming in the dark, roots collapsing into rot. So, they tended with obsessive care. Someone descends regularly, fingers testing textures, nose sniffing for the first wrong scent. They move sacks, remove suspect items. This quiet, vigilant stewardship is as crucial to survival as forging a blade. It is the unseen background labor that makes every saga's voyage possible. What earns a place in this cold vault reveals true priorities. Contrary to the meat minus heavy legend, much of the most guarded treasure here is not flesh. Grain protected from moisture is paramount. Without it, the porridge pot is empty. Certain roots and cabbages are irreplaceable until the next harvest. Fermented dairy represents a precious, concentrated protein. Smoked meat, already stable, can sometimes endure less perfect conditions. Thus, a barrel of good rye might be guarded more fiercely than a chest of tools. A small crock of dairy starter culture could be considered more vital than an extra cloak. This is a theology of survival, expressed in logistics. They cannot command the weather, but within their own domain, they master the flow of cold and heat. Come morning, the first thought is of breakfast. Someone pads to the hatch, opens it, and reaches into the private underworld. They lift a basket of turnips or scoop grain from a sack, measuring by sound and weight. It is a daily ritual, a check on the fortress's strength. Each descent asks the silent question, how much time do we have left down here? The romance of the Viking world lies in tales of raids and feasts. The deeper truth is found in this willingness to dig, to plan, to hide sustenance where light does not reach, to accept that survival is built from 1,000 mundane, repeated tasks in unglamorous spaces. The longhouse, smoky and warm, makes for a compelling picture. The damp, germinatus crowded cellar does not. But if forced to choose which space determined if spring would be seen, a cellar would win every time. This is the first shock of a Viking winter. The glory is not on the surface, but in the engineering below, and what fills those jars and sacks. If you expect a nightly roasted boar, prepare for a sobering reality. Lift the roof on a winter morning, and you would likely see no heroic feast. You would see a heavy pot over the fire, steam coiling from a thick beige mass. Barley porridge. This is the unvarnished truth. The overwhelming majority of calories that fueled a Viking through the dark months came from grain. Barley, rye, oats. Day after day, bowl after bowl. It was the unglamorous, essential foundation of life. Watch the morning ritual. The storm has abated to a murmur. The coals are nursed back to a small flame. Someone fills a pot with water, perhaps adds a crust of yesterday's bread, then goes to the cellar for the main actor: grain. The scoop into the sack is a measured act, never too generous, always weighed against the weeks to come. The grain meets the water, and slowly the room fills with a warm, ancient, slightly sweet scent, the smell of sustenance, not of indulgence. This porridge, GRT, is the baseline of existence. The Disbel story began long before the pot was hung. It started in a field under a pale northern sun, with the sowing of a tough, short minus-stemmed barley. It continued through harvest, threshing, winnowing, and then every single day there came the grind. Picture the hand mill, the quern to stones, one heavy and fixed, the other turned by hand. A woman kneels before it, grip firm on the handle. She pushes, and the stone begins its endless, grinding circle. The sound is a low, rhythmic scrape, the background music of this world. It settles into the shoulders, the wrists. On a bad day, muscles burn and blisters form. On a worse day, the work is done on an already minus empty stomach. Oh, you are grinding tomorrow's bread with the energy of yesterday's meager meal. This monotonous, invisible labor is the un-sung engine of everything. The men who sailed to history did so on a foundation of 1,000 such circles. By the time the flour is used, the labor of its making is forgotten. No one at the table praises the fineness of the grind. They simply eat. They at the stone. Someone is performing caloric mathematics without numbers. How much can we spare? How deep is our hunger? How long must this flour last? The porridge, when ready, is served not in individual portions, but from a common bowl. Spoons or pieces of hard bread serve as tools to claim a share. There is no applause for its arrival. Its normality is the point. This is what was expected, what was planned for. Each bowl is a calibrated dose of energy, enough to fuel the necessary work of survival, mending, fetching, tending. It is like the wood pile burned sparingly, just enough to hold the line, never in a wasteful, glorious bonfire. Bread, when it appears, follows the same logic of density and endurance. Imagine not a fluffy loaf, but a flat, dark cake baked on a hot stone. It is heavy, meant to sit solidly in the stomach and stave off hunger for hours. It might contain stray, unground grains or, on a good day, a smear of precious butter. In this world, just bread is a logistical triumph, the endpoint of a chain that began with the first autumn frost. Filth, in late winter, is not measured in silver arm rings alone. True wealth is the feeling of a hand sinking into a grain sack and finding it still plentiful. It is the knowledge that your children will not see the bottom of the storage bin before the green returns. A silver brooch cannot warm you when the wind finds a crack. A full grain bin can. The woman at the quern may own no jewels, but she produces something more valuable: time. Every handful of flour is another day of life granted. Of course, grain alone is not enough to sustain a body through the frozen months. It provides bulk and warmth, but not the complete arsenal of survival. And so, in the cellar's deepest corner, rests another kind of treasure. It is a pale, thick substance in a clay pot, or a solid, yellowish block wrapped in cloth. Unassuming to look at, it was the white gold preserved dairy. Milk fresh from the udder is a fleeting bounty, ripe with potential but quick to sour. To save it for winter, they had to transform it. They became unwitting chemists, guiding fermentation. In summer, milk was left to sour, thickening and separating into curds and whey. The curds were gathered into cloth bags and hung to drain, slowly becoming a dense, tangy, protein-rich substance akin to skyr or a simple cheese. The whey was not wasted, it was a drink, a preservative brine, a source of minerals. But the pinnacle of this alchemy was butter. Butter is congealed sunlight, the fat of summer grass rendered solid. The churning was laborious, a rhythmic plunging in a tall wooden churn until the cream suddenly broke, yielding pale yellow fat. To preserve this treasure for months or even years, they employed a method of startling ingenuity. They buried it in the acidic, oxygen-poor environment of a peat bog. Barrels of butter were interred like treasure. The bog's cold, strange chemistry would preserve it, sometimes for years, though it might emerge with a powerfully acquired taste. Retrieving a bog-minus-butter bundle in the dead of winter was an act of time travel, a reach back into the fat of summer to fuel the lean present. All this, the curdling, hanging, churning, burying, was science by instinct and repetition. They learned which corners stayed coolest, which containers worked best. Through trial and error, over generations, they built a body of knowledge as solid as any text. That child with hollowed cheeks, in late winter, the knob of butter melting into their porridge, was not just flavor, it was a strategic infusion of slow-minus burning calories for the work ahead. Dairy preserved was a way to bank the bounty of the short, lush season and spend it carefully under the endless gray sky. Yet, even this white gold had its geographical limits. On the coasts, where cows were few and the sea ruled, survival wore a different face. Here, the true backbone swam in from the icy depths. Each year, vast schools of cod moved toward the northern coasts. Fishing during the narrow window was a race against the weather. Boats went out, and men returned with the haul that was not just for tonight, but for the month to come. On shore, the real magic began. The fish were split, cleaned, and tied in pairs by their tails. They were then hung on vast wooden frames, each shell that lined the shore like skeletal forests. In the perfect alchemy of that northern climate, constant cold, dry wind, and weak sun, the fish did not rot. Instead, they dried. Slowly, relentlessly, moisture was pulled from their flesh. Over weeks, they became stiff, hard, and light, losing up to 80% of their weight. This was stock fish. It felt less like food and more like a piece of seasoned wood. You could knock it against a beam and hear a solid tick. Stockfish was protein made nearly immortal. All the nutrients remained, but the water, the element of decay, was gone. It was, in essence, frozen time. Once dried, it could last for years if kept dry. Its logistical power was immense. Lightweight and impervious to rot, it was the perfect travel ration. Viking expansion was fueled not just by sturdy ships, but by this durable, portable protein that could survive Atlantic crossings. In a ship's hold, it took little space, leaked nothing, and required no salt. When needed, it was resurrected, soaked for days, beaten with a hammer to soften the fibers, then boiled into a nourishing stew. In the hunger of late winter, pulling down a board of stock fish was a psychological victory as much as a physical one. It was proof that past effort paid off, that the sea's promise had been captured and kept. The pattern is clear by now. Take the fleeting, the perishable grain, milk, fresh fish, and transform it into the dry, the dense, the enduring. But they still craved and needed red meat. For this, they turned their very home into a tool. The longhouse roof was not just overhead, it was a vast, slow smokehouse. In autumn, after the hard decisions of slaughter, keeping the best breeders, culling the rest, the work of preservation began. Rind cuts were salted if possible, but salt was precious. The more abundant resource was smoke. A central hearth, burning day and night for warmth, produced a constant, hazy updraft. Meat hung in the smoky ceiling underwent a gradual transformation. The smoke, laden with preservative compounds from the burning wood, coated the flesh. The gentle heat encouraged drying without cooking. For over weeks and months, legs of lamb, ribs, and sausages darkened, hardened, and became infused with the scent of wooden thyme. By deep winter, a hanging haunch was a leathery, dense reserve. Slice shaved off could transform a pot of roots, or be eaten alone as a rich, chewy concentrate of flavor and fat. Living in this constant, smoky haze was a sensory sacrifice made for security. The smell in the clothes, the dimness of the air, the sticky beams, all were the price of knowing food waited above, safeguarded from rot. But what happened when even smoke and salt and drying were not enough? When the environment was so harsh that normal preservation faltered. They crossed a line, venturing into the territory of controlled rot. On the shores of Iceland or Greenland, they encountered the Greenland shark, a creature whose fresh meat was toxic. Faced with this potential bounty and potential poison, midnight arrives without a bell. It announces itself as a low sound, a distant keening, a high wind fraying over stone, scouring the frozen earth where your home is half minus buried. Outside, the world has vanished into a wall of light. Inside, the dark is absolute. You are asleep when the hearth gives up its ghost. In the hour after the last story, after the final wooden bowl has been licked clean, the fire subsides. Flames shrink to amber coals. Amber coals fade to gray ash. No one rises to feed it. The longhouse breathes a long, soft sigh and settles. In our world, failing furnace. At 3 a.m. is a crisis. 8-hour cut in a snowstorm is a small catastrophe. We believe warmth comes from a system, from wires and pipes and humming boxes. When it falters, we feel betrayed, stripped bare. Here, no one startles. You lie on a wooden ledge along the wall. Beneath you, blanks, scratchy straw, old rushes, a worn woolen cloth. Above you, the heavy, animal smell of sheepskins. Perhaps the shared weight of a burskin with a sibling. Behind a thin partition, cattle shift in the dark, breathing slowly, their bodies radiating a patient, low heat. A brother turns, murmurs in his sleep. Someone pulls a fur higher over his shoulder. The fire is dead, but you are not cold. What keeps you alive is not the flame in the center. It is everything else. The house itself, dug into the earth, clinging to yesterday's warmth. The roof, thick with turf and thatch, refusing to let heat escape. The bed that turns your own flesh into a furnace. The wool and fur that capture pockets of air and hold them hostage. The heavy meal in your belly, still burning slow and steady. The memory of the day's labor, echoing in your muscles as a quiet, inner glow. The simple, undeniable fact that you are not alone. We live in an age of sealed windows and electric blankets, yet we often sit hunched and chilled, waking in dry, restless rooms. The slightest hiccup in our systems feels like a disaster. For them, warmth was not a gadget. It was a web, a tapestry woven from everything they built, everything they wore, everything they did. Their secret wasn't a single trick. It was a constellation of small, smart choices all pulling in one direction. When the flames vanished, the web held. To understand how they survived winters that should have broken them, we must step back into that dark, smoky air. We must look not at the dead fire, but at everything that kept you warm when it died. Close your eyes. Picture surviving the cold. A mind likely conjures a blazing fire. Golden light. People huddled close, hands stretched toward the dancing heat. This image is a lie. In a Viking longhouse, standing right beside the hearth meant choking on smoke. Thick, acrid, and watering smoke that pooled under the rafters. Heat was not a simple gift. It was a negotiation. So, people did not crowd the flames as our fantasies suggest. The hearth cooked food, dried socks, gave light. But it was not a roaring furnace meant to heat the air. It was a tool, used with frugal care. If you could sketch the warmth in that room, it would be a narrow column over the firestone, glowing like a thin candle, a hot zone for toasting hands. A little further out, the warmth thinned. By the time it reached the sleeping platforms along the walls, it was only a suggestion, slight softening of the brutal air. This is hard for us to accept. We are used to heating entire spaces. We seal windows, pump warm air, demand a constant, even temperature. When we enter a cold room, we ask, why isn't the whole room warm? The Vikings asked a different question. Where is the one warm place? And they built their lives around the answer. Wood was not infinite. On the treeless coasts of Iceland and Norway, every log had a price written in sweat and risk. A woodpile was a bank account. Burning huge fires to warm air that would immediately leak away was madness. So, they did not treat flame as the sole answer. They treated it as the first step. The hearth put it into the biffing. Almost everything else was designed to catch that heat, to slow it, to bend it toward the places where it mattered. The modern campfire fantasy is this. You face the heat, turning slowly like meat on a spit. Front warm, back cold. When the flames die, the warmth vanishes. Viking warmth did not work that way. It was not about fighting cold with constant flame. It was about making small amounts of heat do more than they had any right to do. That is why, on a midwinter night, no one leapt up in panic when the last ember faded. The real work was not happening in the bright circle over the hearth. It was happening in the walls, the roof, the platforms, the bedding, the bodies along the sides of the room. We tell stories of northern survivalists, tales of more fire, more fuel, more technology. The Vikings built a different story. Theirs was not, how do I make this room hot? But how do we waste as little heat as possible? Then how do we arrange our lives so we don't need the whole room to be hot in the first place? To see the radical difference, start with an uncomfortable truth. Fire, on its own, is terrible at keeping humans warm. Stand back from a campfire on a cold night. Your face glows, your spine chills. Step 2 paces back, and the warmth drops off a cliff. You could build the flames higher, yet most of that extra heat will escape into the sky, long before it reaches your bones. An open flame radiates heat. Yes, but it also dumps the heat into a vast, moving ocean of air. Hot air rises, pulling cold air in to replace it at your level. Inside a building, this is wasteful. The Viking hearth constantly fought this reality. Picture it again. A shallow stone rectangle of coals. Hay smoke minus blackened patch of roof above. Around it, an oval of trampled earth. Beyond that, the wooden benches and platforms along the walls. Stand near the hearth, and you feel the heat. Step to the wall and lie down, and the air is cooler. Your breath might steam. If you judged by air temperature alone, you might think the room had failed. But here was the trick. They were not trying to warm the air. They were trying to warm themselves. Warming air is expensive. Air has mass. It leaks. It races up through cracks. To keep a large volume of air warm, you must feed the fire constantly, like trying to fill a sieve with water. Warming objects is different. A stone beside the hearth, a clay pot, a wooden bench, the very bones of the building. Once these absorb heat, they give it back slowly. Best of all, human bodies, layered in wool, are excellent at holding their own heat, if given the right conditions. The central hearth did 3 things. It cooked, it transformed material, and it raised the temperature just enough that the rest of the system could work. When you lay on your straw and wool, you were not depending on the fire to reach you across the room. You depended on a slight rise in ambient temperature, plus the insulation around your body, plus the heat your own metabolism produced. Fuel scarcity made this non-negotiable. In Iceland, forests vanished in decades after settlement. After that, fuel was a careful calculation. Driftwood, dented birch, heat. This was the energy budget of a household. On the Norwegian coast, hauling firewood in winter meant labor and risk. Icy paths, frozen tools, fingers that stuck to metal. Inland, wood was more available, but snow turned each log into a small victory. Charcoal cost even more effort. Every spark in the longhouse had a trail of sweat behind it. Then there was the smoke. A bigger blaze meant more light, more momentary warmth, but also more coughing. Blackened rafters, risk of stray sparks. Immodest, while managed fire was healthier, safer. It asked a different question. Not how do we make this bigger? How do we make this enough? So heat became something you shepherded. When the hearth was lit in the morning, it began warming more than the pot. Stones absorbed warmth. The packed earth floor slowly climbed a few degrees. Timber posts drank in heat. Bodies moved through the space, adding their own. By evening, the longhouse was not a box of cold air with one hot point. It was a collection of objects and surfaces that had been quietly accumulating warmth all day. When the fire sank down, that stored heat did not vanish. It bled out slowly, into a space designed to catch and reuse it. The people inside finished what the hearth had started. Once you understand how stubbornly fire tries to throw its heat away, The vacuum solution looks less like hardship and more like elegant engineering. Instead of chasing the fleeting comfort of standing near flames, they learned to trap what those flames offered. They turned their own bodies into the primary heaters. That trapping happened on many levels. First, the house itself was a thermal shell, turf stacked thick over wooden frames. Earth piled against outer walls, roofs thatched with layers of straw. Smile openings. This did not generate heat. It slowed the loss of every degree gained from sun, fire, bodies, animals. Inside that shell, the layout created microclimates. The coldest zone was near the door. The warmest air clung near the roof when the fire was high. Somewhere in between was a band of tolerable air for daily tasks. And along the walls, just above the floor, a quiet miracle occurred. Here, the house, the bed, and the body worked together. The raised platforms were crucial. My hand span off the ground was the difference between sleeping on a heat-sucking surface and lying on something that could dry and warm. Straw and rushes trapped tiny pockets of air. Woolen cloth added another layer of fibers that held air still. When you lay down and pulled woolen fur over yourself, you were closing a circuit around your own body. Every exhale warmed the little cave under your covers. Your body was always fighting to maintain its internal temperature. The Vikings learned, without the language of physics, that if you give that inner fire the right surroundings, it will do most of the work. This was capturing warmth instead of chasing it. You did not sit for hours by the fire, trying to roast the chill from your bones. You went to your place on the platform, folded yourself into layers, and let your own furnace take over. The real heater was not in the middle of the room. It was under the blankets. And it was not only you, around you. Other bodies did the same work. On the far side of a thin wall, cows and sheep lay in their stalls, promenading, breathing, each one a steady candle of warmth. Their combined heat seeped through timber into your space. The herd's survival depended on yours, and yours on theirs, in more ways than food. The I reattached to the living space thickened the invisible layer of warmth hugging the front of the building. Modern heating treats each person as a passive recipient. The Viking system treated every living creature as part of the heating apparatus. Fire was not the heroic source. Flames started the process. They boiled the stew that fueled your metabolism. They dried the clothes. They gave off just enough radiant heat to nudge the interior above freezing. But if you took away the house, the bedding, the clothing, the animals, and the family, you could build the biggest fire in the world and still freeze the moment you stepped back. In other words, the Vikings did not rely on the fire. Fire relied on everything else. That is the first hint of their secret. Comfort is not something you buy from a single source. It is something you build by aligning small edges until they add up. A windbreak here, a layer of wool there, a wall of turf, a sleeping platform a little higher, a cow in the next room, the coffin people sharing breath instead of facing the night alone. Put a fire in the middle of emptiness, and it burns out, leaving you exposed. Put a modest fire in the middle of a system built to hold heat, and to let the flames die at midnight and still wake warm. When we imagine a Viking winter, our eyes go to the glow of the hearth. The longer you look, the more you realize the glow is a distraction. The real power lies in the shadows, in the shape of the house, in the thickness of the bedding, in the weight of the cloaks, in the slow pulse of animals and people lying together. Fire was only the beginning. The first thing you notice is the low roof. You duck through the doorway. I'm on the lintel. Outside, wind drives snow like thrown sand. Inside, 2 steps in, sensation changes. Not warm, but different. The wind becomes only a sound. Muffled. The air feels heavier, slower. You sense something being held. The longhouse is not a high, echoing hall. It is a low, stretched minus out space. Its proportions like an upside minus down ship half minus buried in earth. The roof pitches steeply. He is that far above the tallest head. Smoke darkens everything above eye level. The world of soot lives up there. The world of heat lives down where you are. To a modern mind, this feels oppressive. Where are the bright windows? Where is the open air? Here, light clings to surfaces. Fire throws orange onto faces and tools. Beyond its reach, in the corners, things are hinted at. The outline of a loom, a shield, sleeping forms under furs. Yet in a northern winter, this shape, low, thick, narrow, if the first defense between your body and the cold, we think of houses as places that make warmth. Flick a switch, and the building delivers heat. When the radiators turn off, we say the house has failed. Viking houses did not make heat. They held it. The difference begins with the ground. Many long houses were partially sunk into the earth or banked with soil and turf. That earth, dense and slow to change, acted like a massive, invisible blanket. Walk outside, and you see not crisp walls, but mounds, turf slabs stacked like bricks. Snow settles on them. The line between building and land blurs. To the eye, this looks crude. To the body inside, it is genius. Yours doesn't care about the gust hitting the gable. It absorbs heat during the day and releases it back over hours. It dampens violent wings. You can think of that turf as a battery without wires. During every hour the fire is lit, heat leaks into the walls and ground. When the flames shrink, that stored warmth bleeds gently inward. The building does not stay cozy by modern standards, but it cools at a crawl, not a plunge. That is enough to make the difference between shivering awake and sleeping until dawn. Inside, everything is bent toward losing less heat. At the doorway, there is always a bite. Cold pours in like an invisible waterfall, but take a few steps inward, and the climate changes. The central aisle is variable. When the fire is strong, your face prickles while your back feels a chill. When the fire is low, drafts stalk this space. It is the road to the house. Along the walls, something else happens. The raised platforms are the main living surfaces. One step up from the floor, you feel the design at work. Cold air, heavier, slides into the central walkway. Slightly warmer air lingers along the walls. Above the platforms, the packed earth and timber underneath, warmed all day, lend a faint gentleness to the boards. When you lie down, the architecture closes around you like cupped hands. Above, the rafters trap a reservoir of smoke and hot air. Below, the earth forms a vast heat sink. In front of you, the furnace and wall form the last barrier. You can feel the stratification of the air. Lift your hand, and on some nights you feel a colder band. Stay low, tucked into your nest. The small space around your body stays strangely stable. The longhouse does not make the interior uniform. It makes pockets of survivable climate where you actually are. The ceilings are low for a reason. High ceilings are beautiful, that they create a tall column of space you must fill with warmth. Hot air, given the chance, will rise away from you. Where fuel is limited, that is a luxury you cannot afford. The Viking house refuses this luxury. It presses the roof down, narrows the volume, accepts that heads may bump beams. In exchange, when the fire sleeps, the air stays a few degrees higher for a few hours longer. In deep winter, those hours are an eternity. Windows are another point of difference. Modern houses have many. We like views, sunlight, connection. Glass is a weak point in our thermal armor. Leading heat, we deal with this by throwing more energy into the system. The Viking longhouse often had no true windows, only small openings, shutters, translucent coverings used sparingly. Light came from the door, the roof vent, the fire, torches. To a modern visitor, minus darkness. To someone who lived there, it was a trade minus off. Less light for less heat pouring out. Internal doors and partitions followed the same logic. Wooden walls, half minus walls. Thick curtains separated the main space from storage or the by-ray. These were valves, allowing the household to decide when to let air move. On a bitter night, with the fire banked, someone pulls a heavy curtain across the sleeping section. The central aisle, with its drafts, is partially cut off. The small volume where people lie is shielded. The warmth of bodies, animals, the day's heat and the walls can settle there, thickening the invisible blanket. Everything about the structure says the same thing. Reduce loss. Arrow pathways for air to flee. Weight the walls. Sink the building into something slower than the wind. From a distance, it is easy to underestimate how intentional this was. Cold enforces a ruthless education. If a way of building bleeds too much heat, people get sick, or die, or burn twice as much fuel. Over generations, that mistake is burned out of a culture. You can see that learning in how Viking houses evolved. In tree-rich areas, more timber, in treeless ones, more turf and stone, on coasts lashed by sea winds, profiles lower and more rounded. The details shift, but the principle does not. You do not wage war on winter by trying to overpower it with fire. You make your home a place where winter has fewer ways in. Imagine the heat turned off in a modern house. Walls of light materials, large windows, high ceilings, thin partitions. When the system stops, comfort bleeds away shockingly fast. You feel the temperature drop hour by hour. Floors become cold plates. Windows radiate chill. The house reveals what it really is. Not a furnace, but a shell. Sometimes little better than a glorified tent. How I imagine the heat turned off in a Viking longhouse. That happens every night. No more active flame. Yet the house does not betray its inhabitants. The earth around the walls, the turf, the heavy timbers, the compact spaces, the stored goods, the neighboring animals, all give back what they have taken in. They do not stop the cold. They fluid enough that your brain and body can finish the job. You, lying on your platform, experience the architecture as a conspiracy on your behalf. You judge by skin and breath, not by numbers on a wall, but underneath. The building does complex work. The rafters, loaded with smoke, from an insulating layer. Smoke and hot air rise and collect there, slowing further heat loss. The rafters darken over years with soot. Every particle is a memory of fuel burned. The zone you inhabit is below that, benefiting from higher temperatures above and slower cooling at the sides. This arrangement has a cost. Your lungs pay it. Your eyes pay it. Chronic exposure to wood smoke left its mark. Yet from a thermal perspective, the smoky rafters are part of the hidden furnace. The house uses every part of the physics available, even the uncomfortable ones. None of this means Viking houses were magical. On the coldest nights, your breath still fogs, your nose stings. You feel where a blanket has slipped. You wake and know from the feel of the wood that the air has edged closer to freezing. What the architecture gives you is not an end to cold, but a controllable kind of cold. A world where the difference between inside and outside is big enough that your body's own efforts can bridge the gap. There is a moment each morning when you feel that difference most clearly. You swing your legs off the platform, feet eating a scrap of cloth on the boards. The air under your tunic is brisk, waking your skin. You stand, stoop under the rafters. As the aisle toward the door, each step takes you through layers of air. The slightly warmer current near the platforms, the draft in the central lane, the knife at the threshold. When you crack the door open and winter rushes in, you feel the longhouse behind you, suddenly revealed. Not a warm place exactly, but a defended one, a controlled environment in a world that does not care if you live. When you close the door, the building starts the work of recovery. As soon as the opening is sealed, current settle, someone stirs the embers. A few pieces of fuel are added. The glow climbs to flame. The cycle begins again. Heat added, heat captured, heat held. Our modern buildings, for all their sophistication, have largely given up on this partnership with physics. We have walls that can insulate well. We have triple minus glazed windows, But we also crave space. Light. Fuse. We design rooms for feeling, not for survival. Then we hire machines powered by distant fuels to correct for those choices. When the machines work, it feels like progress. When they fail, the emptiness is revealed. The house grows cold with a speed that surprises us. We have forgotten what kind of animal we are, and what kind of world we live in. The Vikings could never forget. The line between sheltered and exposed was always thin, for architecture carried the knowledge in every joint and seam. No space was wasted. No surface was neutral. Walls were storage, insulation, structure, backdrop all at once. Roofs were protection, filter, oak trap. The half was not a box you lived in. It was a tool you used, tuned by generations of hands that knew exactly what happened when you got it wrong. When you think of their secret, do not picture a single clever trick. Picture the shape of the longhouse itself. Its low ceiling, its thick walls banked with turf, its reluctance to open wide to the world. Picture how that shape catches every small contribution of heat and refuses to let it go quickly. Then picture your own space. High ceilings, large glass panes, walls that meet the ground with no extra mass, a front door that opens directly into a wide hallway where warm air rushes out, a thermostat that tries to make all this invisible. Their houses told the truth. It is hard to be warm where the world wants you dead. For houses often tried to hide the truth behind numbers and systems. The Vikings did not have the option of pretending, so they learned to build in a way that let them sleep when the fire went out. Their architecture was a hidden furnace, not because it burned on its own, but because it knew how to hold on to every flicker of heat on after the lava turned to ash. Lie back in your mind on that raised platform. Feel the rough wood under the straw beneath your shoulder blades, the familiar sag where you have slept for months. Hear the animals shifting behind the partition, the soft thud of a hoot. Smell smoke. Oh! Above you, the rafters disappear into darkness and haze. Straight ahead, the hearth is only a faint red eye in the gloom. If you judge by that ember alone, you might think you are one gust from freezing. If you judge by how your body feels, tucked in, layered, cradled by a building that has learned to stand between you and the sky, you understand the quiet truth. The fire can sleep because the house is still awake. The first sensation is not the fur against your cheek. It is the difference in the air. Above you, toward the sooty rafters, the air is sharp and thin. If you lift a hand from the blankets, your skin pricks with cold. A breath drawn to high tastes of old smoke in winter. But down where you lie, pressed into the layered bedding, the air changes. It thickens. It softens. You can feel your own warmth building in it, slow as a rising tide. You are not lying on a bed in the modern sense. You are part of the room's architecture. The sleeping platform is built into the longhouse wall, a continuous wooden ledge. By day, it is a bench for mending and carving. By night, it is transformed. Straw is spread, falling cloth is rolled out. Furs are shaken and laid. What was furniture becomes a nest. The height matters. If you swallowed your feet down now, you would feel it instantly. The floor, packed earth and ash, drinks heat. Stand there barefoot, and cold climbs into your bones. The platform lifts you away from that. Half a meter, perhaps a little more. In thermal terms, it is a border. The wood underneath has dried out, warmed a little. It's above the coldest cool of air, which always settles at the lowest point. Cold air is heavy. It slides into the lowest spots. By raising the place where you sleep, you step just above that invisible puddle. Look at the planks beneath you, and not perfectly level. Time has bent them. Many platforms were built with a subtle intention, a slight tilt so your head rests higher than your feet. The incline helps with comfort, with breathing. It also nudges air to circulate in small loops under your body, preventing dampness from lingering. On top of those boards lies the real foundation straw. It prickles, Tiny broken pieces find their way into your hair and clothes. And as you shift, you feel what it does. It springs. It gives. Every stalk is a rigid line that holds the fibers around it apart. Thousands of these stalks create a tangle of tunnels. What fills those tunnels is air. We forget that air is the only thing that truly keeps us warm. Fire heats air or surfaces, which then heat us. Says down. Straw, they are not one in themselves. They are shapes for air to hide inside. The less that air moves, the more it belongs to you. When you lie down, your body presses into the straw. Some stalks bend and break. Others resist, forming a mesh that cradles you. The spaces inside that mesh trap the air your body has already warmed. Instead of flowing away to join the colder ocean of the room, it lingers in your shape. If you lay on bare wood or stone, your warmth would travel in a straight, efficient line away from you. Nature equalizes temperature wherever it can. On straw, the path is crooked. Every piece of fiber interrupts it, slowing the transfer. Heat has to jump from stalk to stalk through tiny pockets of still air that resist the jump. Some warmth makes it out. Much of it does not. Or it gets caught in the loops and stays near you. This is why, when you first crawl into bed, the bedding feels neutral or cool. And half an hour later, it feels as if a secret fire burns beneath you. No one has lit a fire. You are the fire. Over the straw lies another layer wool. The cloth beneath you might be coarse wood now, woven from sheets woolen beaten until dense. It is not soft in a modern way, but it is tough. It keeps the straw from attacking your skin while preserving the breathability of the layer beneath. The wool itself adds another maze. Fibers twisted around fibers, making tiny rooms that warm air is reluctant to leave. The blanket you pull over yourself works the same way, only more so. Hold a piece of woven wool to the light, and you see a constellation of gaps between threads. To the eye, they are nothing. To air, they are narrow doors. When you lie still, your exhaled breath your skin. Your blood donate heat to the pocket of air pressed between your body and the cloth. Some of that heat tries to rise. In a wide-open room, it would roll off you like mist, mixing with colder currents and vanishing. Enter hits a forest. Each fiber grabs a little energy, warms slightly, and warms the air next to it. The outer side of the blanket stays closer to room temperature. The inner side belongs to you. The result is a gradient, a smooth staircase of heat from your skin to the world. The steps are small enough that the flow is gentle, not of rush. That is the only difference between shivering and sighing with comfort, the speed at which your body loses its warmth. Then there is fur. If your household is done well, you feel the weight of pelts. They lie like snowdrifts, dense and heavy. Their hairs are layered in such numbers that the air almost gives up. Fur is what an animal grows when it cannot afford to lose heat. It is a masterclass in survival. Thawed hairs to shed water, and a furrow to hold warmth, the skin beneath to anchor the system. Now that system is yours. Sweep your hand over the outer surface of a pelt, and it feels cool and slightly oily. Slide your fingers underneath, between fur and wool, and the air there hugs your skin. The hair traps it so tightly that convection, the process by which warm air rises and cold falls, is almost choked off. There is no room for large currents to form. Temperature changes happen by conduction, tiny collisions of molecules, not by great shuffling movements. Conduction is slower. Slowness here is mercy. You pull the furs up to your neck. Your breath moistens the air under them. The woolen straw below you catch warmth that leaks downward. The wall at your back remembers the long day of fire and bodies and gives back what it can. Within minutes, you feel a change. The house has not become warmer. The embers in the hearth are fading. The air in the aisle is cooling. Breath there strips heat from teeth and tongue. Inside your little tent of fibers and air, the opposite is happening. Your skin pulls away from the initial chill of the blankets and relaxes into a slowly rising temperature. Muscles unclench. Fingers and toes, which ached when you first lay down, grow dull and heavy. You shift once, finding the channel your body has carved in the straw and settle. It is a strange reversal. In most of life, heat moves from outside in. The sun warms your face. The fire warms your hands. Here, you are the source. The world beyond the bedding is cold and will always be cold in winter. But you, wrapped in straw and wool and fur, have stopped fighting the whole world's temperature. You are only fighting the few centimeters of space around your body. Is the core of the Viking bed's brilliant. Modern thinking clings to the idea of filling a room with hot air. We talk about room temperature as if the entire volume must be coaxed into friendliness. The Viking bed takes a more precise approach. It defines comfort not as a property of the room, but as a property of the necklace around your skin. Heating an entire longhouse to shirt minus sleeve warmth would have required enormous, constant fuels, keeping the palm minus size zone of air hugging your chest, your feet, and knows that is work your own body can do if you give it the right allies. Straw is one ally, wool is another, fur is a third. The final ally is air itself when it is trapped and tamed. Think of air as a nervous animal, left free. It is always moving, especially when there is a temperature difference. Warm air wants to rise. Cold air wants to rush in. Gamma switching is what makes you feel draft. The constant licking of cooler currents against skin that had just grown warm. The Viking bed, layer by layer, pins that animal down. Between the straw, the air pockets are so small that warm air rising means only a single tiny pocket shifts its energy to the fibers around it. There is nowhere big enough for a full minus-fledged draft to form. Between the woven threads of wool, the same thing happens. Warmth is distributed by touching, not by flowing. In physics terms, you have reduced convection and forced most heat transfer to happen by conduction, the slower process. Slow is the key. Your body keeps adding warmth all night, but it has a limited budget. If drafts are allowed, that budget is blown quickly. You feel as the sinking disappointment of a bed that turns cold when you shift. In well-constructed Viking bedding, the budget is spent slowly, in a controlled way. The pocket of air around you stays comfortable for hours. There's a moment deep in the night when the system shows its full power. The longhouse is almost completely dark. The last log has collapsed into ash. Only the faintest red line shows where an ember still lies. The sounds have shifted. Earlier, there was talk, the clatter of balls, footsteps. Now there is only breathing, human, animal, together like waves. You are awake enough to notice. Perhaps the wind hit the wall and made a board creak. Perhaps a child turned over and bumped your knee. You blinked, eyes open in the cold dark, and do the simple, ancient test. You move an inch. The air outside your covers kisses your cheek and the tip of your nose. It is cold enough to make the tiny exposed patch of skin ache, but the air against the rest of you has become something else entirely. From neck to ankle, under wool and fur, the temperature feels almost indecently high. Your own body has spent hours quietly heating that sealed space. If you slide your hand down to your feet, you feel it even more. They are not icy stumps. They are warm. The joints softened. The arches relaxed. A heat has pooled there, caught by the narrow foot of the bedding. When you flex your toes, it feels as if you are pushing against water instead of empty air. You are, in essence, inside a small, long, honest temperature oven that your own metabolism fuels. It is not perfect. If you fling the covers off, the pocket is punctured. If your bedding is thin or wet, the system fails. But when everything works, straw air thickly, wool dry, furs intact, platform dry, while solid, the warmth can feel almost magical. The Vikings did not have thermometers. Their knowledge was tactile, built from countless nights of trial and error. They knew fresh straw worked better than old matted straw. They knew a damp wool blanket was a misery, yet still better than a damp linen sheet. They knew the difference between a cheap coat that let wind through and a good one that turned wind aside. Over time, this tactile knowledge congealed into habit. Straw was changed out regularly. Bedding was dried by the fire on rare sunny days. Furs were beaten, shaken, mended. No one spoke of optimizing thermal efficiency. They spoke of comfort, a sickness avoided, of children who slept through the night. If you look at modern bedding through this lens, some of it looks oddly fragile. Foam mattresses that trap heat and moisture, creating swamps. Synthetic duvets that let air slide too easily or trap sweat. Beds positioned in the middle of big, open rooms where any warmth you generate is stolen by cubic meters of indifferent air. We have chosen aesthetics and Ds over the simple question Viking bedding answered every night. How do we help a human body keep its own heat? There is another difference, quieter and less obvious. You are rarely alone on a Viking sleeping platform. The private bed is a recent invention. In the lounge house, space is too valuable. You lie shoulder minus to minus shoulder, hip minus to minus hip, sometimes 3 or 4 across. Children tuck themselves into any gaps. When the household is full, you may feel pressed from both sides. At first, it feels like a loss of autonomy, but in terms of warmth, it is a multiplication. Each body is its own furnace. The giant arm can heat a small pocket under blanket. Put them together so close that legs and backs and arms share contact, and you tie their systems into a network. If one person runs hotter, their warmth bleeds into the group. If an elder runs colder, the risk is cushioned by being physically linked to others. You felt this phenomenon sharing a small tent on a cold night, piling under a blanket with someone on a couch. The difference between alone and together is stark. Together, even if the room is cold, the space under the shared cover quickly becomes almost too warm. Alone is struggled to build that same heat. The Viking bed system makes this ordinary human fact structural. It expects and uses it. Furs are sized to cover multiple people. Platforms have no built-minus and dividers. There might be personal spots, but they're part of a larger continuous mattress. Warmth can migrate easily, not just through the air but through contact. From a strictly physical standpoint, it is hard to overstate how effective this is. Heat moves faster through solids than through gases. When your leg rests against someone else's, warmth does not have to cross a layer of air. It moves directly through tissue. The result is faster equalization within the group. Peaks and valleys of temperature smooth out. No one gets to hoard warmth entirely. No one is entirely deprived. To a modern individualist, this may sound like compromise. To a Viking trying to keep a family alive, it was insurance. The bed, then, is not just a personal hearth. It is a shared one. A slab of wood, a heap of straw, layers of wool and fur, and the bodies of the people you depend on, all combining to create his own where the outside world's violence is muted. Fall back in your mind and look at the longhouse from above. In the darkest point of the year, the fire pit is a dull red wound, as healed. The air above it cools fast. Toward the roof, the smoke layer is a greasy band. The door is a faint pale rectangle edged with frost. But along the long walls, on the sleeping platforms, lie shapes wrapped in layers. Each one is a soft heat source. Each one is surrounded by a halo of slightly warmer air under wool and fur. From a thermal perspective, the building is no longer a single room. It is a series of tiny, overlapping climates, each anchored by a human being and their bedding. The turf walls and earth beneath keep those climates from collapsing. The bed itself keeps them from dissipating. The person in the gut keeps them alive. We often imagine Viking survival as a matter of toughness, of gritted teeth and stoic suffering. There was plenty of suffering, but the more you look at the Viking bed, the less it seems like blunt toughness, and the more it looks like finesse. It uses cheap materials: straw from harvest, wool from sheep, fronds from hunted animals. It uses basic physics: air resists heat flow. When still fibers can hold air, still bodies generate heat constantly. It combines those facts into a design that allows a child, an elder, a laborer to lie down in a structure half-minus buried in frozen earth and within minutes feel a warmth that would surprise someone who had only seen the cold outside. The embers in the fire pit are optional to this experience. They make it better. In fact, If they die, the bed carries on. In that sense, the Viking bed is the purest expression of the secret. It does not deny how dangerous the cold is. It does not waste effort trying to heat the unfriendly emptiness of the whole world. It accepts the limits and quietly builds a little world of its own around each sleeper. One straw, one thread, one hair at a time. You, lying there with your nose cold and your toes warm, become the center of a small, fiercely defended climate. The longhouse sheltering that climate is another layer of defense. Beyond that, there is the landscape, indifferent and lethal. Between your skin and that indifferent stands straw, wool, fur, and air, all arranged by human hands that understood, on a level deeper than words, that the most reliable hearth in winter is the one you carry inside your own body. You do not sleep alone. That is the first thing to understand. Warmth was never a purely individual achievement. It was something made between bodies, layered and shared. In our world, the image of a proper night's rest is often a single person in a private box. One bed, one room, one door that closes. In the Viking world, such isolation would have looked less like a luxury and more like a threat. From the moment you step into the longhouse at night, you can feel why. It is late, deep in winter. Outside, the sky is a black vault of uninterested stars. The yard creaks with frost. The breath of cattle goes up in white plumes, that briefly when the door opens, then the door shuts, and the outside world falls away. Inside, the first impression is not of heat, but of density. Sound is thicker. The space is full. Tools hang from beams. Bundles of wool are stacked in niches. Barrels line the walls. And above all, there are people. They are not scattered through separate chambers. They exist in layers. Someone stirs a pot. Someone mends ice near the fire. Children chase each other until a parent snaps a few words. An elder leans back on the sleeping platform, wrapped in a cloak, watching. Every breath adds something to the air. Every body radiates a smile. Invisible halo of heat. You notice it most clearly if you remember the yard you just crossed. Out there, the cold was an active force, gnawing at your face and fingers. In here, it is merely a presence at the edges. The lurks near the door, presses faintly at drafty gaps, but it does not dominate. A difference is not a roaring fire. That could never be large enough on its own. The difference is that you are not alone with the cold anymore. There are others between you and it. The day winds down. The cot is emptied. Tools are put away. Bank the fire. Settle the animals. Bar the door. One by one, people climb onto the raised platforms along the walls. This migration might be the single most important warmth ritual, though no one calls it that. There is no ceremony, just habit. Someone yawns, pulls off outer layers, and crawls under the furs. Someone else follows. The bench becomes a living organism, sprouting mounds and shapes as blankets rise and fall with breathing. If you are young, it might be last up. There is always one more log to carry. When you finally climb onto the platform, you ease into the narrow strip left for you between an older brother and a cousin. There is no question of finding your own corner far away. There simply isn't room. At first, it feels crowded. A knee bumps yours. An arm brushes your shoulder as someone turns. The weight of shared furs makes it hard to shift. The smell is intimate wool, sweat, smoke, the faint animal tang of leather and skin. But as you ice still, another sensation rises. Warmth, low and steady, cutting from both sides. You can feel it where your upper arm presses against a rib cage. You can feel it along the line of your back, which is not exposed to a wide gulf of cold air, but to the curve of another human body under layers. The bedding that covers you is not yours alone. It stretches over several bodies, its edges tucked in where someone has learned the best way to keep drafts out. The shared cover traps not just your heat, but theirs. One person trying to warm a large blanket is like a candle in a barn. That can be done, but it can fall untying. An any gush of cold air will snuff out the game. 5 bodies under the same blanket on more like a bed of coals. Warmth spreads through fabric and flesh. Equalizer. This is not metaphor. It is physics. Every human body at rest gives off a consistent amount of heat. Alone in a large cold room, that heat leaks away as fast as it is made. Your body warms the air directly above it. Vast air rises and is replaced by colder air in an endless quiet churn. Sharing a bed in a narrow space with others slows that churn. The warmth from each person has a shorter path to travel before it meets the warmth from others. There is less outside for the cold to pull from. The Viking longhouse takes that principle and scales it up. Imagine the building at night as a kind of lung. The animals in the byre are one lobe. The people on the sleeping platforms are another. Each breath they exhale is warm and damp. Each body gives off heat. In a big empty room, those little contributions would drift apart and vanish. Here, in a low, crowded space with thick walls, they add up. Now add the animals properly. On the other side of a wooden partition, cows lie in their stalls. Sheep curl together, noses tucked toward their flanks. Goats shift and mutter. Their sheer mass is impressive. A single cow weighs several times what you do. Inside that mass, metabolism hums. A cow's current temperature is higher than a human's. It burns food to keep endurance at that heat, and the byproduct is a constant trick of warmth into the air. Your ancestors noticed this long before anyone expressed it as a number. They knew that the cattle made the byre the warmest place in the house in deep winter. They knew that a goat pen, when closed, stayed kinder than an empty shed. They learned through generations that putting animals in a separate detached building was a luxury for milder climates. In harsher places, you bring the animals into your thermal circle. Though the longhouse is not a house with a stable attached. It is a single system with zones. The animals have their space. The people have theirs. The wall between is not so much a barrier as a membrane, letting smells, sounds, and crucially heat seep through. You might curse the smell at times. You do not curse the warmth. Livestock are not only wealth on the hoof, they are radiators that eat hay. On nights when the wind shakes and the fire is low, that shared warmth is more than comfort. It is the difference between the air hovering a few degrees above freezing or well below it. Your bed system can handle a certain gradient between you and the room. If the room plunges far past that, all your clever layers struggle. The animals move that baseline point upward, ending the whole interior to a slightly kinder level. You feel this most clearly when you lie where the human and animal's owns overlap. Tonight, you have been pushed to the outer edge of the sleeping platform. The new child has joined the family. An injured uncle has come home to heal. You end up near the partition where the wall is thinnest. At first, you might be resentful. It is drafty air here. Cracks in the boards near your head let in whispers of night. But as you settle, you discover the compensation. Behind your back through the wood comes the steady rhythm of a cow's breathing. Each exhale releases warm, moist air into the stall. Some of that air finds its way through gaps into your corner. It is not dramatic. You do not feel a hot wind. But, compared to the sharp cold near the door, this edge of the house is surprisingly gentle, combined with the warmth of the bodies pressed in front of you. Under the communal furs, you exist in a kind of sandwich. Animal heat behind, human heat ahead, wooden woolen straw in between. The middle of your chest feels as if someone has placed a small, steady hand over it. Your nose is still cold. Your fingers still prick if they stay outside the blankets too long. At the core of you, the part that matters most for survival, floats in an environment your modern self might hesitate to call harsh at all. This is not romance. It is plain fact. In the battle against cold mass matters, one person in a large unheated space is fragile. Their heat is almost nothing to work with. 20 people for cows, a dozen sheep, and 3 goats in a sealed, low-minus roofed space are an entirely different proposition. Their combined heat output changes the environment. They are not just surviving in it, they are reshaping it. Modern science has numbers for this. The Vikings did not need numbers. They had experience. They would have noticed that a winter house full of people and animals felt different from an empty one. That when half the family left on a journey, the air inside felt thinner, harder. That when the household was packed visitors in minus laws, guests seeking shelter from a storm, the cold outside seemed further away. In harsh years that crowding might have been unpleasant. Food stretched thinner, tempers flared. Privacy was almost non-minus existent. Yet from the perspective of warmth, more bodies meant a stronger shield against the season. When you have lived your whole life like this, the connection between closeness and survival writes itself into your instinct. You understand that distance is dangerous. The young traveler trying to sleep away from shelter is courting trouble. Even in summer, when sleeping outside under the stars is a pleasure, the memory of winter remains. Together is safer. That sense is not only physical, it is emotional, and the two are entangled. Lying on that crowded platform, you are not just warm because of the bodies against you. You are warm because you are not lying there alone, wondering who will hear if something goes wrong. If an ember jumps from the hearth, someone will see it. If enemies come, someone will hear the door. If a child cries out, a hand will reach across the darkness. The house does not sleep as a single oblivious organism. It dozes in shifts. Someone is always half-minus awake with a nagging back or an anxious mind. Someone is always closer to the door. Someone closer to the animals. Someone nearer the fire. That diffuse vigilance is part of what allows others to sink into deeper, more generous sleep. Modern research has shown what Viking bodies knew. Feeling safe is a prerequisite for true rest. When your brain is convinced you might be attacked or abandoned, it keeps your sleep shallow, your muscles tense, your heart ready to race. When that sense of threat is reduced, your body trusts the night enough to let go. Here, safety is not promised by locks and alarms and private walls. It is promised by proximity. By the weight of another person's leg against yours. By the sound of another person's breathing in your ear. By the knowledge that if you stop breathing in the night, someone will feel it. Warmth, in this context, becomes inseparable from belonging. To be excluded, to be banished from the communal sleeping space, is not just socially painful. It is physically dangerous. Rockcasts and saga stories often face not just the violence of enemies, but the violence of exposure. The nightly pooling of shared heat is something they no longer have access to. Their punishment is not only to be unloved, but to be cold. We live now in a world that has reversed the symbolism. Sharing a room with many people is often coded as poverty. Having your own room, your own climate control, your own bedding, your own locked space is coded as success. The colder it is outside, the more we expect our individual box will protect us. Most of the time, as long as the grid holds, it does. But that protection is brittle. Picture a modern apartment on a winter night. Walls are reasonably insulated. Windows are double-minus glazed. Radiators tick. The air is a uniform 22 degrees. You walk barefoot and feel no sting. You go to bed alone under a light duvet. Then imagine the heat fails. A storm knocks out power. A boiler breaks. Within an hour, the radiators cool. The evenness of temperature dissolves. Held presses against the glass and bleeds in. A vast volume of air in all your separate rooms slides downward, degree by degree. If you stay alone in your bed, you quickly learn how little insulation a single thin blanket offers. You might pile on clothes, more blankets, a coat. Unless you have been unusually deliberate, your safety now depends on a technology you do not control and cannot repair at 3 in the morning. In that scenario, one of the most effective things you could do is exactly what a Viking would have done without thinking. Move closer to others. For neighbors in one room, all their blankets and coats piled together on one bed can ride out a cold night much more safely than for people shivering in separate units. The combined heat of their bodies, the reduction of their volume, the shared vigilance all recreate in an ad-hoc way what a longhouse does by design. We have not lost the physics. We have only forgotten the depth lies around it. When you look back at the Viking longhouse, something else becomes clear. Community for them was never just an abstract good. It was a piece of survival technology. Your king group, your household, your alliances were your backup heating system. Your access to a sleeping platform was more than a matter of status. It was a guarantee that when storms came, it would not be trying to keep your core temperature up with only your own metabolism between you and the dark. Even the way disputes are handled in saga stories reflects this. People can hate each other, feud, plot, nurse grudges, fight. When winter clamps down, households consolidate, get taken in, sometimes uneasily. Hospitality rules tighten. Under the same roof, lying not far from each other at night, are people who might try to kill each other in spring. For now, they share warmth. You, on that outer edge of the platform, might be lying next to someone you distrust. Your shoulders touch under the same furs. Your body cannot help but accept the heat. In the language of the body, warmth is still warmth, whatever the politics. Your survival tonight depends on that uncomfortable closeness. If the emotional paradox of shared heat could be worn, you must accept vulnerability. You forsake some privacy. You surrender the illusion that you can get through the season on your own. You place your body, and with it your life, in a space partially controlled by others. In return, you receive not just comfort, but a slower rate of loss in a world that is always trying to take things from you. The Vikings leaned into this paradox because they had no choice. Their climate and technology made the cost of isolation too high. In doing so, they accidentally created living arrangements that modern science now recognizes as beneficial not just for warmth, but for mental health. Shared sleeping, shared meals, shared labor, these are patterns that reduce loneliness. Loneliness is now known to worsen cardiovascular health, disrupt sleep, and increase perceived cold. To feel alone in a hostile environment is to feel colder, even if the actual temperature is the same. To feel held, even in a physically chilly space, is to feel warmer. So when you imagine the Viking secret, do not think only of clever walls and ekbedding. Think of the sheer stubborn insistence on not leaving each other alone with the cold. Think of the way the longhouse gathers people at night into a single breathing organism. Think of the animals folded into that organism, their warmth woven into the fabric. Think of the way a child sleeping between parents is safer. Then extend that image outward until it includes a whole farm, a whole village. The warmth in numbers is not just a saying here. It is a physics lesson written in the flesh. You, lying on the outer edge with cold pressing at your nose and warmth pressing at your spine, exist at the boundary of that lesson. Behind you, the soft tremble of a cow's breath. And in front of you, the slow unself-conscious heat of kin. Jesus, of you, the restless world that would gladly pull the life from your body. Nothing stands a simple profoundary and to not face the cold alone if you can help it. Share air, share blankets, share fear, share sleep. It is not that fire does not matter. When the flames are high, everyone feels the difference. But when the fire sinks, when the embers heighten the long night stretches, the true quiet furnace is not in the middle of the room. It is in the fact that in this house, in this culture, one person's warmth is never allowed to stand alone against the dark. The first thing that touches the cold is not your skin. It is the wool. You step out of the longhouse just before dawn, pushing through the heavy door. The world outside hits you like a fist. The air is knife-sharp, full of small, hard snow drifting sideways. Your breath rises in white plumes that freeze in your mustache. But your core, your chest, your belly, the deep place where your heart beats, is not naked to it. There is a wall between you and the air, and that wall walks wherever you do. It is easy, looking back, to think of Viking clothing as costumes, the stuff of dramas and museums. For the people who wore them, these garments were pieces of portable architecture. The same logic that built turf walls and low roofs also build what you are wearing now. Every layer is a surface. Every fold is a windbreak. Every pocket of air between fibers is a room you carry around your body. Under your cloak, Closest to your skin is your under-minus tunic. Linen if you are lucky, coarse wool if you are not. It is not thick. Its job is not to keep you warm. It is to keep you dry. It drinks sweat away from your skin and passes it outward. Over that rests a heavier woolen tunic, perhaps another. It drops to mid-minus thigh. Around your legs run wool trousers or hose, wrapped and bound with strips of cloth at the calves. Your feet are swaddled in foot wraps, then leather shoes. Over all of this hangs your cloak, a great piece of dense wool, pinned at one shoulder so it drapes around you like a 1-person ant. From the outside, you look composed. Inside those layers, a quiet battle is fought with the air. Every layer you it does to things it slows wind, and it traps air. Wind is the great thief. Standing in still cold air, you can tolerate lower temperatures because the warmth your body gives off can pull around you. That wind and that thin layer is stripped off again and again. It is like someone repeatedly dipping you in cold water. No fabric is truly warm if the wind slices through it. So Viking clothing is built to break the wind's path into a maze. The tunic, trousers, and cloak all overlap at different angles. The hem of your tunic covers the top of your trousers. The cloak falls over both. Leg wraps crisscross around calves and shins, breaking up long straight channels where wind loves to travel. Nothing is perfectly sealed, but every layer forces air to take a more tortuous route to reach your skin. At the same time, those layers trap the very thing the cold is trying to steal, your own warm breath seeping out through your skin. Between the tunic and cloak, between the cloak and the world, between wool trousers and leg wraps, there are countless tiny chambers. Most are not visible. They exist in the thickness of the fabric itself. Wool, especially the kind used then, is not a smooth sheet. Each fiber is crimped, curled like a microscopic spring, then spun into yarn unwoven. That crimp holds the threads apart just enough to create a forest of little hollows. Air slips into those hollows and stays. It is the same principle that makes the Viking bed work. Still, air is good air. Air that does not move cannot quickly carry heat away. Under your cloak, in your sleeves, along your torso, the air touching your under-minus tunic warms by a degree, then another. As your body donates energy to it, the wool traps sit and forces any new colder air to fight through 1,000 twists and turns. This is why, if you have ever worn good wool on a cold day, there is a moment when the garment stops feeling foreign and starts feeling like an extension of you. At first, when you leave the house, everything is cold. The wool feels rough, inert. Then, after a few minutes of walking, your own tenements it. You begin to sense a buffer, held at the fingers, at the tip of your nose, but warmth gathering under your chest, along your sides, at your lower back. For a Viking, that feeling was not a bonus. It was the point. Talk today about how modern fabrics wick moisture or breathe. In the Viking world, wool was the miracle material that did all that without explanation. Cheap did the work. They will evolve to do exactly what you are asking it to do now. The crimp in each fiber creates precious air pockets. The structure absorbs some moisture without losing its spring. Even damp wool keeps insulating. It can take on water slowly while its outer surfaces still hold dry air. It also carries natural lanolin, an oil that helps shed water and adds wind resistance. When the Vikings sheared their sheep, spun the fibers, wove them into cloth, they were harvesting an animal's lifetime of adaptation and turning it into human shelter. They did not need a textile engineer to tell them wool was special. They had hands. They knew how a linen shirt clung old and clammy if you sweated and then stood in the wind. They knew how wool, even when damp, still felt strangely warm. Its fibers held their own heat near your body instead of handing it to the air. They knew a child in woolen layers fared better in sleep, so they built their wardrobes around it. When you pull your coat tighter against the sea wind, feel its weight tag on your shoulder where the brooch pins it, you are feeling centuries of observation and woven foreign. The cloak is not an accessory. It is a wall, the immovable, personal, adaptable wall that can be a blanket at night, a sail against strain, a windbreak on a long ride, a makeshift tent. Now take that wall aboard a ship. The horizon is a dirty gray line. The fjord opened into the ocean days ago. The long ship rises and falls, planks creaking, oars biting in rhythm. Use it on your rowing bench. Knees braced, boots wet. Salt spray flicks up and freezes and crusts on the rails. There is no fire. You are surrounded by wood, tar cloth, pitch things that burn too well to tolerate sparks. If you went out here in nothing but a thin tunic, you would be courting death. The cold is not a dramatic blast. It is an endless creeping demand made worse by wet. Every splash against your legs, every bit of spray, carries away more of your heat as it evaporates. Yet under your cloak, your core is holding. The cloak is drawn forward over your knees, tucked tight, turned into a hemisphere of wool around your upper body. Your arms move inside it as much as possible. Your breath fills that small space with humidity and warmth. Your underminus layers wick away sweat from rowing and send it outward. Your thighs ache. Your fingers, when exposed to grip the oar, sting and go numb. Your face is raw. But inside, that bubble of layered cloth and trapped air, the temperature is several degrees kinda. Your heart beats in that shelter. No, and the ship thinks of a cloak as outerwear. It is more like a small, wearable room. At night, if you beach somewhere, it becomes a house within a house. You eye down bracken, rat a cloak around you, paw its head over your head. Sleep comes in something very much like the environment of the longhouse bed, only smaller and more exposed. The same physics apply. Full plus air plus flesh equals a stubborn pocket of warmth. Viking clothing focuses on the core because the core must not fail. If fingers can hurt, you can lose them and live. Their toes can freeze and still leave you a heartbeat. That if the temperature of your liver, your heart, your brain drifts too far down, the game is over. So, everything from the cut of your garments to the way you fasten them is oriented toward keeping your torso's heat loss low. That is why the neckline is high and the opening small. Why you might trap a scarf around your throat. Why your belts at snug, closing off gaps where wind could slide up and strip your belly of warmth. The chest, the lower back, the belly, these are walled and drained minus walled with fabric. Extremities get their own micro minus shelters. On your head, a cap or hood. It fits close to your skull, extends downward, covering ears and neck. In colder regions, it might have fur along the edge. Fur does something subtle. As your warm breath rises, it hits that ring of hair. The fur disrupts the airflow, slowing the speed at which your breath escapes. Some of it is deflected back toward your face. Vikings did not have the language of fluid dynamics, but they had eyes and cheeks and enough winters to figure out that certain arrangements of fur made the wind less cruel. On your hands, mittens beat gloves. Separate fingers present more surface area to the cold. Ime and lets your fingers huddle. They share warmth like bodies on the sleeping platform. A windproof outer layer leather over a wool mitten creates a dual system. Wool traps heat. Leather stops wind and sheds water. Leg wraps serve the same double purpose. When plans to travel up the line hallowed tunnel but betraf their leg, grab that leg's nuggly and spiral dance, and you break that tunnel into short overlapping segments. Each turn creates friction, pressing fabric closer to skin, closing gaps. At the same time, the slight thickness adds more air minus holding capacity. Your calves and shins, host to important blood vessels, become less vulnerable. Even your feet get their version. Full socks or foot wraps, changed when possible. Stuffing extra dry grass or wool into your shoes creates another layer. If you dry those materials by the fire and refresh them daily, your feet might not be comfortable, but they will be less likely to go numb. If can sound like overthinking in a wet room, but when you live where the outside air regularly dips below freezing and the wind never stops, clothing choices become the difference between life and death long before they become style. That is where Viking thinking diverges from much of modern fashion. We, especially in temperate places, dress for a journey between heated spaces. From home to car, car to office, office to shack. The coldest parts of our day are brief. We tolerate discomfort in those and minus between moments for the sake of looking a certain way. In the warm, thin jackets, exposed ankles, stylish shoes that ignore water. Our clothing works in partnership with centralized heating. When the systems fail, its weaknesses are exposed. The cotton hoodie becomes a cold sponge and fleet. Can't soaked through clean and drab heat. We feel personally betrayed. The Vikings had no such illusions. There were heated spaces, but they did not assume the world would cushion the time between them. The cloak on your shoulders had to be enough on its own. The wind would not care whether you looked good. Faux. Their clothing philosophy began from a different question. Not how can I feel warm, but how can I avoid losing heat faster than I can afford? It is a small shift in words, but an enormous shift in mindset. Feeling warm is a transient sensation. You can feel warm standing right next to a fire. Take 2 steps back, and the feeling vanishes. Not losing heat is quieter. But cold minus weather clothing often means you never feel particularly toasty. You feel neutral. The cold is there, but it is something pressing at your boundaries rather than pouring in. You are not overheating, not sweating heavily. You are simply okay. Vikings aimed for okay. Their garments allowed for adjustment. You NP in the cloak when rowing hard. Throw back the hood when working near the fire. Loosen the belt after a meal. He accepted that some parts would be cold. Hands, face, the tip of the nose. They could sting and burn and numb and recover. Those sensations were part of life, not aberrations to be banished at any cost. The cost they refused to pay was letting cold reach the core unnoticed. If you came in and felt a deep chill on your spine that would go away, some noticed. More layers. A seat by the fire. Hot food. If a child's hands were at can drain, that was unfortunate. If their lips were pale and their breath shallow, that was an alarm. Everything about the clothing system supported that triage. Protect the center. Accept manageable discomfort at the edge. In doing so, Vikings turn their bodies into walking hearts. Not flashy bonfires, but banked ones. Embers under ash. Slow minus burning. Hard to extinguish. The wool and linen and leather they wore were the stones and bricks around that fire. We love the image of a Viking silhouetted against a blazing hall, cloak snapping. In fact, most of the work of staying alive happened in much humbler ways. In the choice to wear one more layer, to patch a cloak instead of letting a hole grow, to wrap a leg tightly instead of leaving it bare. If you strip away the romance and look at the system, you see a people who understood that warmth was not a gift, but a responsibility. You eat to keep the fire inside you burning. You move to stir the embers. You build your house to shelter it at night. You build your clothes to shelter it when you step out. Step back onto that long ship. The sea is black under the stones. The oars move. Your hands ache. Your toes are damp. You adjust the fold of your cloak and feel the air under it. No longer the sane air that slashes at your cheeks. It belongs to you now, warmed and softened. There is no fire on the deck. There cannot be. Yet you carry one with you all the same. Not in your hand. Under your ribs, wrapped in wool and hidden air,